We'll do one more for
Come on.
the day.
Yeah, let it.
And
Rip.
Nothing like cold steel on a hot day.
Science time! Oh, yaldi!
I'm looking for someone special to take out.
Introducing your champion.
Come get some. Move it or die.
We're jump master, Newty. Just like old times.
First is looting, then come.
Reckon we ought to land over
Shots
there,
and
darlings.
rods. Like the good. Roger.
Hey, here, pals. Water landing's one of my specialities. We do this for science!
Lost one. We're on our own now.
One. Beginning ring countdown.
Alright. We're all inside the ring. Fantastic.
forget this match. It's in my memory files.
I need energy ammo.
Contact with enemy. Listen and fight.
Our path is made today.
Time to see if all those drills have paid off.
Introducing your champion.
Champion challenger means little if you die.
I will choose our location for battle.
Come get some. Doesn't get better than that.
Let's go this way. Dropping in.
Solid copy.
Hang on.
Hostile spotted. Let's check out this area.
Him down, but alive.
Watch yourself. There's another squad attacking. Reloading. Enemy down. Enemy taken down.
Get your team. Sometimes they lose.
Nothing like cold steel on a hot day.
The pull toward disorder is relentless. I embrace it.
Today will be our day. Fight, Reaker.
This is your champion.
You see me? Your power. Finished.
I will guide us to victory below.
As Jump Master, I'll lead us to where we claim the most lives.
I feel most alive.
I suggest we do some research in this area.
Might be something good this way. Let's go this way.
Roger.
Attention. First blood.
Energy ammo here.
I can use that. First
Round
blood.
one.
FNG's
Beginning
always
ring
go first.
countdown.
Next ring is not close.
There is an extended sniper mag here. Level 2.
Sniper stock here. Level 2. Helps maintain that sight picture. Thank you.
Energy ammo here. Extended light mag here. Level 1.
Optics here. Mid-range.
There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Call him if you spot him.
Hostile spotted.
The ring retracts in 1 minute.
The ring is distant. Time is short. Marking our surroundings.
Trap is set. Data soon to follow. Deploying a variable.
Already on my mark. Firing for effect.
Extended energy mag located over here. Level 3.
Marking our surroundings.
Target spotted. There.
Spotted. Double timing it.
Introducing a new variable. Another variable for the lab rats.
Got an Evo shield here. Level 2.
Care package being delivered.
Care package incoming.
Energy
Y'all
ammo.
earned this.
Energy
Just
ammo.
watch your
Energy
back.
ammo. Energy ammo here. Energy ammo here.
I need a hop up. Turbocharger.
Volt SMG here.
Energy ammo here.
Extended light magazine here. Level 3. Ammo up.
Supply bin there. Supply bin there. Barrel stabilizer here. Level
Thanks.
3.
Scanning the area.
Phoenix kit here. Shield battery here.
I need it.
Scanning from the next ring. Use your map to guide you.
New kill leader awaited.
New kill leader. Call him if you spot him.
Another variable for the lab rats.
Target spotted. Guns favor my aim today. The guns favor my aim today. Our enemies have met their fate. That squad is out.
I confess, participants have reduced by 50%.
Trust in the Old Father.
Heads up. Dropping the plane. Spotted. Double time it.
Combat.
Check the sector. Awesome. Danger close.
My vision is clear. Gas trap deployed. This will have to wait.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields. Reloading.
Recharge your shield.
Gas trap loaded.
Contact. On my marker.
Target spotted.
Scanning the area.
That signal the end of that entire squad. Prowler SMG here. Target spotted.
Healing. Watch my back. Optics here. Sniper. Always better than iron sights.
One minute until the nearby ring closes.
The ring is close.
I need a hop-up. Turbocharger.
Taking a moment to heal.
Ten seconds remain. The ring is close.
Target over there.
Understood.
Repeat on left.
Progress.
Saw someone out there. Stay focused.
The ring is moving for live fighters. No one is inside.
Placing an independent variable. Deploying a variable.
Scanning the area.
Care package being delivered.
The rewards in that...
I bathe in the blood. Fire.
Smoke out.
Placing an independent variable.
Throwing Dark Star.
I am trained.
Taking fire.
Off the right. I'm spotted.
Breathe it in.
This is waiting.
Replicator being delivered.
Replicator.
Double timing it. Pop in the chimney. Taking fire. Throwing gun shot. Throwing thermite. Tango down. Off the mic.
Last one down. That completes the triumvirate.
Body shield here. Number 4. You need one if you don't have it.
Taking a moment to heal.
Give my shields a recharge.
Recharging my shields.
Adding another gas trap. Gas trap deployed.
Shots fired. Hostile spotted.
Getting shot at.
Fire. Double timing it. Pop in the chimney.
Scanning the area.
Eating lead. Oscar right. I'm spotted.
In combat.
Give me a sec. Recharging shield. Hostile right here. 3-0. Rings close.
Marking our surroundings.
Not too far from ring. Got 10. Enemy over there.
Warning. Movement in progress.
Scanning the area.
Rings moving. Hustle up. Care package touching down. They usually carry rare platforms. Hostile spotted. Pop and smoke. Tango spotted.
Firing.
Taking fire.
Take a breath. Beware. I've added a variable. My vision is clear. Down the subject. I still see everything.
I have fallen. Fate will be on our side, Fly Fighter.
Get ready to stitch him up.
This is your champion.
Hey, come back if you're ever looking for
choose our
a mirage
location
of
for it.
Trois. That's where you fight three of me at once.
I'm the Jump Master, which should go without saying.
I will guide us to victory below. Prepare for battle. Evo sheet here. Level 2.
I could use that. Nice. Champion's out. Meat wagon's having one hell of a day.
Got our first worm food, compadres.
Beginning ring countdown.
We're already in the ring. Guess I'll run in circles for fun.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Careful, new kill leader. Extended light mag here. Level 2. Target over there.
Must go.
Solid copy.
Marking our surroundings.
Smoke out.
Grenade!
Taking fire.
Reloading.
Reloading.
Hold tight. I got your back.
Downed one.
Reloading.
Dust to the left. You'll be all right. I gotcha. Leaving my mark. Let him know I'm ready to tango.
Evo shield here. Level 3.
R301 here. Come stop with a fire selector.
Taking a moment
Let's
to
get
heal.
here.
Give my shields a recharge.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
We're already in the ring.
Attention, delivering care package.
Care package on high. Enemy over there.
I need a hop.
Hey, por favor.
Tap trigger.
Hostile close.
Let's go this way. Heard that.
Trust in the old father.
Must go faster.
Incoming!
Old father, give me sight.
Faster, faster, faster.
Oh, painless, knocking at the door.
Hands up. No.
Talking to Jimmy.
I'm hit. Hitting the eject button.
Frag out. Reloading. Down to target. Whole squad taken out.
Can't believe I'm standing still.
Like what I see.
You're lucky, I like you.
Give my shield a recharge.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields. Old father, give me sight. Old father.
Down the one. Charging on my
Okay,
shield.
I got your back. Reloading. Turning the chimney. Taking a knee. Patching up.
Healing my wounds.
Round 2. Beginning ring
I need
countdown.
energy ammo.
Anybody need energy ammo?
Shield cell here.
Attention, delivering replicator.
Replicator touching down. Healing. Watch my back.
Might be something good this way.
Sí, por favor.
gives me the sight.
Pop and smoke. Fire. Pop and taking fire.
Airstrike! Woohoo! Down.
Dropping the bang.
Airstrike!
Marking our surroundings.
Oscar Mike, they're trying to corner us.
Reloading!
Laying out range.
Starting shield.
Oscar Mike. Fire.
Target's over there.
Take fire.
Reload.
Give it in the chimney. Giving a tech. Recharging shield. Ring-aim. Fire. They got me. Target over there.
Scanning the area.
Healing. Ah, this is taking too long. Seconds till ring close. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Reloading.
That's the last of them, amigo. I can't believe I'm standing still. You're lucky I like you.
One moment, I must use the Phoenix Gate.
Ring, moving now. Rápidamente.
Enemy spotted.
Arc Star.
Hostile. Right here.
Fire in the hole. Fire.
Trust in the old father.
Taking fire.
Down the hostile. In possession of our brethren's banner.
I'm down. No bueno.
Taking fire. For art.
Beginning ring countdown. Delivered.
You know, science isn't exactly an exact science.
I know where we want to be. Follow me.
I am Bloodhunger. You can call me Bloodhound.
Introducing your champion.
I will guide us to victory below.
It's time. I'm the jump master.
Reckon we ought to land over here, darlings. Hold on to your kilts, darlings. Reckon we should head here.
Attention. First blood.
Evo shield here. Level 1.
First blood. Should have seen that coming.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
We have the benefits. We are inside the ring. Scanning the area. I'm taking fire.
Hostile spotted.
Taking a moment to recharge my shields. Marking our surroundings.
Pulling the trigger. Reloading. All those vampires are down for the count. They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Up and away, Newty. I downed an enemy.
Hostile close.
All those
Your
enemies are down
fight is
for the
not over
count.
yet.
R99 here.
All Father, give me sight.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 3.
Attention. The champion has been eliminated.
And so ends the champion's reign. I need help. Need some energy ammo.
Shots fired to me. Bless me with sight.
Shall we head this way, darling? Fire
I have fallen.
it! Reloading. Making contact with enemy. Hostile right here.
Gotcha!
We should go here.
Warning.
They call this place secure. We'll see about that. Just picking a place.
Ah, yes. Don't tell me what to do. But yeah, okay.
Get prepared, we're going in. Let's relocate here.
Okay.
Don't tell me what to do. But yes, okay. We gotta take the good with the bad. I'm good. You're bad.
The first is falling.
Heads up. Got one here. I think this place needs a little more me.
Round one.
Yeah.
Beginning ring countdown.
Ah, lucky us. We're already inside this next ring.
I need a weapon.
Taking fire.
Someone's got a shot on me. Sure.
Getting up.
Good shot at. Go bamboozle.
I'm back. Logged off my drone. My drone has been destroyed.
Bam to the bam.
Let's move. Here.
I'm running out of ideas. Bam to the woozle. Sending out a decoy.
Grenade.
Getting shot at. Opening fire. Reloading. Contact with hostile.
Bam to the...
My name is Wraith. This is called a magazine?
What you see is not what you get.
Introducing your champion.
I'll be leading the jump.
I guess I was just
I'm
one
ready.
step ahead of you. Okay.
Heard that. Catch me if you can.
I'll try and keep us under the radar. Let's transfer to this spot.
be someone. Glad it's not one of us.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
I need energy ammo. Devotion here.
Energy ammo here.
Dibs. Thank you. Extended heavy mag here. Level 2. Ammo up. I need energy ammo. Took out a cargo bot. One minute. Ring's pretty close. Got an Evo shield here. Level 2.
Dibs. 45 seconds left. We're almost there.
Evade here. Got an extended energy mag here. Level 2. I need it.
We are close to the ring.
I need
Get
energy
prepared.
ammo.
30 seconds left.
Open supply bin over here.
Ring moves in 10.
Warning. Ring closing.
Ring's coming in.
The all-seeing eye. Let's relocate here.
Care package being delivered.
Care package coming in.
Medkit here if you need one. Energy ammo here. Can you see the open supply bin over there? I've got eyes on one of them over there.
Energy ammo here. These got very little projectile drop. I need it.
New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader. If they're getting cocky, they're getting sloppy. Forget that.
New kill leader appointed.
New kill leader. If they're getting cocky,
I see an
they're
enemy
getting
over
sloppy.
there.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
The next ring is far. Keep an eye on the clock. 50% complete.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
Yeah, replicate incoming. Backing out of my drone. I'm good to go. Cargo bot shot. Signaling my drone back.
I need light ammo.
Seconds left. The ring's very close. Seconds. Ring's close. Careful. They could be watching. Enemy spotted over there.
Okay. 3-0. Ring's close.
Ten seconds to get back on the grid.
Good this way.
I heard you.
Warning. Movement in progress.
Yeah, the ring's catching up to us.
I need an extended light mag. Let's go this way.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Heads up. Care package coming in. Enemy spotted. Contact that.
Getting shot at. Hold on. Shields recharging.
Fire! I'm down. Need a medic. Opening fire.
Only you and me now.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
Hold on.
I'm down.
Delivered.
Yeah, replicate incoming. Putting an eye in the sky. Rebooting the system. Got the bad. Someone destroyed my drone. Give me a second. Fixing up. The all-seeing eye. 60 seconds. Someone destroyed my drone.
Look at that. I beat you.
They'll never catch me. 가자.
Time for old action.
This is your champion.
It all ends the same way. With me observing.
Follow me. I'm the jump master.
We're jump master, Newty. Just like old times.
I'll be leading the jump. You really messed up. But what do I know? I'm just a genius. Just picking a place. How about here? I'll try and keep us under the radar. Let's transfer to this spot. Reloading.
Attention. First blood. Round 1.
Well,
Beginning
you
ring
can't solve the
countdown.
eternal mysteries of the universe without breaking a few eggs.
Pay attention to your map.
Void running. I need a weapon.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Enemy over there. Making contact with enemy.
Adding an extra pair of eyes.
Oh my, an enemy. Going to phase.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
They found a new kill leader.
Really fast yourself here, but pick me up. The ring's closing in a minute. We're not close. I think there's a trap around here. "45 seconds. Ring's far."
Warning. Movement in progress.
Heads up. The ring's moving.
Prepare yourself. We have an enemy. Backing out of my drone. I'm good to go.
Care package being delivered.
Yeah, they dropped the care package.
Champion eliminated.
Champion's no longer part of the data pool, darling.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
You kill leader. You data.
Let's transfer to this spot. Signaling my drone back.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Taking fire.
Not sure. I think someone's targeting me. Got it. We picked me up. Frag out. Frag out.
Hold on. Shields are charging.
They spotted me. I'm taking the shot. Still on the tracker. Let's shoot at me.
Yeah, enemy spotted.
Getting shot at. Time to break down. Grenade!
Replicator being delivered.
They're sending down a replicator. Recharging my shields. Give me a second. Fixing up. Adding an extra pair of eyes. I picked up the banner. My drone has been destroyed. Inside the next ring. Almost step. Putting an eye in the sky. backing out of my drone. I'm good to go. I'm recalling my drone. My drone has been destroyed.
Beginning ring countdown.
I've seen it all. Nothing surprises me.
I'm ready. Let's get the job done.
You're either ready or you're an idiot.
This is your champion.
When this is over, they're all gonna know the name. Gibraltar.
I say we land here. Enough landing around. We drop it. Taking fire. Come on, say hello. Get shot at.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Not all of us are in the ring. Check your map. Frag out. Need to recharge my shields. To recharge my shields. Enemy spotted!
You're still in this. There goes the first. There you get the rest.
Deploying hip. I need light ammo.
Phoenix kit here. Light ammo here.
Firing. Listen up, I'm getting shot at. Enemy down. Hold on, use the Phoenix kit. Killed an enemy. Hostile right here. Let's explore this way.
killed one. That's one step closer.
Nice work, be proud. Getting shot at. Reloading. Last one down and a boom boom.
Recharging my shields.
Reloading. Need to recharge my shields.
I need heavy ammo. Energy ammo here. Hostile close. Pay attention, I'm defending this area.
Putting an eye in the sky. Initializing EMPs. I'm back. Logged off my drone. Someone destroyed my drone. 10 seconds to get back on the grid.
I need heavy ammo.
Getting shot at. Hold on. Shield recharging.
Opening fire.
Reloading.
Shot at. Point running.
I'm not done yet.
Contact. Open fire. Like a killer Big
Call that a firearm? That's adorable.
shotgun bolt here.
Level 3.
With an eye in the sky.
This is my favorite part.
I am prepared for the fight.
This is your champion.
I will choose our location for battle.
Woohoo! That was fun for all, but mostly us. I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
Get prepared, we're going in.
Marking our surroundings. Firing! alive.
Great. Already inside the ring. The enemies are shooting at me.
Yeah, I put one down.
Getting shot at.
Attention.
Enemy down.
First blood.
Reloading. First blood on the enemy. Giving my shields a recharge. Reloading. I am down. Contact. Reloading. Contact with death box here.
Hostile close. Hostile.
Making contact with enemy.
Reloading. Killed one. That's one step
Making
closer.
contact with enemy. Contact with target.
Hiding. Taking fire. Reloading. Full squad delete. Got the banner. I'm not giving up on them. Watch your back. I won't always be around. Getting my eyes in the sky. One squad. Enemy over there. Backing out of my drone. I'm good to go. Let's go this way. Prepare yourself. We have an enemy. Hold on. Shield recharging.
New kill leader
Healing
appeared.
my
Here I come. Back from the sky. I am taking fire, friends.
Evil shield here. Level 2.
I have been downed.
Switching to drone view.
Only the two of us remain.
Got the banner. I'm not giving up. I'm recalling my drone. Let's relocate here. Shield battery here.
I need it. Cancel that. Medkit here.
Come on.
Warning. Recruitment in progress.
We are inside the ring. Good.
Give me a second. Fixing up.
Let's explore this way.
All right.
Care package being delivered.
Putting an eye in the sky.
Care package on high.
Yeah, there are no squad near us. Backing out of my drone. I'm good to go. I'm recalling my drone.
I have come to save the day.
Scanning the area.
Port SMG here. Energy ammo here. The all-seeing eye. There are two squads somewhere nearby.
Evo shield here. Level 2. To those who need it, there is an extended energy mag here. Level contact.
Understood. Closed door over there.
Hostile close.
Switching to drone view. 잘 보고 다녀. There are two squads near us. I'm back. Logged off my drone. I'm recalling my drone.
Here I go.
Let's move here. This jump pad can help. Enemy spotted over there. I got one over there.
Calling upon nature's strength. Scanning the area.
Thank you.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Frag grenade sent. Careful, new kill leader.
Putting an eye in the sky. Let's transfer to this spot. 조심하자. One squad nearby. Enemy over there.
Bless me with sight.
Executing reboot.
Frag grenades.
Also, my drone. My drone has been destroyed.
Reloading. Giving my shields a recharge.
Round 2.
Half the squads remain.
Beginning ring countdown.
Behind the star. Good fight. I'm taking fire.
Delivered.
Yeah, replicate.
Taking a moment to heal. I have thought I saw that.
I'm not done yet.
I am taking fire, friends. Reloading.
Enemy right here.
Enemy down.
You can't hide from your mistakes.
Things look to get a mite troublesome.
Grapple, locked and loaded.
This is your champion.
This is gonna hurt you more than me.
Follow me. I'm the jump master.
Wow, it's quite the predicament.
Wherever we go, I'm ready.
Woohoo! That was. Copy that.
We're jump master, Newty. Just like old times. We do this! We're science!
1. Beginning ring countdown.
Alternator here. Light ammo here.
First blood.
Just need a wee pick-me-up.
First blood, and it's not us. Wonderful.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
There's a new kill leader. 조심해. Adding an extra pair of eyes. I've got eyes on one of them, over there. I'm recalling my drone. Backing out of my drone. I'm good to go. They got the champion.
Medkit here. Extended sniper mag here. Level 3. And up.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
I could use that.
고마워.
Thank you.
I need heavy ammo.
Syringe here.
고마워.
Ten seconds. The ring is fairly close.
Naughty there. This could get interesting.
In progress.
I can see. Copy that. Thanks. Target over there.
Grenade out.
Arc star out. Frag out.
Putting an eye in the sky. Taking damage.
Some damage.
I'm back. Logged off my drone. My drone has been destroyed. Hold on. Shields recharging.
Kill leader, friend.
Delivered.
Care package. Dropping from low orbit.
Extended heavy mag here. I need light ammo. Sniper stock here. Level 3.
Smash yourself. Here's a pick-me-up.
Zipline deployed.
I see an enemy over there. Prepare yourself. We have an enemy.
Follow me if you want to attack over there.
Seeing me on our way.
Target over there. Forget that.
I need heavy ammo. Throwing grenade. Adding an extra pair of eyes.
Thermite grenade out.
Activating hardware weapon. Backing out of my drone. I'm good to go.
Target over there.
Numpty in their orbit.
Firing! I need shields. I need shields. I'm recalling my drone. Thank you.
Beginning ring countdown.
Repairing.
Hold on, shields are charging. The next thing is far. Keep an eye on the clock.
Attention, delivering replicator.
Replicator incoming. Spotted a bampa over there.
Reloading.
Here's a wee numpty.
Zipline deployed. Throwing Arc Star.
Yeah, got one of them here.
Just a tick. Heal it up.
Repairing my damages.
A wee bit of damage.
Taking damage.
Receiving damage.
The shield's recharging.
Recharging shields. Half the squads remain.
I know I hurt them. I need shields. "60 seconds before
Let's
the ring
explore
closes.
this way.
빨리 가자. Recharging my shield.
The ring is quite far. There is not much time left. I need light ammo.
I need heavy ammo. I'm searching for sniper ammo. I need shields. "10 seconds to get back on the grid."
In progress.
We are all outside the ring. We'll be safer inside.
Grappling.
Enemy spotted over there.
Okay. Enemy over there. Incoming care package. I love loot. I am down.
I think we could all use a pick-me-up.
I know I hurt them. Getting my eyes in the sky.
Look, it's just a wee scratch here.
Executing reboot.
I am repairing myself.
I'm back. Logged off my drone.
Using grapple.
Dinna fash yourself. Here's a pick-me-up.
Round 3.
I am repairing myself.
Phoenix kit here. Healing up.
Give me a second. Fixing up.
Replicator entering orbit, dears.
Close door here. One moment. Gotta use a Phoenix kit.
Need a wee rejuvenation.
I'm fine. Just fixing up. I'm recalling my drone.
Light ammo here. Volt SMG here. Syringe here.
I need energy ammo.
Got one of them. Far. Throwing Rockstar.
1 minute.
What's a wee singularity between things?
Attention.
Like an arc star.
Throwing Rockstar.
Like an arc star. Thermite.
Throwing
And up.
arc star out. I am taking fire, friends. Shields.
Taking fire.
Only 30 seconds left.
Shields recharging.
I'm down. I need to get back here.
Rings close. A wee. Here.
Attention. Delivering care package.
dwelling, the jailer dwelling. I'm always in the
Yeah, we're vibing here for sure. I have no bats though. Could I go craft maybe with your bubble?
Oh yeah.
Replicator delivered.
Should I craft sip it, you think, or what?
Could do.
Oh, there's another body here. Gold back, guys.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll go for that.
Another
one.
3x, I'm taking it.
Oh yeah, that was a caustic, yeah.
Landing here? Landed below us.
Yeah, one more thing, Gaza.
I'm going for the gold bag, okay?
Yeah, do it.
Be able to get back into cover and be safe. I like what I'm seeing from Underrated right now. Two individuals, K20 and Horizon and Gibraltar, posting up while Dazzo is really just that rotational and roaming player.
Yep, he's just going to make sure that his teammates don't get shot in a weird angle. And I don't know if you've noticed, but Swinny put down 2 Sheilas. So Rampart is able to put down 2 Sheilas. So him and his teammates are both going to be able to use Sheila if need be.
That's insane. Absolutely insane. We'll see how this Rampart meta, at least attempt to change the meta to include Rampart, pays off. And this is the first team that's done it. I've never seen a team do it in competitive Apex. And that's the same thing that kind of happened with Caustic early on. That's the same thing that happened with Crypto. There's always 1 or 2 brave souls. Same thing with Bloodhound. It was Complexity on the North American side that started running Bloodhound. And now those 3 legends are staples. So we'll see if that's the case with Rampart here. I know that Horizon did play as, the character that he's named after. No, I'm just kidding. But there was a little bit of a change up in characters in our last season as well. And they tried to shake up that meta quite often, as we are now on board with a little bit more of a traditional meta, at least as of the autumn circuit. It is Totem Esport, which is an important team to talk about. Former Lazarus, they got picked up by the Italian esports organization. Sharp, of course, is the sole Italian on this team, joined with the 2 Frenchmen. I'm excited to see what Totem can do, a dominant squad in their own right.
Absolutely, and they're playing Bloodhound. A couple Bloodhound teams, they see Ted France also playing Bloodhound, Wraith, Gibraltar. So it obviously is a good comp, and it's a comp where fights and kill points, but unfortunately for them, they're just getting shot at, and they haven't gotten themselves in a fight just yet, but here they are in a 3v3 situation.
Exactly. It's going to be a reactive Gibraltar Dome, because I say reactive because now he doesn't have a lot of cover on the rotation, but he should be okay. His team should be able to keep their heads down. And a little dip and dodge here from Lara Binu, the Gibraltar on Le Site de France. And if you are just joining us and watching competitive Apex for the first time, first off, welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series. Second, welcome to Le Site de France, your champions from the autumn circuit. They did it in a dominant fashion, and really they started their story as the dominant team from the last chance qualifier of the summer circuit. Did pretty well in the summer circuit finals before really showing up great in the autumn circuit and throughout the autumn circuit before they were crowned the champions of that. Meanwhile, Cooler, the former Nasky, Strafey, and Dell team, is the former champions of the summer circuit. Well, they fell off, like I mentioned earlier, in the autumn circuit. They're back, and they're making their debut under Cooler in the winter circuit online tournament number 1.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they've lost Nasky here to Diff Q from Solo Q Goat, so they picked themselves up another kill point, but they do have his beacon, so they will be able to plug him in once they get up and onto the high ground, but it's going to be a really hard revive here. There's a lot of teams around them, which is why they're playing low ground, and they're just camping it up for now.
Grom, love what I'm seeing right now. We get to see a little jump course here. Finally, Dell's going to hit it. He's like, wait a minute, this is like a math equation. How'd you do it, Yuki? Finally, Dell hits the wall bounce straight into the jump. And that's what I love about Apex, is the wall bounce capability. For those that have perfected their wall bounces, kudos to you. As a former Gears pro player myself, that was the one thing that got me hyped about Apex, was realizing you can wall bounce in this game. It's pretty damn awesome. Good little movement mechanic. As now, we jump on board for the first time with Endeavor. This is Bryn, former teammate of Oxbow, formerly coached by the EMEF and currently coached by the EMEF, one of the top premier coaches, in my opinion, in Apex Legends in terms of the intel that he gathers in other teams. Big shout out to the EMEF, the coach of this squad. This is the debut of this Endeavor team. JMW, of course, former player alongside Graceful and Triumph. And he is playing alongside Blasts and Co. as we'll look to see if Endeavor, this new squad, can perform well in their debut.
Absolutely, and Underrated has found out that they actually weren't in the best spot. The zone is not pulling towards them, it's pulling away from them towards Lava Fisher. So they're going to have to make a rotation. They may choose to fight the team underneath them before they rotate. It's going to be a tough rotation because they've got a lot of teams underneath them and ahead of them. So taking the team fight wouldn't be too bad because you eliminate one of the teams that are about to take the spot in front of you.
Well said, girl. Thank you for the breakdown. As things are slowing down here for a moment, I'm going to set the stage with a few other important notes. Is North Alliance, and that's actually the new North squad. We talked about JMW and Co. earlier. Well, Graceful and Mady on that Triumph squad got picked up. They joined with Badoli. They did not qualify alongside Alliance, Navi, 303, and North, all not qualifying for this debut tournament. So a little bit of some upsets there as Alliance, one of the favorites. They are not going to be competing today due to not being able to qualify yesterday. Meanwhile, a team that knows a thing or two about qualifying is Flavor of the Month, the former Virtus Pro squad. They are one of the most consistent qualifying teams since the beginning of competitive Apex, and the only team to have the same exact roster since the preseason invitational in Krakow, Poland, September of 2019. That's how long ago that was. Kudos to them as we jump on board with another team that's been playing together for quite some time, the former North squad, Mandy, Taishin, and RPR.
Absolutely, and Mandy playing Gibraltar on that charge rifle, something that he always loves to do, at least in competitive Apex Legends. They got themselves a train car. I'm not sure if they're still in on the zone, but they're trying to get themselves some damage here on top of that train car and kind of kill people coming towards them.
On board with Flavor of the Month now. They're currently in circle, but not in the best position here, girl, is Flavor of the Month. And as we get into this late circle, one thing that's going to be a little bit different is the new ring changes. Girl, as things are slowing down here, explain the new ring changes for us. What can we expect in our final ring here in game number 1?
In our final ring, instead of a very small circle, it's going to be more of like a medium circle, and it's going to close in very slowly. So once we get to that point, there'll be a lot of teams left alive, and whoever can survive the longest, like in previous. But instead of a lot of Wraith portals in the end circle, you're going to see a lot of Gibraltar ultimates. You're going to see a lot of caustic gas. You're going to see a lot of ultimates come in the final circle.
Well said. So get used, get ready for that last circle as it'll be coming momentarily here as things are starting to heat up a little bit. It was Endeavor, a member from Endeavor that got knocked off the rip. I think it might have been JMW, as we're now jumping on board with MCD, taking a look at them, putting some great pressure in on this team and squad that we were just watching moments ago. But they are going to be have just a sliver of cover that makes a difference, that keeps them alive here. Meanwhile, Mandy still on high ground with that charge rifle as his teammates are rotating. He's just trying to do as much damage as possible, level up that Evo shield, and of course add poke damage and threat to others, as now it looks like he's on the same page as his teammates. He's going to be looking down by that team that's trapped right now. I'm not sure if it was Endeavor who did lose Bryn moments ago. Endeavor should be able to make the rotation for now, but it's looking a little bleak for them, girl.
It is, but they do have themselves a spot. They do have to move, though. Everyone's got to move over to Lava Fisher. So the team that's in the buildings at Lava Fisher, they're already set. They're secure. No one's going to be able to push them quite easily. But everyone outside, and there goes Jay Savage from Taylor. Taylor picking himself a point. Every kill is 1 point. So they've got themselves a point there, and another one.
Yeah, that's going to be Totem, the Italian squad, making their debut as an esports organization to an Apex Legends Finals as well. Much like Coolers making their debut to a Grand Finals. They played together, of course, all of the Autumn Circuit. They're here today. I think they're still alive. And now, still some good poke on Mandy. That's good damage and good movement right now from Flavor of the Month. I like their wherewithal, their game knowledge, and ability to pounce that team, Totem, below them, who was under so much pressure from MCD. Flavor of the Month capitalized. They got 2 KP. That stands for kill points for, again, anyone that's new to the Apex Legends scene, as we're now on board with MCD as they make the rotation through. 13 squads remain. Woo.
MCD is going to have to push their way into the zone, so they're in a lot of pressure here. They've got to push that team in front of them away and then find themselves a place in the zone. They get some great headshots with the wingman, some great shots, but still far to go.
Yeah, they do have a Gibraltar on their team that's going to be able to give them some artificial cover on this rotation. So keep an eye on Mandy, who was all the way up in train yard. Finally, he's going to be regrouping with his team momentarily. And of course, with the charge rifle on Gibraltar, you get that extra shield support as well with Gibraltar's passive. Here comes the dome shield, well placed for Mandy. That's going to give him some cover. Here comes the fight, though. It's going to be Taishin getting some good damage, and the flank's going to come through. And just like you're used to seeing, the Forward North squad, MCD, handles logistics against Gambit Esports. Well done from MCD.
Very well done, and they did it in a very short amount of time, which is really crucial when the zone is pulling in. So they'll have a little bit more time to figure out where they are going to go. Underrated. They've also rotated. They've found themselves a spot. They're going to make their cover with Swinny's defensive shields, and they're going to take this little cart outside of lava.
Looks like, meanwhile, we talked about MCD. They're under some pressure from Third Impact, the team that we are used to watching and performing in the ALGS, the European side of things at least. They take out one member of MCD. Meanwhile, Dell's finding themselves in a fight as well. Looks like Mistral's going to get taken out by Sir Dell of Cooler. And Nasky, all he can do is watch. Pierre takes out Mandy. Taishin out as well. It's going to be Shiv enters the mix, so a big fight going down right now between MCD, Solo Q Ghost, and Flavor of the Month.
Flavor of the Month taking them a lot of damage, but they're hugging the wall to dodge that defensive bombardment.
Go over to the Crypto's body later, Yuki, maybe, and then you can loot him. He has a blue armor for you.
Okay. I've got no more shield now. I need that port though. Fuck, I'm kind of dead.
He tried to walk up here and hide behind it. Yeah, walk up to that. Walk up to that. You're gonna die if you get the Crypto armor swap. You just have to try to get, like...
I'm gonna try and get it.
Cooler that we saw, the jumps that had to be made to get there earlier, but now they're going to be identified like rats in New York City. You want to take them out. Let's see if they will get exterminated here. As now we're jumping on board at Luminosity Gaming, former CHMK, dominant team, championship winning team of the past, and more recently has been a consistent placing team. It's Sanya right now putting so much damage in. Meanwhile, Xania of 789 alive and well, taking out, I believe, one member of Flavor of the Month. Sanya's going to have to drop down into cover. They're in a really good spot here, girl. And you're taking a look at the circle at the top left of your screen. The next circle is going to be a pretty decent position for some of those squads we mentioned earlier. Flavor of the Month, though, well, they're going to find themselves in a long-range skirmish with Cooler.
Yeah,
I don't believe Cooler is going to be able to survive much longer. All of Flavor of the Month is waiting there to kill him when he pushes in with his own. So he's just going to survive as long as he can to try and get those placement points, but nope, he goes down as soon as he goes inward.
Didn't even get the ultimate. That's a bad feeling. Meanwhile, let's see if France find themselves in an engagement. Joke, last member alive for LCDF. Psychop going to get taken out. Lair Binu is going to get revived here momentarily. So, just like that, Joke manages to get one back up. Flavor of the Month, they're in a decent position. They got to be careful because Estesu and Believe Rock of 789, Believe Rock, an up-and-coming talent on the 789 squad. You got to keep an eye out for him playing alongside Estesu, arguably the best female player in the world, an Apex Legends after her performance preseason invitational ever since. Getting picked up by LG and now playing very well alongside 789, all members of 789 alive and well.
With a new team, bro.
Absolutely, and they've been performing. Qualifiers in the semifinals, I believe they got second place in their bracket. So they're here to win, and they're in a decent spot, although they're going to have to push through some teams to get to the zone.
Well, good shit, boys! Was taken out, but Lair Banu is back alive and well. So they'll be long range, trying to get some long range poke with that G7 Scout on 789. And this is that final circle we talked about where it's going to be a very slow...
The only thing maybe that we should have done, like...
There I should have took less damage, honestly. Like, I took 120 damage or 150 before taking your port. From the three-man team that rolled up, they rolled up right when I peeked out the door.
Binu has to slow heal here, which is not too good if they do end up getting pushed, but Third Impact is just going to slowly take their shots. 789 are going to play the low ground. That's where the zone is going to end. It's going to end, I believe, on the low ground. It ends in the middle of this circle.
And look at this, Luminosity going to find themselves in an engagement against their former teammate, Ixania. Russia v. Russia action, and Luminosity Gaming gets tagged up a bit. Sanya is the last alive. 789 gets the last laugh on their former organization, Luminosity Gaming, opting instead to pick up the CHMK roster. Well, this time, it's 789 on top, but like Girl said, Le Cité France arguably in the best position here with high ground, but they only have 2 players. They do have a Gibraltar, and we know how important that Gibraltar Dome is for this reason exactly. The defensive bombardments coming through from Jibby, and of course it is Esdesu, Xania, and Believe Rock in a really tough spot between a rock and a hard place, quite literally. Joke's gonna actually push up on 789, and Xania's ready for it. He shuts it down really quickly. Third Impact is gonna actually join the party here. 2 squads remain. It's 789. It's Third Impact. Xania puts some shots in. Believe Rock needs to go huge. Xania gets one. Can he connect for the double? No. Third Impact is your champion of game number 1. What a game it was, girl.
What a game. The fact that Third Impact was still able to keep the high ground there as the zone was pulling in was crucial for them. And Les Cités de France had no option but to jump down on 789, which put Third Impact in the best position because they get to third party that easy.
And I want to ask you, it was a Gibraltar comp that came out on top. In those late game scenarios, I want to ask you, which team comp in your eyes has the best advantage? Is it the Gibraltar that really reigns strong with the defense and bombardment and the shield, or do you think Crypto is useful? Caustic, of course, is in the mix there?
I think having a Gibraltar in these end zones is very crucial because it gives you that that security that you need when teams are shooting it at you when the zone's pulling in very slowly. But other than that, I don't think it's necessarily about team comp. I think it's about positioning and how comfortable you are playing those end zones, trying to pinch other teams, push other teams, aggress them off of you. That's kind of the most important, but I think just having a Gibraltar is the most important thing right now.
I love it. So in the end, it's fundamental Apex that's most important. Positioning and, of course, confidence going into those late-game scenarios, the ability to clutch up when it matters the most. Well, one person that knows a thing or two of clutching up when it matters the most, 49-49 Team Slayer. I count on T-Squared to win every single time. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Tom, T-Squared, Taylor, and Kate at the desk.
Well, thank you very much, Fallout and Girl. You guys rock our first game coming out the gate. And Tom, he's not wrong. You bring an incredible perspective, and I'm so excited that you are here, of course, to analyze everything. Let's talk about that final circle, specifically some of the zone timings, because I think we saw evidence of what that change has done to gameplay here in this first game.
I really think Girl did a beautiful job breaking that down. The high ground is extremely important, and if Le Cité de France ends up having 3 players, they could put a much more pressure on Third Impact that's on the rock. But not only that, they were low on resources. They didn't have enough cells. They didn't have batteries. Also, they had to deal with the team down below that's sitting there, and when you go and drop from that far, you saw just a little bit of a gun punch where you're not able to shoot. You get stuck on the ground for a second, so you're not able to let your Mastiff rip as hard as you want it. And then all of a sudden, 789's down there doing some great armor swaps, making that fight extremely tough for Third Impact. But Third Impact had a big game for themselves because they were able to wipe out solo queue goats, and solo queue goats, if you get them to steamroll, that's going to be very hard to deal with. And when we're talking about these end games, these late game circles, it really it does depend on where it's going to end too. So right in the open, just like that, that's big for having a Gibraltar there. That's big for having a dome there. But if you had a team like, again, solo queue goats going in an open circle with Gibraltar, with Bangalore, they're going to be able to have double defensive bombardments, basically, just an aerial assault. So taking out that team was extremely crucial. I think they got out in around 6th place, but we have to talk about how fast-paced the beginning of that game was, and then how it just completely stopped. 14 squads were remaining, and we were still, I think, on that first circle. Yep. Next thing you know, it's those same 14 squads a couple of zones later. So it was a really interesting game.
It definitely was, and it definitely, I mean, you mentioned about Gibraltar. You see in some of these team comps, and we'll get to that in a hot second, defense at the end here is all about it, and we'll talk about the Gibraltar Caustic. There were definitely quite a few of those that we saw in this lobby, and I'm very excited because I'm a Caustic fan. But anyway, let's talk about what the game results looked like from the numbers. Again, this is our first game in our 6-game series here for our EU region. As we mentioned before, this is an entire day of Apex content, so watch out for that. Here we go. Oh, Tom, you know it's one of my favorites. Double digits in the kill feed.
Yeah, and you can see that these points Solo Q Goats, for example, is going to be sitting in 4th place, right? This is just game 1 results. This is where they place. So we're going to have the overall standings eventually. Just look at how many kills Third Impact got, though, in Solo Q Goats. They took 21 of the kills out of the lobby. That's a third of the lobby. That's how much aggression was happening over towards that Lava Fisher side. And that's why it was so important for Third Impact to shut down Solo Q Goats, because if they didn't, we were looking at a huge game for them, and they could have really popped off. But overall, I think this is a pretty decent spread between our top, I would say, 5 teams. We have, I think, 4 or 5 teams right now sitting in double digits. That's a pretty solid start, so it's going to be interesting. Again, just game number 1, still have 5 more remaining.
Absolutely, and let's take a look at those overall results, because they will tell us not a different story necessarily, but they'll give us a little bit more of an understanding of what our teams look like going into here our second game, and certainly up to our 6th game. Obviously, a 1 through 10 is going to look pretty similar, but here we go. 24, that's how we do. I mean, listen, 789 did come out swinging as well. I love to see that. They have been touted as the Cinderella squad for so long. They've got a great story. Fallout told it best, Girl told it best, where you come in from that preseason invitational and you win, and then you get dropped, and then Luminosity and this whole thing, and then they came out against, oh my gosh, I can't even handle it. I'm having some moments. Anyway, Tom, what is the rest of this overall look like to you? I mean, are there any surprises from the rest of this? I see Weiger's down there. I see Gambit down in 16 and 17.
It's just a pretty tough circle. Again,
yeah.
you go there, and if you're not in Lava Fissure, you're going to be gate-capped pretty hard. And that's why you saw everybody kind of taking different angles and having a lot of respect for one another. Also, you have players sitting over towards the train with charge rifles. So it was a very, very interesting game number 1. I wasn't expecting to see a Rampart. I also wasn't expecting to see just the way that teams survived on the bottom of Lava Fissure. When you're down there, typically you die a lot faster, but the way that 789 was able to
But what does that tell you about this sort of for me it looks like, oh, okay, everybody sees the zone timings change here at the end, and everyone knows you got to get there, you got to be defensive. Is that what that tells you, or what can we glean from basically people bringing in that those caustics and those Gibraltars at almost equal levels?
It really means that you have to shift the way that you play, especially if you're a Wraith main, because when we go and look at all of the previous patches that we had for Apex Legends and the zone was closing extremely fast, that portal was very, very important. It was probably the most crucial thing at the very end of the game. It would always come down to Wraith versus Wraith, because there was a time where you could put your portal thing you know, you're fighting players on top of knockdown shields. Sometimes people have self-res. It gets pretty crazy out there. So now you're able to really methodically decide how you want to approach a situation. And that's what you saw Third Impact do. And you also get rewarded for having the best spot towards the end of the game instead of maybe who puts the best portal down or whoever gets RNG or whatever it is. So now it's a fight to the end, and it's an actual fight to the end. That's what you saw right there. Third Impact really filtered those two teams towards one another, La Cité de France and 789. Squad and take advantage of the weak players.
100%. And as always, those final circles are all about timing, which I love as a viewer. Is there anything else you want to say?
Yeah, nah, that entrance maybe got a bit out of hand.
Make sure to follow us at Play Apex in the YouTubes, youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. We're all over the place, twitch.tv/PlayApex. I'm going to say it again, of course, and if you see yourself on our screen, make sure to give yourself 1,000 Apex coins. Actually, that'll be our job, so there you go there. Tom, I'm so excited to get right into gameplay, but first, we have an official Lenovo Legion sponsorship moment, because if there's one thing I know, Tom, it's Lenovo does these incredible machines better than so many others, and to see that in firsthand, we've got a nice little product tour right now. Take a look.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside, who would know what lies beneath? Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh boy, I am so excited to be back here casting my first tournament of the year for Apex Legends and the first tournament here. It's game 2, but I mean, that's not bad. We're only one behind Fallout and Girl, who kicked us off wonderfully, Kate and Tom on the desk, who set it up, and of course now it's Rain Day and Onset, my main man, bringing you cast number 2. Mark, this has been a great start to the day. Third Impact already making a big impact in game 1, and I'm just curious, what are you thinking going into game 2 this is going to look like?
I think I love the changes to end zone. I think that everyone is going to agree with that. The fact that we get those kind of more, strategic, formulaic ends where we're not having this craziness and we're having the best plays from teams really shine in those final moments is certainly something that I think I'm enjoying and I'm sure everyone at home is excited about. But Third Impact, a big first game. And Rain, before we get into this, I need to say to you, I know it's like the end of January now, but Happy New Year, dude.
Happy New Year.
We're into the new year.
And to everyone else watching, we didn't get a chance to do it Apex style. So, I agree. Great mention. It is Happy New Year. You know how they have those jokes about when is it too late to say Happy New Year until people are like, all right, man.
It's too late now.
It's probably too late. You probably just broke the rule right now, Mark. But, we're going to let you slide, man, because we got a game to go into. I'm excited about this, man, because, I think the element of what Apex Legends is bringing, not only for people watching this community for the first time, maybe on Twitch or YouTube, checking it out, getting excited about Season 8, but who have been long-term fans, is the continual variety of Legends that we're seeing. We talked about
for free, essentially. So I kind of like the thinking behind it. Also, Taishin was playing a little bit of Loba in the qualifying rounds as well. And you got to think about inventory management, right? You get that black market down and you're able to pick up meds towards endgame. You put yourself in a great position. So all these little bits of grey matter have been turning over in these players' heads and these teams' heads as we head into game number 2.
Oh, it's definitely a science here, speaking of gray matter, but I think the element of what they're doing to be innovative is always the person who's able to do it right the first time has a huge advantage. Say you want to be the person to strike first in a fight, and I think this is exactly what some of these teams are looking to do. Maybe not at the top always, as we see a little skirmish here over on the backside of World's Edge, but I do think that if you can get ahead of the game, there's a unique advantage in being trendsetters, and we've seen it with Caustic, we've seen it with Bloodhound and Complexity, Caustic and Alliance, and will we be seeing it here with K-Swinny and Rampart? I'm excited to take a look at this. Still 20 squads left as we see a little bit more of a cautionary tale for some of these sides here.
I would certainly expect so, and you're seeing an example of it here, right? We saw this fight between 2 Rats, 1 Controller over at Countdown, which they came out on top of in the last one, but they've decided this time, you know, even though they came out on top, they want to have their rotation prioritized. They don't want to be taking too much of an early fight, and you can already see that with a lot of teams usually. But as I say that, speaking of early rotators, one team who actually won their initial fight was Cooler in game number 1. The only problem for them is they've early rotated, but they've rotated straight into Weigers, who were rotating themselves from Geyser. So now we're going to see a 2v3 opportunity, and this could be Cooler. Eliminated.
And they're rotating the Mastiff to the dome of Nasty Dell. And unfortunately, you could see Ozanesi falling as well with the bullets. It's just so effective from an early and initial introduction to a fight where you can bring those Mastiffs out, you can catch somebody off guard, you can get an early down, and unfortunately it does not go their way. But I do love the pressure that we're seeing and the opportunities being seized, because you really sometimes only have that moment. You let them go, you don't push that opportunity, maybe they come back in a top 5 situation and haunt you, and I like just the aggression to say we have to finish this off, we have to full commit. Great stuff to initiate it off with the G7 Scout as well, which is a weapon to keep an eye out for today.
Zanya's going to have to pull out Estesu, but it's not going to be done quick enough. So now they're going to be down to a 2-person squad. And I just wanted to take a little moment to talk about the zone, because we see Lava City at the moment. You can see that Flavor of the Month, who of course drop over here at Lava City, are holding down this triple stack building right at the northern side of it. They control these zones. Usually when we see these zones towards Dome, towards Lava City, they play them so well. So I'm expecting a big game here out of Flavor of the Month, who were in contention towards the end of that first game as well.
Yeah, and the benefit, too, with the Wraith and Gibraltar and Bloodhound is you've really got everything you need to hold this area down. You've got defensiveness with the bombardment as well to kind of initiate or hold people off if there's an extreme push. You have Bloodhound to see it coming with the scans, and, of course, Wraith. There does get to be these moments in final circles we've seen towards Lava City that end up being, I've got level 3, but I want level 1. I've got level 2, but I'm trying to get up high. And the Wraith really is one of those characters that can bring you into those levels safely, unlike a lot of these other legends who now, when you see the Wraith in the Crypto, for instance, or you see this exact competition there but not there early enough, you really start to look at Flavor of the Month have a strong position, not only where they're sitting, but also with their character choices, which is what makes Apex so great. It's not just the strategy, it's not just the shots, it's what legends are where and when are they there.
Well, Weigers is doing a lot of damage in the lobby at the moment. You can see in the kill feed as well, Kashera has just been knocked as well. Be interesting to see if they can finish off that kill and get another KP to their name early on. That would be 4 to their name before we've even closed that first zone once again. Third Impact, the winners of our first game, taking their time to hit the beacon over at Fragment as well. But speaking of new esports, and we were speaking about that knock, and it was onto Kashira, and now they're in all sorts of problems. Tycoon is the last player alive. The EMP comes in as well, and now he's just trying to pop some shields behind these knockdown shields to try and stay alive, prolong this fight, and hope that another team maybe comes in to put some pressure on the team that's trying to finish him off. But at the moment, it's looking like a sorry state of affairs. He'll be taken down, but I think that kill might have actually gone to a team that was up in Lava City at the moment. Flavor of the Month, one of those teams, and they did actually manage to pick up one of those kills onto post-kill. So, well, I talked about Flavor of the Month and how they control this zone so well. There's a prime example of it.
And you're seeing just the height. It's making such a big difference, and that typically in Lava City is the power spot, but we're going to see how well they hold it as we head back over and just follow along with Kick. Magicians seeing a skirmish they don't mind getting involved in. Taskmaster, you can see why. He's got gold out of his mind. Volt spraying from around, and he's got 173 in the tank. If he wants to push it, he's going to reload. Just drop down for a second. But doesn't need to get too aggressive here. He's going to go into the void, back up with his team. But, you know, Onset, that last skirmish, I mean, again, we're seeing these teams now maybe not quite where they want to be. The rotations, even though it feels like there's plenty of time in the lobby, 18 squads left, they're going to start thinking about making a move if they want to get into a spot to win this game.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are showing they're not afraid to fight early game at the moment, which is a little bit surprising. Sometimes you'll see teams kind of let each other go because they're prioritizing, you know, how quickly they can get towards zone, etc., etc. But at the moment, teams are trying to cut each other off, and teams are more than willing to take these isolated 3v3 fights around the map. And Third Impact at the moment, who did, of course, hit that beacon over at Fragment, now making their way a little bit more southern on the map. And now we're jumping on board with teams doing a little bit of crafting here, trying to get some more supplies in the backpacks before they make their move.
The lobby settling out here. A lot of fighting. Less teams alive in Game 1 than we had now. So seeming like maybe less committal to some of these engagements in Game 2, as they know this is a marathon, not a sprint. Third Impact in the lead with 24 points. 7-8-9 right behind with Lecite France and Solo Q Goats making a big impact alongside Flavor of the Month, who currently are sitting pretty where we expect this to end towards Lava City. And now 7-8-9, you can see running on fumes. Ksania, not much to work with here, Mark.
Yeah, Estesu, of course, we saw taken down a little bit earlier in that fight with Flavor of the Month, and now it looks like Believe Rock, unfortunately, has been taken down around the dome area. So the southern side of World's Edge really not treating them too well at the moment. Zanya now trying to move in to maybe look to get a res, but there, I would imagine, be some lurkers around here waiting for that move towards that player to try and get the res. It's not very often you'll see a player be able to stay alive for this long. 8 seconds left to get that res, or is he going to just wait, get that banner maybe, and then try and get out there? At least he's playing on the rated course, so he's going to have the opportunity to get out and use that Q should he come under too much pressure. But speaking of pressure, Lecite France now, once again, finding a cheeky little Weigers up in the rafters.
And Weigers, 1 point, but they've got so many kills, turning things around. Can they keep the heat up? Crypt looking to throw that caustic barrel. They've got the defensive bombardment, and now it seems like they're just trying to stall a little bit. They know they've got their prey underneath them, but Weigers, how much do they want to commit, knowing they've got a lot of kills this game? Placement points could put them in the conversation. If they continue it, it looks like, continuing to say, let's just see, let's poke. Guys, they're still here. Oznezi, maybe Crypt saying, let's back off just a little bit. Let's play this safe. Find some shots with the vault as well. We've got uphill control. No need to go too far and give up our position.
And anyone who tries to move through this area at the moment, this choke is going to be slowed down because they're playing that caustic, of course. Crypt's got those barrels down, so anyone moving through, either from the northern side through Geyser or through the area that they were looking at just there, is going to be slowed down, is going to be giving information to Weigers they will be making that move. So they're going to be in pretty good position to pick up some KP in this game. Speaking of KP, one team who did pick up a decent amount in that first number game, and no surprise to say that with the amount of aggression that we do see on this team, it is Solo Q Goats. And hey, look at this, once again, the W key being the most used key on that keyboard.
And I like it too, it goes straight into the void because he knows this is not worth dying over here. But Mikhail, can they find the answer in response? Right back, a clap back on the Mastiff is going to do enough. You can see, Shiv goes down, Big Eve 8-shot, even through the smoke he sees him, says shut this down. Solo Q Goats, not enough quite yet to persevere, but they're not all done.
Maybe TP out.
And Miguel, they're not going to run through this. RPR, Taishin, and Mandy, they're just saying, let's just wait a little bit. They know there's one left.
I don't know if they see,
but they don't have to overcommit. And will this give Solo Q Goats the life that they may need? They spot him out. The defensive shield is just going to say, okay, we're not going to push that yet.
Did I nade myself? I nade myself with 9.
Interesting for me to just look at the composition here of Mikhail Canadan. If you're wondering who this is, of course, the former North roster is the lineup here. And yesterday I saw Taishin on the Bloodhound right now as we see RPR doing what RPR does best, and that is having a wingman in his hands and hitting some shots. He takes down Shiv to finish him off, but
not fair.
One thing I was interested in is yesterday that Taishin was playing a little bit of Loba in the early qualifying rounds, and obviously that's something that was interesting to me because I was thinking, is this going to be something that's going to be consistent for them moving through the rounds into the finals, where it looks like they've gone back to a more traditional composition. But Loba, of course, with that black market, I was thinking towards endgame,
yeah,
inventory management is a superb thing to have if you have that in your back pocket. So maybe that's something that teams will be looking at. L'Équipe de France, though, down to a two-man trying to force their way into zone.
And you know what I like? I think Loba's just missing team utility in the same way for movement. I think that's the only thing that really, defensive or movement for your team is really what it is. She's got so much good potential from a utility standpoint in terms of your weapon, in terms of your inventory like you're mentioning. I think a lot of the things, not just getting your meds, getting your shield bats off of players who are killed, getting shield swaps off of those quick downs that players get before they're able to get into the box yourself through your own black market, but also just the change that gave you unlimited ammo. Essentially, you could take as much ammo as you want. It doesn't count as any of your 2 stacks of certain things that you can grab. I mean, that's just a tremendous thing in game when so many players start poking and they run out of that light ammo. We've seen it in North America all the time. We know who's always calling for it. But in any lobby, you're going to be trying to poke, get as much damage as you can, so when the final fight comes out and the Mastiffs, you know, come to play, that you're in a position to have wasted all of their resources and just having that extra ammo. I mean, that's something invaluable that I would love to see teams experiment with over the course of the next few tournaments.
Speaking of things that are impressive, 789 have somehow managed to get back up to a full complement of players and managed to get some pretty decent armor on their backs as well. So congratulations then to those 2 players for getting back into the game and making a real fight of this one. But speaking of not being in good positions, that is not a good position to be in. Outside of the zone, in zone 3, and getting lit up here by the charge rifle of disbelief. He's going to send the drone out as well to maybe try and EMP and slow that player down. But 789 have somehow survived like a cockroach. But they're now finding themselves in a position as well where they seem to have found a little bit of real estate to work with. Even though it's just the first floor of a building, finding any kind of real estate to play from the position they were in is incredibly impressive.
The only problem is that as a cockroach, they keep showing up on the kitchen floor when the owners of the home are awake and looking to get squashed, trying to survive with any element of survival tactics that they can. And sometimes it's been hiding, it's been playing in the storm, it's been revives. And now, you know, they are forced to continue what has been a pretty gruesome fight back in, but yet they have fought back in, and that's seemingly all that matters here when you're talking about competition. Who wants it more? Who could squeak it out? And 789, a team that's been so impressive in their history in Apex Legends, can they get back to form is the question so many European fans, viewers all around the world are looking at to see the answer to. But 17 squads left. Seems like there's a lot more drama here in this to unfold on set, as we still see Flavor of the Month sitting probably in the best position so far towards Lava City.
Oh, 100%, and there's only one thing we can do, right? When a team is in this kind of position, they're controlling the map, we should jump into a listen-in with Flavor of the Month, so let's do that right now.
Jag bara tänker, det är bättre att göra nu innan alla börjar hålla på och ulta oss och grejer.
Jag scannar igen, ska jag scanna efter krypton?
Gör det. Han tror han sitter här.
Han sitter där.
Han hoppar upp i en våning.
Ja. Han sitter där! 2 våningar ner.
Jag sköter sådana drone.
Nu kommer det till lag in, nu kommer det till lag in. Bottenvåning.
Japp. Det är en Gibby under oss i alla fall.
Kasik också.
Dropp på andra sidan.
Dropp på andra sidan. Jag vet inte om jag får ta den då.
Nej, skit i drops. Vi har redan Kraber, tycker jag. Kidnappa om vi ska använda det. Ja, jag har scan nu om du vill försöka. Jag har scan om du vill försöka.
Ja, jag är på 97% just nu.
Okej.
Jag kollar zon. Okej, jag är redo nu för att kolla under alltså. Jag kommer.
Är du redo för att kidnappa?
Japp.
Okej, scannar.
Han sitter. Jag håller.
Jag ser inte vart han sitter.
Inne i hörnet här.
Jag fick rape då, eller? Nej.
Okej. Han sett här i hörnet liksom. Inne i köken typ.
Jag såg han inte i min Q.
Ja, vi har 2 charges. 3.
Den här kommer fan gå söder. Det är tråkigt. Vi kommer behöva ta taket sen.
Alltså, no joke, det kan vara värt att handicappa lagen runt om oss.
Jo. Jag drar 2 då.
Go for it.
Gör det.
Vad tänker?
Jag har hjälm sen också.
What? Hur länge har du haft den?
Hela tiden.
What the fuck?
Ge mig hjälmen.
På den nu.
Du kom på den nu.
Hjälm!
Well, it's not often that we get to see a kidnap come through on Apex Legends. It's also not often we get such a great view of it, and it doesn't work out. But unfortunately, that's the way it happened for Taylor. Tried to grab the Wraith underneath by basically stopping his portal right on him and bringing it back. A common high-level strategy for those new, saying, what was that? What was he trying? And unfortunately, just kind of stays status quo for them. But a good effort and a lot of damage here so far on set.
Don't quite know how the kidnap didn't work, to be honest with you. It seemed like the Wraith was kind of trapped, right?
Yeah.
Behind the portal and the table that was just in the corner of that room. But obviously the Wraith decided that, you know, we're going to avoid that portal somehow or other. It didn't work. But speaking of putting in some work, here's Weigers, who have been winning fight after fight so far in this game. And they do unfortunately have one player knocked here, so it's down to Osnezi and Crypt to try and clutch up in this moment. They fly through at the last moment. The only problem is they're coming under a lot of fire themselves, and it looks like they're just trying to escape now from this battle. The only problem is there's a Gibby on the stairs, but the beams are going to come in to let this player escape for just a few moments, maybe looking for the thirst. 1 HP and a dream. Can he survive here for just a few more moments? The zone, though, will come in and bite at the ankles to take him down.
And that is horrible. You survive just this huge battle, and then you get nipped on the side as you're running away, and you end up falling. We all have been there. You got to feel for Osnazeni, who did a great job trying to at least return some damage, get a knock there. But Diff trying to stay alive as well. Solo Q Goat still representing a good spot. But is he going to be able to survive this damage? He's going to hit one, and he knows that the pressure is coming from the top, and they're waiting. But will Eyes go somewhere else? Will Solo Q Goats fall here? It looks like it's inevitable, and yes, Diff will fall as well. Flavor of the month. Unbelievable the way they've approached this game. So much damage, so much utility here, throwing the defensive bombardment, but also just not really running out of anything. They have so many resources here and have been in the spot the entire game. I mean, this is just impressive on set to see the way that they have really handled this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, we're also going to see an impressive shot there with the Kraber coming in from Taylor, just raining down fire. But the fact that they've got their crafting machine up on top as well has certainly helped them out as far as resources are confirmed. They're going to have plenty of ammo to work with, plenty of shield batteries, everything that they could possibly want to hold down that position. But look at where that circle has pulled now for Flavor of the Month. They're going to have to make that move now across the top of these buildings. Maybe they can try and claim the roof here. Or maybe it'll be another attempt at the kidnap. Somehow the Crypto manages to shimmy and a shake a little bit like Michael Jackson to avoid that one, but managed to do so again. That's now 2 attempted kidnaps coming in from Taylor, and 2, unfortunately, an O as far as completion is concerned.
Smooth criminal indeed. But this time he seemed to be posted bail. He's not quite locked up yet. And Taylor, you know he's disappointed. One more missed kidnap. Maybe 3rd time's a charm. We'll see if he has an opportunity to do so. T-Rex certainly hoping that he doesn't. Disbelief, Taskmaster, Malawan, Magicians trying to see if they could pull off a little magic here. Charge rifle in hand. This is going to do well. He still has to get to that next level of Evo. Hasn't shot yet. Only 36 damage. You feel like a little bit of a missed opportunity. And oh no, things might have just turned. Flavor of the month. Taylor, he's down. The kidnap ends up not working out for him, but let alone that, he's gotten pressured. And this could be the end for him. The Thermite doing so much damage. They're not going to have enough respite. They need to throw that dome shield up and try to see if they can get a quick res. But as we say it, round 5 is closing. The circle is moving in, and there's still 12 squads left on set.
Underrated. Moving in as well, just outside of the buildings, trying to create their own little fortified area, using those Rampart amp cover to try and force those players back and create a little bit of a safe haven for them. But Disbelief now moving in, and they are in the perfect position here. Magicians just watching everything go down in front of them. The Carnage, the defensive bombardments, the EMPs, you name it. That's what happens right now in front of Malawan, as he's going to hit some big arc stars as well. And here comes Taskmaster. Love this. Trying to get aggressive, trying to finish off some of these kills. The only problem is the Wraith is trying to hold off as well. The bubble fight goes down. He will be forced back.
They swap though. I think Malawan went through. He did. He goes right back as well. And Noth, he goes down to the ring. Will this be Flavor of the Month? Not quite sure if they're fully out, but I think that means Underrated will at least survive now. They're not in the center of the fight quite yet. Rampart still here. K Swinney with the Rampart shield. Could that be the difference? We talked about this legend having an impact, maybe being a trendsetter. K Swinney trying to prove that yet again. And Luminosity Gaming still alive. Sanya trying to fire up seemingly above his forehead. Can he even see that high? Grabs the banner, looks for the shield swap, can't quite get it, and that's LG down.
LG Go then underrated, still somehow surviving from all of the damage, the EMPs, the defensive bombardments, the arc stars, the portals. Well, they're still alive, they're still kicking, and they are still somehow or other a 3-man team in this position as well. 13 seconds until we see that final zone start to slowly creep its way in. Everyone's going to have to make their moves, but it's not going to be carnage like we've seen before. It's going to be a slow burn here. Everyone forced to fight, but it's a case of picking those fights at the right moment.
And there it is, the defensive shield. Can he hold off just long enough so they can get that shield battery off? They're looking for Case Winnie to stay alive. They've got the medkits. They're passing it. They've got 12 seconds here, and then that's it. They've got to move. Deputies, T-Rex gets the crypto drone out. He's got enough for an EMP. Is he going for it here, or is he saving that? Zerifer, he knows that there's an opportunity for them to win this game. They're on high ground. They see everyone fighting, but a couple of shots put Zerifer in trouble. He's got that gold shield, and so the double heal will stay passive, and we'll help him out actively to get alive out of the situation. It is going to be Disbelief down. 7 squads left. Volt in the hand with plenty of ammo. Flavor of the month, yay. Onset, he's still here trying to make a crazy play to stay alive, but that's going to mean 7 goes to 6 in the lobby, and we are in our final zone.
So now these teams starting to move in. All of the teams that are on height at the moment, it might be great for them right now, just firing down shots, but they will have to move at some point. The Arc Star is going to be thrown up, and to try and force these teams off height as well from Underrated, who somehow, like I repeated, are still alive in this battle. All the teams inside are going to be forced to fight. Horizon now taking shots from above. The Gibby Dome will go down, but unfortunately the EMP comes in at exactly the same time to make that completely and utterly useless. Dazzo now, as the Wraith goes into the void to try and stay alive. Gambit now trying to make their move from inside to out.
Dazzo's still alive. He goes down now, but that's 4th place for Underrated. That's a great placement for them, but it's not about it. It's about Gambit. The caustic gas is raining through. Can they find it? Hardeki still alive. He's into the void. Will he come out a champion, or will Deputies and T-Rex take the high ground and take it into their favor? The game, will they clutch it? It will be T-Rex, king of the dinosaurs, well, king of the lobby as well. They take game 2, and they shake up Europe. This is turning into one heck of a starting tournament to kick off the new year on set.
I absolutely love this adjustment, and I will say it 1,000 times throughout the next couple of hours, but I love this change to those final circles. It just makes everything so much better to follow. Every decision means so much more for these players. But T-Rex, I mean, a great performance from them. Some names that we've seen, of course, across the ALGS, the likes of Deputies coming in and Zerifar to put in that huge performance at the end. But I mean, it's just great to see. It just completely changes the dynamic of those end games. And the fact that we've got another winner now in game number 2, we didn't see a huge performance from our winners of game number 1, Third Impact. So that just blows things open once again. Absolutely. And that's what we love about competitive Apex in Europe. It always seems to throw up surprises, and we never know who's going to take home that win.
If there's anything that we know, it's that we'll never know when it comes to Europe and Apex Legends. That's how good these teams are, and that's how well they perform on game day. It makes it a great tournament to watch, so if you're watching right now, you're definitely in the right place. That's enough for me and Onset right now, though. Some crazy action. We'll be back in game 4, but for now, to break it all down, let's send it back to Tom and Kate on the desk.
Oh my gosh, 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 oh my gosh. Okay. Well, first of all, obviously, like, compose yourself.
You good?
I think,
good?
who's to know? When am I ever?
I thought you said you were going to have any more caffeine.
I know, I didn't, but that last game was better than coffee. T-Rex coming in hot at the end, shaking up Europe. I absolutely love the way that Mark said that. But I will also say, Tom, you are, of course, a dinosaur fan. If anyone wants to see Tom's new ink, go take it to Twitter. Highly recommend the part where you can make a little cold. Oh, that's actually closed now. Never mind. Doesn't matter. Anyway, point is, Tom, I mean, I'm sitting here feeling like this game 2 was everything I wanted and everything I wanted in an Apex tournament. You had the get-go aggressive at the beginning, but then you also had this nice. I need to cooperate myself.
It's like a crescendo, basically, of
Tom,
action.
Let's jump in here real quick. Okay, talk to me real quick. Let's go right into our final circle. Let's talk about that T-Rex win and really how they brought it out up against so many. I mean, even from the get-go, you saw Magicians towards the middle of that game using that Wraith like a masterclass. Talk to me about how T-Rex did this, and with a somewhat new comp that we've not seen.
Yeah, so we talked about this after game number 1, that the previous circle over towards Lava Fissure was a very Gibraltar-heavy type of zone where it's out in the open and you really need to use those bubbles. That's why you saw Third Impact do so well with the Bloodhound scans too. So this is a completely different zone. This is what we were asking for and hoping for. Not another Lava Fissure zone. Instead, we got a Lava City zone. So from a player standpoint, from also a spectator standpoint, you're getting a lot of different variety here. And when we talk about this crypto
we talk of victory and slaughter.
Compositions that we're seeing, this is where the caustic is going to be very strong, right? You're able to coexist inside the building, so you're going to have a lot of different.
Don't be fooled.
So many
I'm a man of science.
That you saw a team like Ganti holding the bottom. You saw a team like T-Rex, who also is running the best. All these caustic teams just threw down the gas. This was a perfect opportunity for this composition to really shine. And then you saw T-Rex play it perfectly. So it was really all that you would want just from our first 2 games.
Just want to give a shout out to all my fans watching.
Let's take a look at what game number 2 has in the stats. And, you know, T-Rex kind of, this is, I hasten to use the phrase come out of nowhere, because none of our teams do. Let's be clear, 280 teams fielded for 20 slots. These guys got here for a reason. T-Rex coming out.
Prepare for battle.
That's a big game. Yeah. 14 kills, 26 points. That's huge because I feel like, honestly, I don't really have the points in the
I don't know.
We'll have to find out what's up with your world results. But either way, that should be more than enough points for them to even take first place. And then so it was just really interesting. It was nice to see. Again, it's a lot different than what we had in game number 1, so you kind of expect different results here. A lot of these caustic teams were going to shine, a lot of these crypto teams were going to shine. Also, the rotations were going to be completely different because we're looking at teams that now ran over to the south side getting a big advantage of the way they can make the way over towards left side.
And that's one of the many things I love about Apex. You really do have to watch from the beginning of the game to see where everybody lands and how those rotations really impact that late game. Let's take a look of the overall results, because as we know, this is where once we get into games 2, 3, 4, 5, this is when the overall stats really begin to get interesting. And T-Rex right there, sitting pretty up against Third Impact, who came out on top. Remember, our Third Impact won our first game. T-Rex coming in hot with our second game. Those double-digit kill counts. Holy goodness.
Yeah, they went from 0 points to 26 to first place. So you know what I have to say about the T-Rex is objects in the mirror look closer than they appear, okay? They're just because they looks like they're really far back, they're a lot closer than you really think, okay? T-Rex coming in, making this a lot more interesting. Third Impact sitting there with the tie for first and second place. But we're still going to see a lot more games here. We have 4 more games, plenty of opportunities to get back into this one. That's going to give everybody a lot more confidence because they see the way that T-Rex was able to jump up. You're just 1 game away basically from coming in and being able to get first place. But what a great job and what a great game in general. I love the zones that we've had. I love the aggression from the EU teams. It was very weird to me that we had such an aggressive game number 1 and then game number 2 was a lot slower. We didn't see 6 squads die right off the rip there. It was more 2 squads, maybe a couple of solos running around. I had a lot of fun watching that game. Europe is definitely
They are a blast, absolutely. Let's break down that final moment because, of course, it all comes down to that final circle, and this was one for the books, to be sure. It had everything we love. It had the defensive department. It had some incredible gameplay. It had, did I see Dark Star or several? Anyway, let's talk about it, Tom. Bring me through.
6 squads. So I'd like to point out that there was actually 7 because I believe there was a solo throughout all this. So out of all of these games since the new changes to the zone, this is by far the most amount of teams that I've seen. And I think that we have to point out that when Horizon gets dropped right there, in case Sweeney goes down as well, that there was a huge EMP that got rid of the bubbles where they could have been able to get that Rampart Sheila going, been able to set up, maybe get some good plays going with the defensive department, which really would have been the counter to what the rest of these crypto and caustic comps are running. So you see T-Rex just methodically going in there, playing their advantages, and picking up a lot of kills throughout all of this. And that's the beauty of the slow zone. It's not about the raid portals. It's about, again, forcing action in front of you, playing it methodical, and also having a lot of communication. And I love it. I think that this is, again, the best change that we've ever had in Apex, and we're starting to see it here in our first ALGS. So it's just a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of fun, you all have been on our Twitters. You've been a part of our community, and you are a part of our community. We're so excited that you're watching us here today. We've got ourselves some tweets, I've been told. pulled, you've been tweeting, and we want to hear from you, as we mentioned. So let's take a look. Doesn't good casting just give you chills? So I'm happy play. Oh my God, this is brilliant. And yes, it does. 100% Tom. 100%.
I love that gif. Keep sending your tweets in. Make sure you use that hashtag ALGS. And you know what? That's 1,000 Apex coins right there. Put it in the bank.
Exactly. Very good point. Let's see our next tweet here. We got, I believe, one more. And that's way to start a Sunday morning, by the way. Way to start your day off right here in either NA, EU, APAC, wherever you're joining us. We're so excited here. We're settling in for ALGS tonight. See? I told you. Spot the Nessie. Oh, let's go, LCDF. Awesome. Well done. And that, by the way, looks like a real chill. This looks like a nice chill evening. I love it. I love it some more.
I'm liking the vibes. Yeah. I'm liking the vibes. The plants, the quality of the TV, the furry slippers. You got the slides on. Yeah, he's doing it right. Most likely not featured there too is probably some snacks. So let's be honest. There's probably a couple snacks laying around there. Make sure everyone stays hydrated.
Exactly, and it's a marathon, not a sprint, but that's a very good point to remind our we are on this streak from now through the end of our EU. But guess what? It doesn't end there, because why would it end there? We don't like to end, we want to keep it going. So we've actually got a great halftime show. A show that's going to give you some pro tips from the pros themselves. Level Up with Girl, a great segment that Girl does that takes you through some of her interesting points and pro tips. It's going to be there. We've got interviews. Tom, I believe you're a part of this halftime show. So excited to see you talk with people, get some insight you might not have otherwise seen, and also get some insight into Season 8 and things coming just around the bend.
I'm getting ready. I'm ready for the cobwebs off the sticks. Gonna start getting the grade on a little bit. Start getting in. These guys are pumping me up to play. If I don't get pumped up watching Apex here, then you know, people are just waiting to get back on after. Maybe even during the halftime show, they're gonna be playing and watching at the same time. You never know.
They are. Hey, guess what? Listen, before we go, we got to make sure you know about a Prime Gaming skin that you just have to get your hands on, and it's just in time for Valentine's Day. If you happen to, celebrate that. If you don't, you know what? Who needs it? Because from now through the 17th of February, oh, look at that. She's called the Queen of Hearts for us here. We call her Wraith as well, of course. This is the skin from Prime Gaming. Just visit gaming.amazon.com to claim this exclusive reward. And hey, remember something else. We actually are going to be heading to our casters for Game 3 here moments from now. But first, let's hear an important message about mental health. Take that.
Optics here. Pump range. Oh, Father, give me sight. Healing my wounds. Healing my wounds. Administering medical aid.
We tell you, Gorilla is real. One away to start the ALGS Winter Circuit with 2 games back-to-back. And honestly, with a tell of 2 tales, multiple teams performing in Game 1, multiple different teams performing in Game 2, and now we have a situation where it's anyone's game.
Absolutely, T-Rex didn't quite perform in Game 1. They ended up dying on their 50-50, and they ended up getting first place in second game. So never lose your cool, keep playing, stay confident. You play with your friends for a reason, because you trust them. You guys will do great.
And that's actually going into Game 3. That initial drop. You'll see it right now on screen. You don't get countdown. Right underneath Skyler, you see 6 players moving around. Well, that's because countdown is their 50-50 split. Very often, like we will not see it in North America. We are seeing it in Europe. It's T-Rex splitting their drop alongside 2 RI, 1 Steve, or 2 Ratty. Well, Game 1 decided to fight 2 Ratty controller. Thirdly, T-Rex. Game 2, they let him split even and actually not fight off the contest. We'll see what happens here in Game 3, but in my eyes, Control, the statistics don't lie. It is so important in the vast majority of teams that use the ALGS tournament. They are uncontested. contested off the drop, and that is for good reason. If you get contested 50-50, we'll quite literally have seen 3 out of the 6 games. You have a chance to performing. That's not really enough to get into a top 3 finish. I want to see T-Rex decide not to fight this.
It looks like they're poking shots, though. They've got the scout, they're poking shots. It's like, if you do enough damage, if you get a free knock, you're going to be able to go. And Querney almost getting that free knock with the triple take. Really nice shots from across the map. This is one of my favorite snipers in the game, actually. The triple take is very popular in the season. And here we have Zerifer going in, has a beam, beams Hiarka with his Hemlock, and he's going to push up on this. He's going to try and get that thirst if he's able to. And there is Diff Q, Shiv FPS in the back. It looks like they've pinched this team. So T-Rex might be encountering solo Q goats very shortly, or they're going to decide to back off. And here we have solo Q goats perspective. So they came in, they got themselves a couple kills, they got themselves some loot, and they know T-Rex is right across from them. Everybody knows that T-Rex is going 50-50 off drops, so solo Q's coming in with the very smart third party was a wise choice for them. They get some loot, they get some KP, and they get out of there. And here we are with new esports in Fragment. They didn't have the best games the last few games, so hopefully they can get some better luck this time with the new esports. They see Fades Bronze also finding themselves a 3v3 fight near Skyhook, near the tunnel between Skyhook and the choke. And it looks like they're going to try and nade that portal. They're getting the Arc Star on it, but he takes way too much damage. He overpeaked. He had no shields there, and Joke goes down. Avant-Garde is going to try and take advantage of the fact that they're in a 3v2 situation. They're going to try and get this thirst. Will they be able to, though? They got the Gibby. The Gibby Mastiff takes down Plushka. Rex taking down Joke. Psychbot going to kill Rex forever. And then there's one left. But Cooler coming in with a very smart third party as well. With the Volt, with the Massive. Serdal taking one down, trying to get the kill points. They can steal kill points as long as one of the teams of the two die. Really, really good angle with this triple take, but the Wraith is dodging those bullets quite well. Nasty wasn't able to hit those shots, but they did get the loot, and they did get maybe a kill point or two over here. So Les Cités France, they've only lost Joke. It was a very good hold by Larabinu and Psychbot right there. They were able to take down, I believe, 2 players while they were pushing and in a 2 versus 3 situation with the third party. So getting out of there was really good for them. And here we are with MCC. They've been performing really, really well. They are in Epicenter right now. They're trying to look to get the location in early. As you can see on the map, that it's going to pull towards the north, maybe inside that area, and City might find third impact around here. And we have Fallout back, so welcome back, Fallout.
Appreciate it, girl. Listen, girl, I just had to, you know, let you do your thing. You're too good. You deserve to hold the mic for quite some time now. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Apologies all for the delay there, but we're jumping right back into gameplay. 20 teams still remain, and we talked about that early storyline of T-Rex against T-Rex. The split countdown again we saw earlier. Now, I want to see consistency out of T-Rex. Easier said than done, and they're just bagged up quite a bit here. Courtney going to get out. Zerifer going to try and alive, but it's going to be Dippity's laying down some thermite cover for them to get the revive, and they should be able to reset here. Brilliant plays from Zerifer to survive and keep Courtney alive.
That was a really good use of the portal. You never want to hold that portal longer than you have to. If you can use it to save your teammate, of course you're going to, and that's exactly what he did. 2 rats, 1 controller. Both teams of the 50-50 are alive. They were able to recover banners and get the res. Very good recovery by 2 rats, 1 controller. T-Rex never went down. They did get their kill point though, so they're still in a good situation here, but we're going to have to see these teams rotate towards the north end of the map.
And that's one of the hardest things. It's not just about surviving off that 50-50. It's also, it slows down your rotate significantly if you have to fight that 50-50. You're going to be way slower on that rotation, and you're going to be one of the later teams playing edge circle. And especially if you don't have a Gibraltar, it's hard to do, especially as a Caustic player. You prefer to use a team comp of a Recon, like a Crypto, a Caustic, early rotate, find yourself some real estate, but you can't do that when you're splitting 50-50. And also, K-Swinney and Underrated opted to get rid of Rampart and pick up Caustic. So K-Swinney switched from Rampart to Caustic, which is probably the wise decision. They tried changing things up with the Rampart pick. It did not work out for them. They're back on Caustic here in game number 3, as Underrated really had a disappointed games 1 and 2. I like that decision from them, although I would like to see Rampart continue.
Absolutely. The use of those Rampart shields, dodging those Arc Stars in the last game, it was just phenomenal to see them survive for so long without actually having a building of their own. They were out in the open, they were surviving, dodging grenades, but unfortunately they had the low ground, they had the open field. They just didn't have the luck of the draw on their position in that moment. But we'll see what they can pull out on this one. And Gambit Esports, they're in Fragment. They're chilling for now. And 7, 8, 9, they're portaling. Oh, and they do have an amazing spot, center of the next zone.
Oh, that is huge. 7, 8, 9 finds themselves a good low ground position, but keep in mind there's a team right above them. I think that might be Gambit, if I remember correctly from what we just saw. We might have Gambit on top, 7, 8, 9 on bottom, 2 heavy-hitting teams stacked right now like 2 pancakes. For shout out to any Americans watching right now. I know it's nice, bright and early on a Sunday morning. Shout out as well, of course, to our European viewers. You know I got a lot of love in my heart for the European Apex scene, as we now are on board with Third Impact, making the rotation over in Epicenter. They're on edge of the circle. They will be safe for now, but let's see how they decide to play this girl. Do they decide to hold this position and hope that the next circle actually ends up playing on them, or will they rotate closer to center circle? This is an interesting spot to be over in Epicenter. What are your thoughts, girl? Is this a good position if you're a team that wants to post up with, of course, they're playing as Bloodhound, so they'll probably continue to roam with them, right?
Yeah, I believe this is a good position for them. A Gibraltar Bloodhound ideally want to stay on the edge zone, try and pick people off coming in. You know, they have the high ground on Epicenter. Hopefully they don't get shot at by snipers too much. I believe it's MCD still in Epicenter, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But they're going to catch people coming on in, early rotators. There are a few teams outside of the zone, but who knows, they might not catch anyone.
Yeah, and I love how they're playing this as well. Wraith, just same exact position. Wraith is typically the legend that roams, gets intel, tries to scout and find for people, while the true scout Bloodhound either is going to be picking up beacons or just posting up, using some scans and roaming as well. This is a heavy scout and roam and slay type of team composition with the Wraith and a Bloodhound on one team. And then, of course, you have Gibraltar is able to really offer cover, offer a dome shield for protection in case one of those two legends finds himself in a pretty tough position. Third Impact Black right now, playing their team comp near perfect. That's exactly how they want to play it. On the edge of the ring, scouting and trying to find teams to hunt and pounce. We'll see if Third Impact ends up finding a catch here. Meanwhile, jumping on board with Flavor of the Month, running the same exact team composition here, girl.
They are, and they have a scout on Gibraltar. Really good to have a long-range weapon on your Gibraltar because he can do so much damage and tank so much with his gun shield. And he did find a team kind of zipping up to them, but they're deciding to pull off of that high ground, jump in, and find themselves a spot in the zone.
Oh, and that Gibraltar dome shield is going to give them the artificial cover that they need just in case. I think that, you know, better use it than lose it is a good mantra in Battle Royales. Yes, you have to face that cooldown now, which is quite significant after the nerf to Gibraltar a couple months ago, but definitely worth it to make sure he didn't get tagged up and take any shots right there. Now, we jump on board with Cooler, former Nasky, Strafey, and Dell championship-winning squad from the ALGS Summer Circuit. They dominated the playoffs. Of course, they lost Strafey to Navi since then, and Strafey has now revamped that Navi roster under Strafey. And I'm excited to see what that Navi roster can do in future tournaments, but not this one. They didn't qualify. Meanwhile, MCD, former North Squad, Taishin, Mandy, and RPR, they find themselves near Third Impact. This might be an interesting fight between MCD and Third Impact. These are two titans that might be clashing here, girl.
Yeah, I don't believe having the bottom of Epicenter being a really good spot because if they end up being in a fight, the top team will jump down, they'll use a portal, they'll do whatever they can to third party them. So they do not want to take a fight right there. It's very risky with so many teams around them.
Yeah, and I like this Balanji of Third Impact still in the same area. TI, of course, a team that's been playing together on that Third Impact roster for quite some time here. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in with Third Impact to see what they have to say about this roaming meta.
Wait, so this guy is shooting somebody like between the icicles here.
Okay.
I don't see anybody, but they might come that side.
Can you just hold this, Jess?
Yeah, you have the throw, Chico.
Where was the DT?
I'm bringing it.
Yeah, nice. So I think there is a team behind this icicle. Or maybe they... Do he have angle there, though? Oh, maybe he does. Can he not
He's taking you from lower construction.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we're not gonna get that great game drop. Whatever.
Oh my god.
It's fine, though. I think it's kind of good.
Yeah, it might be good. That frag has to move out
There's
also.
gonna be so many teams that have to come from the side. There's like 2 teams Epi that come with us as well.
That ball
no,
is
safe.
This ball is safe.
The FP teams should go north.
We play that. We play for this.
Yeah.
We can't get fucked playing that.
Under
because,
me.
like, we
Under me
under us.
walking up. They're walking right towards the house there.
They're
all
wrap
under the
around.
house. Yeah. They should have to waste port for this.
They're under me.
Yeah. They know.
Are they moving?
They're walking around us.
Yeah, they're walking right under us. Can't really like... I don't want to fall down, so...
Yeah. I hit that blood 50. Purple. There's still a team top Epi as well.
Give it.
Yeah, they went in.
All of them?
Yep. Inside
Give
the
me hit
house.
for you. Blue.
There is fights here. We don't have range, sadly.
No. I'm 3 damage off blue. I need one bullet.
Yeah, you need
87 off purple.
You can just come to me and
I
like...
only have 5 cells left.
You see
3
people.
bits.
Oh yeah, you're shooting somebody.
Well, I can't hit him, so...
Yeah,
That was
somebody's
still a team top
crafting. One
Epi,
is crafting,
yeah,
one is
that's
crafting here. Like, you can poke them, I feel like.
I wanna watch this team though, I don't wanna let them...
What do we even play for? Like, balloon?
Play
already
balloon.
played,
Balloon, play balloon, yeah.
Okay. This team's going far like towards survey side.
Cap. One of them died in cap.
This team's running far towards survey side. We need to try and group
Yeah.
the teams that will come over this way. Like,
Yep.
We're
I
on this best side,
probably
though.
can play this already, I feel like.
Yeah. There's people shooting down towards our north as well. This team might come back.
Remember the team on the roof though?
Yeah, they don't have angle,
This team's just getting hard held here, by the way. So they're gonna have to run.
Can you scan here, Jess? I don't know if they left.
No, one of them died. Like, they're not there anymore.
Okay.
This team might come back to us in Epi, by the way, so I'm just gonna hard
Yeah, you need to hold that. That's more important right now.
Yeah, I think I just...
Hostile spotted.
And there you have it. Good to get perspective from a team running that Bloodhound, Wraith, and Gibraltar team composition. The multinational team, of course, Balan coming from Sweden, Ziki from Finland, and Jazz from the United Kingdom. They've been playing together since May of 2020. One of the longest lasting team compositions that's been looking great. It's Third Impact. They'll find themselves in an interesting fight here in this rotation, girl.
Absolutely, and they were telling each other what the priorities were. Check the team in the back because the other team rotated and they're no longer a threat to us. They're no longer going to take the position in front of us. Oh, and here we are, champions of our last game. Zerfer goes down. Deputy's taking in a lot of damage and Corny goes down as well.
It's actually going to be the hands of MCD, who had to rotate all the way through Epicenter. Well played, well rotated for Taishin, Mandy, and RPR. They find themselves 2 on the champions from game number 2 is now. They're looking for a third. They know that Dibbities is nearby. They're just going to be patiently waiting for that free pick, that free last KP. They know it's there. Meanwhile, New, currently in last place, they're finding themselves some much-needed eliminations on Totem. Another team with a lot of pressure. Former Lazarus squad, they're currently in 14th or 15th.
You can tell how much experience this team has playing together because they knew what spot on the map will be safe while the zone closes in, and they rotated all the way from Epicenter to the spot under the bridge, and they want to play it. They want to push in from that area, and we'll see if they're going to be able to execute that. While 789, they have a great position, but they're under a lot of pressure. They're getting crypto ultied. They have 2 knocked on the team, but they're able to get the revives up, and that's crucial.
Yeah, prioritizing the cost of revive was huge. That might just give them a chance here. They're going to get taken out. Meanwhile, the solo queue goats, Shiv, Zippeth, and Diff Q find themselves in an engagement, but they're tagged up quite a bit. It is significant how hurt they are right now. Shiv's going to go down. That's huge. And it's given to the hands of 2 rats, 1 controller. Coming from Countdown originally, they're still alive. Meanwhile, T-Rex not looking so great. Lasite France we're on screen with right now. They find themselves on the third party, and this is a good opportunity for them to play cleanup crew.
They are playing cleanup crew, but the other team is going to manage to escape with a few health points. But Psychbot does want to chase them down. Arc stars it up. Getting those kill points is crucial because more points you get, the higher you are on the leaderboard. Easy and simple as that.
Speaking of Kobe, nicely placed nades right there from Psychop. Going to take out Jerovich, last alive. Meanwhile, we jump on board a third impact, formerly from Epicenter. They find themselves in an engagement. Belangi finds himself in a world of hurt. One more shot should do it. No, he's able to turn the corner. Survives for now. Meanwhile, Taskmaster, Larrabee New, and co. continue to do it on TI. It is Belangi just trying to survive and rat his way to a top 5 finish here if he can. 789 and TI were in the leaderboard standings, top 2 after game 1. Neither of them have played consistent since. It's looking a little bleak for them as we jump on board with Magicians.
And they do have themselves a spot secured in the zone, and they're going to portal back to the platform. This is a great place because they have a lot of cover from the crates where they're playing at Balin. Going to try and get the revive, but he's getting pushed. They noticed, they heard the revive going in, and he's just going to have to hold the Bloodhound off with his Gibraltar Dome.
Yeah, Ballon finds himself in a 1v1. Gonna get tagged up by the third party though, and unfortunately that 1v1 turns into a 1v-many as Balanji is the unfortunate recipient of damage from third party. Taishin is the one that gets the final elimination there. Meanwhile, Naski and Yuki of Cooler, they take out 2 from New Esports. That is pretty big. I want to jump on board with Cooler momentarily to see what they're up to, as we do find MCD in a pretty rough spot right now. Cooler's alive, MCD alive. We do know that TI and 789 were both in a world of hurt. TI is out. 789, I'm not sure if they're able to survive that fight earlier. I would assume not.
RPR just trying to find a place to survive. Naski almost goes down to the caustic gas there. Caustic gas is crucial. Even if you have 100 armor, you will go down to that gas by your health points.
Yeah, exactly. Yuki's getting tagged up a bit. Naski literally has 1 HP. You could tickle him with a feather and he gets knocked, but some way, somehow, Naski's able to heal back up. Serdell still knocked, but the flank's going to come through. Yuki, the pressure is too strong. It's going to be from Kick Esports. Good shots coming through. Denze is the Wraith doing his job phenomenally as the tip of the spear, breaking ice, and now it's going to be the follow-up ultimate coming through from Caustic. Crypto nearby as well, so an EMP from Crypto could cause a world of hurt for Cooler. It's not looking good.
Denzai did retreat with his Q because he doesn't want to overextend. He does not want to make it a 2v2 situation again. But Yuki, Cooler, they're getting third party. They got shot from the back and they are taken out by Magicians.
So in the end here, girl, coming into these last circles, we do have New Esports alive. Magicians, who needed a big performance. I had them as a note here on my note card as a team that needed to perform here in Game 3 as they're barely in the top 10. They are popping off right now. The Russians, I believe 1 Ukrainian, doing it well. Meanwhile, Taylor of Flavor of the Month finding the best rat spot he can possibly find. I don't even know if I call that a rat spot because it's not the best position to be in. He finds himself in a rough position as Luminosity Gaming, speaking of a CIS squad, Russian/Ukrainian squad, they find themselves in a good spot.
Yes, but they do have to make the portal in, and it seems like a lot of people want that spot. So there's going to be a fight here. There's a team underneath them, but they're going to have to fight. They're going to take the portal, but they will get shot from all angles here.
Yeah, the portal's going to find them success, and that's going to be a perfect spot right on the rat of Flavor of the Month. Meanwhile, K-Switty of Underrated switching over to Caustic from Rampart, finds himself in a tough position. Thank goodness he's Caustic, because that gas is going to keep him alive and well for now, but actually another teammate's going to come. It's an opponent right nearby. K-Switty is just surviving by the hair on his chinny chin of Caustic, and as a grown man, that's quite a bit of hair from Caustic. We'll see if he can survive here for now.
Those death box is actually great cover for him for the time being, but LG ends up taking him out. Sonya is indeed down, but they do have 2 alive. They will get the armor swap up, and they will be able to fight in these last 3 squads.
So we have Magicians, we have Luminosity Gaming, and we have Kick as our final 3 teams remaining in this one. It all comes down to this final fight. 3 members alive for Kick, 2 members for Luminosity, and I believe 3 for Magicians as well. It's a 3v3v2. Here comes the push. They don't want to wait for the ring to close. They're going to push in and take control of their own fate here, find themselves some great shots. The aggression pays off. Offense is the best defense here as Magicians takes out LG.
It was really good of them to notice that the team was a team of 2, so they will get the clean wipe and the 3v3 situation here with Kick.
So it all comes down to this final 3 versus 3 magicians coming from CIS, Russia, Ukraine versus Kick, the Polish squad. We'll see who comes out on top. Here comes the push from Kimsu. Gonna try and find one. He's gonna get a knock that's huge. He neutralizes 2v2, but it's not gonna be enough. He gets taken out. All up to Cybec. Tries to get a first crack. He's gonna do that. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. Cybec going for the 1v2 clutch. Can he get it? Yes, he does! What a performance from Cybec. Kick is your champion of game number 2. Puts the team on his back and performs when it matters the most. A 1v2 clutch from Cybec of Kick Esports. Wow.
That was a wonderful clutch, and I can't believe that it actually ended up working. I believe that Gibraltar must have been looking for armor swaps at the end there, because I'm not quite sure why he didn't heal. He was very, very low. He was 1 shot from dying, and he ended up dying into that 1v1 at the end.
Yeah, must have had no heals. It was late in the game. We know Magicians found themselves in a couple of skirmishes earlier, so I'm guessing their utility, their heals were a little bit light towards that end game. I'm not sure what exactly it was, but either way, whether you have heals or not, don't worry about healing or armor swapping. Fight your 2v1, take your numbers. Don't let Cybec do what he just did. What a phenomenal performance from him, clutching up when it matters, and Kick finds himself a much-needed win. To break it all down, let's go ahead and throw it back to our analyst at the desk. It's Kate and T-Squared.
Listen, game 3, why not? Why don't we have let's just get ourselves a 3rd winning team. Tom, Kick Esports, definitely on our list for sure to keep our eyes out for. Talk to me a little bit about how they found themselves on top here of our game number 3.
I think first of all, we got to give a shout out to all the teams that set up in that house and predicted that zone, because it could have pulled a lot of different ways, but that's a very common zone, ending right out over towards that fence. We saw so many great plays. LG came through, they got the God building, Gambit split that as well. Then you see all these teams kind of coexisting in the area, but this was another zone where Caustic is going to prove extremely useful. We saw K-Swing switch over Caustic. It's very important to, again, stay alive with Caustic in the gas. You're the only player that can fight it out. So a lot of times it does come onto these Caustic type of battles, but what a job by Kick Esports, and also a nice job by Magicians going out and swooping over towards LG, because even though they don't get first place and they lose it on 3 placement points, they get 9 instead of 12, they're able to pick up 2 kills along the way and also eliminate LG, giving them that extra placement to secure them a little bit more points. So that was a really heads up play by them, but what a job by Kick Esports finishing the game.
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course we'll go into that final moment here in just a moment. But first, let's talk a little bit about team comps, because I'm such a fan of that particular element of this game, because it can change wildly from game to game. It didn't this time, actually. I believe, or one Rampart went to a Caustic, if I'm not mistaken, and I know Onset was very upset about that. Totally understand. But real quick, can you talk to me about any of these games? I mean, it seems like the teams are like settling in for their comps.
They really are. It's going to be this constant battle of, is it going to be a Gibraltar circle or is it going to be a Caustic circle? We're seeing great EMPs. It's the counter to the bubble. The EMP coming in at the right time is really going to mess things up, but the defensive regardless teams that aren't rocking the Gibraltar. So it's a weird tug of war, but you got to really give credit to the way that Kick was able to play this from under the bridge status to go and make the way around to the final circle. A lot of these teams like Gambit and LG had a huge advantage by being inside the house because they're so safe the entire time. But Kick was able to really fend off from a lot of different angles, and then they're push and bully their way through. I was really impressed how they finished the game.
At any rate, let's take a look at what the numbers are going to tell us, because once again, it's going to see where the cookie crumbles here for our stats. Find out how many kill points we got. Oh, looks like we're actually going to take a look at our fine. Oh, there we go. That's the one. Okay, now Tom, tell me something. We're looking at a lot more even kills. We still have Magicians, of course, cleaning up with 9 kills. Let's see if they haven't been at the top of our leaderboards for a while, but they are coming in hot with 8. And not to be outdone, New Esports also coming in with 8. Even though they're back down to number 10. Is this a surprise to you at all here in game number 3?
I think we're going to be surprised how even everything's going to be, because a lot of times after game number 3, we kind of have a couple of teams starting to stand out. That's really not the case at this point as we take a look at the overall standings. This is absolutely such a close race. We really couldn't ask for anything closer. Look at the left-hand side. 10 teams within 11 points of each other. That's absolutely ridiculous. You can't count anybody out, even 3 trees, 2 rats, 1 controller. This is going to be really, really intense going into the final game, final 3 games.
Absolutely, and an interesting moment. Magicians has been sort of up there, sort of that always a bridesmaid, never a bride situation in the last 3 games, but like they have been bringing in that consistency, and that's one of those, that consistency word you're going to hear a lot from both Tom and I, because it's definitely something that is, I mean, it's a no-brainer, right? You're consistent with your gameplay. You're consistently finding yourself in that top 10. You're consistently going to make it into that top 3, into those playoffs. But consistency isn't always the sexiest thing. Pardon the pun here. But, right, Tom? I mean, at this point, you want the consistency. I mean, we saw Magicians. They're doing great work. Don't get me wrong, but they haven't made it #1 yet here. And they're definitely a contender for that Game 5, Game 6.
One thing is certain.
Winner of this tournament.
Someone will die.
It's because of those heads-up plays, like realizing that LG is another team that is having a very strong base so far. They're right next to you in the leaderboard. So they're trying to go for, you know, a big risk, big reward play over here. Let's realize that that's a duo. Come over, wipe them out. That's a really good team down. Make sure they're not getting any more points, no points, etc., because we could come down to a tie here. We've seen ties before, even for 1st and 2nd place. So it comes down to really smart individual plays, but also really smart team plays. That was a great team play to come around, swipe, but you also run the risk of getting third party. You also could turn that in your favor if you're able to do it that cleanly. Unfortunately, Seaback just really clutched it out in this +1 situation and got the double kick. So we're going to come down to probably the closest race we've ever seen in the ALGS, and it's near the first tournament in the circuit. That's what we would hope.
I'll add you to my kill count. Let's talk about that final mechanical engineering. You're either here or you're dead. Comes down to the left, and it sounded like we had a 1v2 scenario that is definitely the way we like to see Apex played. Tom, walk me through how it is Kick found themselves on top.
Right, so you see LG gets taken out over towards the side by Magicians. Now Kick's starting to push in because they realize the situation. The defensive bombardment was used, smart play by going over towards the side, and everyone is just taking it. You get a little bit worried when you see 2 players which can go down. Really smart armor swap coming right through there, but everybody's doing maximum damage that they can while trying to take as little damage as possible. And now that's what happens when you open the rest of the game. So I was just really impressed again the way that they immediately collapsed and knew that the other team had to go and reload. Magicians just got done killing LG. Now's your opportunity to kind of pounce on it, but everybody has to hit their shots. That's the key thing. Everybody has to go and take their angles. Kick really hit their shots. They didn't really play anything poorly. All the angles were taken the right way, and they got rewarded with the W.
Well, let me have you put your coach hat on for a minute, and talk to some of our players who aren't pros, who are coming up in the ranks, who are really looking to improve their game. What does game #3 teach us from a player-coach perspective about timings, about angles? What is it? What is something that you want some of these amateur players to glean from what we just saw?
No kill leader.
It's really not about your shots as much as it is your decision-making, your teamwork, and just like the communication that you're bringing to the table. You also have to have a lot of zone knowledge and positional knowledge. Positioning in this game is so important, and that's why you're seeing all these teams get to these god spots, as they say, like LG inside the building, Gambit splitting below. But you have to know where this is going to go, and you have to have situational awareness. Everybody has to know what their legend is doing, right? So if you're Wraith, your job is to portal. If you're the Caustic, you got to start laying barrels down. If you're a Gibraltar, you need to go and place the red dome. So for a new player, I would just say find the legend that you vibe with, find the legend that you love, go and master that, and you know, hopefully it's something that you enjoy playing, and you don't get forced off by some of your teammates. Don't ever let someone tell you what legend to play, okay? Play whatever you want.
Friends don't force other friends to play legends they don't want to play. Put that on a t-shirt. Absolutely, and we'll have highlights of this last game in a second, and there absolutely were, and I'm curious, now that we're in game #3, we saw game #1 pop off for this T3, which is somewhat uncharacteristic. Somewhat, I say. Don't get on after here, people. The game 2 looked and felt a little bit more EU, a little bit more measured. What does game #3 tell you from the beginning all the way through where we got to here at the end?
I think the teams are starting to slow down just a little bit. Everyone's going to start, you know, getting a little bit more aggressive probably in game #5 or 6, especially in the last game when they know exactly how many points they're going to need to make their way up in the leaderboard. And keep in mind, if you place inside, I think it's top 2, maybe top 3, I think it's just top 2 actually, you are going to secure yourself a spot for the playoffs. If you get inside the top 10, you're also getting cash. Top 10 will put you into the next OT as well, in online tournament number 2 happening, I believe, February 21st. So there's a lot on the line here, not to win the tournament, but also for all of the winner circuit.
Absolutely. Well, hey, listen, we have got a lot more in store. Specifically, we're going to game number 4. And we'll toss to our casters, but first, let's take a look at that Lenovo Legion laptop. Something tells me you might want to hear more about it, and actually, I got the chance to dive into it head first. Take a look.
Hey everybody! I have got the Lenovo Legion 7i laptop here. I thought I'd give you a quick look. So one of the things you first see is that this thing is a beast, but the minimalistic chassis is pretty thin. I mean, the reality is that once this pandemic lifts, it's going to work its way into my planes, trains, and automobile travel. Because, let's be clear, as much as this small design is great, the fact that it's got top-of-the-line GeForce RTX graphics card means I can game anywhere, and it's not going to take up the entire train.
I'm doing one of those very, very soon. I'm excited. I got my laptop here as well and use it to broadcast, and as but I'm happy to be here in Game 4 on 7. What is interesting about where we're at is it's like a little bit of time in higher stakes, because we all know we come from football, a soccer background, we love it. There's that pause. This is like that pause before you get into the final zone, but you're still playing. So you got to keep yourself motivated. You got to know that this matters just as much as Game 5 and 6, but we're not quite there yet, so you got to keep pacing.
Point standing that Tom was talking about there across the leaderboards right now. 11 points separate the top 10 teams. It is completely unviable. Our team down in 6th place at the moment could win the whole tournament with a hot start here. Well, speaking of hot starts, we're already having a fight, and one ticket in is T-Rex, and 2-on-1 Seaver having that fight. It's going to be T-Rex who comes outside.
Why not? Just go ahead and just keep faking. Trying to get the punches in.
Let him know, Rain. Sometimes you've got to assert dominance. After 3 games, if they haven't got the idea, you have to let them know. And that is what I would do. Repeat finisher, cancel finisher, repeat finisher. Do not come back here next game.
I know.
Sorry, I got a little bit heated. I got heated then, alright?
I mean, it's not like we didn't grind a rank together at Diamond, you know? I mean, I understand what you do, and thank God I don't have to watch it on the broadcast as well, because it is a little toxic, okay? But no, you do have to make sure that you're asserting your dominance. I agree with you here. People trying to contest, and you don't realize it if you're a viewer on the outside of this. But these teams have zones that they've unofficially officially claimed. And if you keep landing in their zone and contesting them, you're 50-50, you're both splitting loot, no one's getting the advantage. And it becomes a very big, dramatic, social element to this game that pisses people off. Let's just call it what it is. It pisses players off. And that is a thing that you do sometimes to say, listen, you keep landing with us. This is Game 4. We just won 2 games ago. You're going to keep doing this? We're going to make sure you know not to do it next game.
Well, they didn't completely wipe them. This is the thing that we should keep in mind. One player did get away, and it's sometimes funny how that one player can get away from the balance. All of a sudden, you have that fight again a little bit later on, and the other team wins it. So we'll have to see if that does happen. But the point was made, for sure. I'm interested to see if it does happen again in the next game. But, Game 4 then, 20 minutes has seen already a little bit of action. We're going to see Magicians here making their way towards the western side of the map, and it's going to be a very similar zone to what we saw in our game number 1, I believe, on the lava fissure side of the map. We'll get a bit of a closer look at the map overhead when we do have the opportunity to, but Countdown looks like it is heavily favored as well, where we've already seen that battle go down, so it puts a little bit more emphasis on that initial fight, doesn't it? The fact that, you know, T-Rex managed to come out on top. Not only do they have dominance on Countdown, they also have dominance on map positioning for where that circle might be pulling.
Yeah, Magicians, you know, at least they have dominance with that new Gibraltar heirloom right there. Because at the end of the day, you know, you go into a fight and one person has an heirloom, the other doesn't. I mean, that's just style points, and that's just confidence. We can't call it any other way.
Scanning the area. Gas trap deployed. Taking fire.
Round 2.
even if he wins this fight, which would be great KP for him, it means that a third party will come in, and that's what we've just seen. I think it was Third Impact who were just waiting for the moment to come in. They clean up, and Avant-Garde, who kicked all of this battle off, they're going to be sitting pretty in that building.
And Denze comes in actually and finds the kill onto Third Impact, who was down, had just popped the shield battery, and now it's Zeke who's able to come through and finish that off. But at the end of the day, you did see Kick at least salvage some of that desperate fight earlier, which did not go their way, which started this entire skirmish here over on this eastern side, and it has just been chaos. We thought this was going to be, at least I thought, on set a little bit quieter. 20 squads left for a while. We had seen a lot of early skirmishes in games 1, 2, and 3, and I just thought it was going to slow down, but it seems like the pace has, if anything, sped up here. The desperation on these teams' faces, you can tell it, you can feel it as a pulse in the lobby that they know this is kind of a do-or-die moment to shift the game in their favor.
Yeah, I think you make a great point there. The fact that the leaderboards and the points are divided so equally at the moment between all of the teams. Everybody before this game would have been saying to each other, one big game here, and we could win this tournament, potentially. If you put up a 20 bomb, a 30 bomb as far as winning a game, put up a huge amount of kills, that could be enough at this point in this particular tournament. So everyone's going to be feeling that if they have the opportunity to push kills, to take third-party opportunities, they have to do that. Weiger's now trying to escape down the hill, sliding on their backsides as a shield battery will be popped, but unfortunately for them, it looks like Crypt has been taken down.
And Oznazeni again, basically getting shot in the heel, trying to run away. You know he's just tired of these fights that have him basically getting shot at and not being able to return it. Again, dipping and diving, Serpentine! And he's not going to be able to get too far. It seems like he's at least bought himself a second to return some fire, maybe find a relief and pressure, and he's hitting the gold shield. But if that's a sign of who's pushing him, it seems like teams are very well equipped and ready to go ahead and shut this one last member of Weiger's down, and they surely will do so. Boy, oh boy, you got to feel for him there. That's 2 games in a row we've seen him essentially just fall by the wayside to a team shooting him from the back.
Yeah, I think Oznazeni was just taking those few seconds to write his will, because I think he knew exactly what was about to happen in that particular situation. It was
he didn't have the cousins mentioned yet, so he had to get all the family members in there.
Yeah, had to get it all done, you know, it's just paperwork. But it eventually got done, and it was the former North squad who did take him out, so that's good KP on the board for them. Back at the other side of Trials, though, 7-8-9, with all of the fighting that's been going down, they've managed to sneak their way into one of these premier positions. And for them, they're probably thinking, how have we managed to get here so easily, to be completely honest with you, with the amount of fights that have been going down, the amount of aggression, especially on that house that we saw a few moments ago, just to the north of where they are right now. That means with those teams being taken down, with these fights being taken, solo players having to retreat, it means those premium areas for teams to hold down are still available, and Solo Q Goats, they're at the moment chilling on top of Trials in one of those premium positions.
And I think that's really an interesting conversation here. Not only are they at the top of Trials, I mean, look at the loadout here. Great opportunities to not only keep doing damage from that range, things like a triple take, things like a Volt, Mastiffs to switch onto, Gold Shield as well. So if they're getting poked back, have incredible economy of resources that they can use. Shield cells doing double healing. We mentioned that earlier. That was one of the big elements of T-Rex, taking that high ground in the Lava City game that allowed Zerifer to really just heal back up quickly and stay in the fight and take that win. I'm loving where they're at. Solo Q Goat's a fan favorite for sure, and I think they're definitely positioned nicely to maybe make a little bit of magic, but it's Magicians who have been in control of that power source so far, and with the deep pocket, as Onset said, as kind of where they're heading out and holding, they don't seem to be giving it up anytime soon.
Yeah, I think they're in a pretty good position here. Finally, kind of things have calmed down a little bit in this game number 4. It has been a bit of a crazy one, to be honest with you, as far as the start and the action and the aggression coming in from a lot of teams has been concerned. But Magicians now holding down this tower, holding down this back area of where that circle is. You can see the top left-hand side of your screen as well. The one thing that I would say that a lot of players who are watching this right now, a lot of fans of competitive Apex Legends probably thinking this is definitely a trial zone. Well, I did see an interesting one the other day that pulled pretty violently back into Skyhook. So keep an eye on that, even though I don't expect it to happen. A team like the Cite de France here, who might be set up in Skyhook on this triple stack building, might have a little bit of luck go their way.
Well, I think that's the benefit of kind of hedging this bet, right? You know, you're saying, listen, if it's not, we're already on the outskirts, and we have to make the move anyways, right? So there's no point in getting kind of close, but if it pulls Skyhook, we're in a perfect position. So let's just, hey, let's hope for the best. We already know we're pretty much going to have to move anyways, but we might get really lucky. The interesting thing, though, is Flavor of the Month and you look at Le Cite de France, you look at Third Impact, T-Rex, and Magicians, and you say these teams have all been performing, but particularly for me, even though we're watching Flavor of the Month, Magicians have been a team that have been right there. They've been knocking on heaven's door, just second place.
Yep.
So effective in terms of how they've been playing these in-game circles. It feels like this could be the game that they finally clinch up and take the W. And in fact, I wonder if that's what they're thinking. So let's go ahead and toss it to a listen-in to see what's on the minds of Magicians themselves.
В смысле, зачем домам идти к нам, если зона туда?
Ну, зона выйдет оттуда, если...
Нет, она туда.
Окей, тогда Trials весь закрыть. Нам даже право намного проще закрыть, чем лево.
Да, да. Ну да.
Потому что эти ёбаные камни, блядь, неадекватные.
Так, если их тейкнуть, то все под контролем.
Ну, там пиздец-файты должны быть лютые, кстати, Trials. Ну, смотрим зону. Смотрит на дрон, не стреляет, патроны экономит. Крыска, блин. Так вот этот чел.
Враг, что ли?
Да нет, враг там.
Да.
Ну, у нас супер крутая позиция. Армора тоже хороший. Каску, я думаю, надо...
Дед, тебе фокус фулл на трайлсы делать.
Да, да.
Вообще нет смысла чекать.
Я понимаю.
Это 100%.
Ну вот LG скоро пойдут в эту сторону. И они с этими закончатся. Мы должны это убить, подлутать, я думаю.
Да.
Ну, если у них наглости не хватит к нам крутить, конечно, через справа.
Слай, а тут негде крутить, тут вообще негде крутить, там все в опенах. Они без гибы.
Не понимают, что у нас снайперка.
А, они без гибы точно.
Еще и без гиба. Даже
Они
если
просто...
бы гиба был, то все равно не хуй.
Ну да, ты даешь сотку, они отдают бабл, я даю импри, все как я. Файты начинаются.
An interesting look at what so often is the missed element of high-level competitive Apex, and sometimes that's not doing anything. That's staying exactly where you are and setting up for when teams move into you. Magicians obviously been successful in those final circles on set. It seems like patience has definitely been on their side today, whereas teams like Flavor of the Month, a little bit more rotation that they need to do in order to get to that spot. Not so safe, but definitely a lot more action happening right about now.
Yeah, they're going to have to plan how they try and work their way into this zone. You can see in 50 seconds they're going to have to make a move, and with 17 squads being alive, it's going to be extremely difficult. And I know that a lot of players and a lot of teams find these trials zones extremely difficult to play because there is a lack of cover. There is that extreme elevation change where you have the team on top of trials who eventually will have to drop down as well. And even inside of trials, there's not really too much room for teams to play. You can kind of play between the two doors that open in the middle, but you can't really play the middle bit because there's the team up top. So that early rotation, getting to where Magicians is so vital. So it's not a surprise to see them not doing too much, apart from the fact that, you know, they're scouting the area. They're looking for any teams trying to put them under pressure. LG might be one of those teams moving on, but there's that team from height. Believe Rock with that big shot.
And that is enough to put LG in trouble because they're already fighting one squad. Now they've got one member down in its Rugby, and that's the Wraith, and that's the rotation. Sonya just trying to get out of there. Got the Caustic Hammer in hand. Running away. The Heirloom not going to save now, though, and this is the thing with Caustic. Get him to end zone, you're fine. But can he get to end zone? And they don't have the Gibraltar. They chose the Crypto. They don't have the defenses here to really make this work. And Sonya just pretty much playing with a prayer. This should be the end of Luminosity Gaming. The shield back going to buy a little bit of time, but you got to say this does not look hopeful for LG.
It doesn't, but he's got himself a little bit of cover here, and that's the good news for him. It's going to allow him to pop a medkit, and if you can survive for just a few seconds, and we do see where that circle pulled as well, it is going to be right up to where Magicians were set up on that tower. Then you can maybe see another few teams take a few engagements, and you can pick up a few extra placement points. Maybe a KP falls your way. All these tiny little things, which when the score is so close between these teams in this lobby, and you know we've only got 2 games ahead of us after this as well, that could be the difference come those final moments in this tournament. So for LG, even though it's looking like a little bit of a perilous position, it could be one of those plays which really adds up towards the end of the tournament.
One thing for sure, a lot of teams counting them out after seeing 2 go down, and you can tell that they don't really have much to work with. So again, maybe as Onset's mentioning, could be a little bit of a surprise coming back. Least expected by this lobby, but there's Senya, who does fall by Kasanya, and that just might have actually put LG out of the running here. Zeke and Third Impact making a move. These guys leading the lobby in second place, right behind T-Rex. And Magicians, one place behind them. So we've taken a look at T-Rex already. We've had a listen in with Magicians, who are sitting patiently in a great spot. And now Third Impact, realistically, maybe has the most to do here. But they've got teams in front of them, which is good.
Trying to maybe just put a little bit of pressure on this team inside of this building as well. Just maybe try and flush one player out, look to get a lucky pick, and then take control of this little building before they try and essentially clear their backs out and be the last team to rotate in from this side of the map. It's an interesting play here from Third Impact. We'll have to see if it plays off. Of course, they were the winner of our second game, our first game of the day today. The shot through the window there onto the Gibby is going to drop a little bit off his shields, and the second one there, it's actually the Caustic who's camped up in this corner, so another one here is going to force the barrel, force the ultimate potentially, and then that's the opportunity maybe for Third Impact to push. However, it looks like Zeke's decided that that isn't the time for them to make a play in this game. 13 squads still remaining. They're going to take their time and wait for that precise moment to succeed.
Another team, Mikkel, Ken, and Dan. That's RPR, Taishin, and Mandy. They're in 24 points here. That's putting them around 6th in the lobby as it stands. But what we're looking at now is really what can these teams do to take the lead, to really put it so that in Game 5 and Game 6, they are in the power position. There's so many teams. The top 10 teams, it looks like, all within 10 points of each other. And now you see the ordinances coming out. There's the defensive shield as well, the dome shield from Gibraltar. That's going to buy him about 12 seconds. And Third Impact feel confident now, starting to inch closer on set as that circle starts to pull and the zone starts to push teams together. Krabers are out and running as well as RPR takes a fall from Kashera. And there's the R99 from Shiv also working on Gambit. There's a lot of stuff happening right now on set. It's just hard to keep track of it all.
Yeah, this is where a lot of teams are going to die. They had to rotate from Skyhook. A lot of teams going to be crossing open ground. It's so tough to do on this side of the map, on these trial zones, and that's why you're seeing 13 go down to 10, with shots still being exchanged across the battlefield here. You see that Jay Savage is taken down, I believe, Rock there. Winnie, he's going to be taken down and play with a caustic gas as well. Where's Desu as the last player alive here? She's trying to do what she can do for 7-8-9 to maybe get a few KP on the board, but for now, having to retreat behind the knockdown shields of the teammates and pop that battery, but she might be able to survive long enough here once again to just get an extra placement point. Unfortunately though, she'll be taken down.
And that's TTM coming in to try to find the damage, and they've done a great job of it. Savage and Amaz absolutely making it interesting here as Reply. Totem Esports really looking to make a move. 8 squads left, 4 kills to just Jay Savage alone, and Magicians finding themselves rotating a lot more on the outskirts than we would have expected, and the L-Star doing so much damage, so many buffs to this weapon over the course of its lifetime in Apex Legends after being pulled out of the care package, and now you're seeing the power of that plus the Hemlock just enough to take down Nefas and Rex Forever. Taskmaster with the flatline doing a ton of work, but Magicians maybe running out of tricks here, deciding to put the rabbit back in the hat and just take their wins, going back to the outside, the deep pocket where they love to hold, but there's somebody who's actually taken that position now, so Magicians maybe have given up the golden ground.
Now you're going to see a little bit of a fight going down once again, and it was pretty much free KP there on the outside that we saw going down for a few moments. These two teams are just trapped behind, and Solo Q Goats, who were up on top of Trials, remember, for such a long time, now going to be forced to make this move, and they're making it late. The only problem is Shiv doesn't have enough health to make it past the ring, who is a cruel mistress, as we all know, and takes him down to just 3 squads now. One of them is Totem Esports.
And this is unbelievable. Totem Esports, could they just absolutely be the ones to surprise the lobby? 3 alive. Sherp, Savage, Amaz. Malawan, though. Disbelief Taskmaster. Look at that. The rotation they pulled, and now they're right back on top, in control. We listened to them earlier, and it didn't feel like anything was going on. Not very exciting, but sometimes not exciting pays the bills. Sometimes not exciting and hard work gets the job done. And they've definitely taken the long road, but that road seems to be paying off dividends as they are sitting in the power position.
So we have that solo player there as well, and that is from the team who's currently bottom of the leaderboards. So I talked about how one big game can completely change things around here, and it looks like a kidnap is going to be attempted there by Taskmaster. Don't hate that, but unfortunately it looks like he might have accidentally taken the portal back, and that is giving the game away, but he managed to somehow crawl through before being taken down. Now the question is, are they going to try and push off this, take that opportunity? It doesn't look like they are. And all of a sudden, a bit of a reset in this fight, but that was a misplay that was not punished.
And you know what? It's because they have Sirius there as well. If he starts to push, they have a straggler who almost is acting as that fourth member to try to get a little bit of damage, to try to just make sure that no one pushes him and that he can maybe get it down, maybe get a knock and get involved in some KP, because he doesn't expect to win this game. Absolutely does not. Taskmaster, though, being risky. Maybe it's the overconfidence. Maybe it's the fact that he knew it would be very hard for them to push up into this zone. They'd be walking straight into a Mastiff. But the L-Star, how will it do? Third person for you Apex Legends fans. We've got it. And it allows us to take a great view of the battlefield right now. One at the highest. That's Magicians. And you've got Totem Esports, who have kind of made this lobby so interesting out of nowhere. Close to 6 at least kills to their name. Could they have the pop-off game that puts them in contention? We're going to find out in just a second as the circle is closing, and we're about to hit games in.
Yeah, Taskmaster with that play as well. You can see that they don't have the resources to get him back up to a full shielded complement as well. So he's going to be essentially with white armor in this particular final fight, which is, again, just shows how big a misplay that might have been there for Magicians. Sirius, excuse me, from 3 Trees, just waiting for his moment to cause some disruption as well. As we will see the final zone starting to creep in now. The question is it going to be enough to force one of these teams to force their hands to start this fight, as we see Maliwan now with the Gibraltar defensive bombardment ready to go down as well, trying to force this team out from behind this crate.
And you know they're going to do it. They do not, I don't believe, have the ability to deal with that right now. It's going to be a ton of damage dropping down, and Maliwan is going to be right behind them. They're just making sure they can take a fight with this 3v3, and the solo doesn't try to poach them. It's all the damage. And Sirius, he does get disbelief. He turns on the side of Magicians, and that means Totem Esports will take the victory. From 17th place to first, Totem Esports plant their totem in the ground. And Mastiffs in hands, they try to kidnap us. How about we kidnap this game and we put ourselves back in the conversation? This is why Europe is so fun to watch in Apex Legends.
Yeah, a great end game from them. They were helped out for sure by Magicians in that final moment, but it just shows that sometimes you've got to be patient, you've got to bide your time and wait for a mistake from the other teams who were involved in those last moments. And that was a perfect example of it. An attempted kidnap coming in from Taskmaster that didn't work. Then he accidentally got pulled back through the portal. And I thought that was their opportunity there for them to really close their game out, really give themselves the huge advantage by managing to finish him before he got back through. But he got back through, and he managed to get res, but didn't have the shields to get back up to a full complement of armor. And I mean, it was a tough one to watch if you're a Magicians fan in those final moments. Maybe nerves a factor in some of those decisions being made, but for Totem Esports, I mean, a huge result for them. That's going to catapult them up the table, but another amazing endgame there in our tournament today.
And I think really what Totem has done is they've made themselves a competitor now. They had 6 points coming into this, but the fact that they have at least 6 kills, probably closer to 7 or 8 to their name, and now they've got the first place, that's another 12 points. They're having a 20 to 24 point game potentially here. And I think that means in the conversation of maybe top 5, especially if some of these other teams did not perform well enough to stay in that top 5. The only person who really stayed in a strong position was the Magicians. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pull off the trick of staying in that spot and taking the deep pocket to the end. They got third place. They got a few kills. They had a couple of skirmishes. And so starting at third place in this game, they're only going to stay in contention. So this is getting interesting. Game 5 coming up soon. But to break all of this down and get us to the standings and how many points these teams actually got, let's send it back to the desk with Kate and Tom.
Well, thank you, Rain and Onset. Really appreciate you bringing us the action and getting so hyped. Let me ask this question, Tom, and I think I know the answer, which is Magicians. And I want to give Totem Esports their due. Well done, GG, absolutely. But Magicians, I said it last break, and I'm going to say it again. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride, but in this case, that can sometimes be the silver bullet to get through our Apex lobbies. Am I right?
Super tough there, you're right, Kate. And Magicians played that game masterfully all the way to the very end. They take the high ground over towards the sniper tower, they're looking good, and then they go for the portal play, which means they're using their resources. Not only that, they end up taking the portal back and getting knocked. I'm surprised that they didn't get counterplayed off of that. A nice job recovering, but still, that's a very scary situation to be in. You're using a lot of your cells, you're losing a little bit of confidence there, and then you don't have a portal to play with throughout all that. So they could have potentially did a huge play with an EMP with the combined with the with the defensive bombardment. That would have been huge. They just weren't able to pull it off. So either way, great job by Totem Esports getting back into this. That's our 4th game, and that's our 4th different winner. This leaderboard's going to be tight.
It is going to be tight, absolutely. And by the way, I cannot wait to ask you some more questions that basically masterclass in final zones. In terms of elevation, who can do what in what place. We'll get to that in a second, but first let's take a look at those Game 4 results. And Tom, you nailed it. We have 4 games, 4 different winners, which of course means that our standings will be ever so changing. Of course, look at this. Totem Esports coming out swinging, 9 kills, nothing to shake a stick at. Absolutely incredible performance for sure, and certainly not something I would say we were necessarily expecting. Yes, Tom?
But keep in mind, Magicians and T-Rex, those are the 2 teams to kind of look out for. And even though they're not winning the game, they're still getting towards that end zone. It was an absolute bloodbath. That is such an undeserving circle. We saw so many teams setting up over towards Skyhook, wondering which way this was going to pull. It could have ended outside Trials. It could have pulled over towards Skyhook. Magicians the entire time knew exactly what was going to happen. It's just unfortunate for them. They weren't able to get those extra points that they needed, and they could have really started to skyrocket on this leaderboard. So let's take a look at the overall leaderboard and find out exactly where everybody's standing, because we saw before this game that the top 10 were all within 11 points of each other. So this is a very, very close race with 2 games remaining.
Absolutely, and I love your 3 trees. You said it even last game. You said, hey, listen, anybody's game. It could even be 3 trees game. Guess what? They are in contention, to be sure. I mean, let's be clear. They were at 20th, and now they're at 16th. So it's not like they're going to necessarily blow the doors off, but to be honest, that rat strat really helped them out here, jumping up, what did we say? Jumping up 4 spaces.
Yeah, Rome wasn't built in one day, right? You see Totem, though, they're bumping up 12 spots, so that's how much one dub can do. So 3 trees, they shouldn't give up here. They're not going to give up. They've put way too much time in, and they're going to continue to hopefully do well, because this is still not over yet. If you're able to get a 20-30 point game, just like the guys were saying, then this is your opportunity to come back and bounce back. 44 points is really not that much after having 4 games. We're used to seeing a lot more than that. It's still, you know, solid. You're happy with 44, but if you're Magicians, you're still a little bit disappointed. You're going to try to bounce back. You got to watch out for Magicians and T-Rex. To be able to call that zone and be able to get there the way that they're playing right now is very smart Apex, and it's fun to watch.
Absolutely. And you know what? Listen, at the end of the day, it's the overall standings that really make the difference. It's the overall standings that really name us our first 2 teams to go head off to playoffs and punch that ticket. So Magicians have themselves in a great place. If they continue this, I think we're going to see great things from them. We certainly have already. Speaking of great things from some teams, Tom, let's take a look at that final moment. And as I mentioned earlier, this is sort of, and it feels like to me like a masterclass in what to do if you got that God spot and the timing that it takes, and even that rat down from 3 trees down at the bottom. There's still some timing. Talk me through all of this, which I think we can do now. The zone is actually a little bit slower.
Well, it stinks when a rat bites you in the butt. You have to go to the doctor or the hospital after that, or you may just end up dying. And that's what happens here. Is the rat from down below in the sewers comes through and kind of ruins things from behind. But this is a great play from Totem Esports. Again, when you have the low ground here and you have a very nice placed bubble, everybody that's on the high ground is going to jump down. They're going to get that gun punch. They're going to be stunned slightly. That's when your opportunity to collapse is. And you see Totem doesn't even really take much damage. So they were never concerned throughout that entire time. And now they give themselves a chance to possibly get up and towards the top of the leaderboard. But keep in mind, you want to place top 2. You want to win. But you also want to get that consolation prize of getting into the top 10, because that's where the prize money is, and that qualifies you for online number 2 as well.
It absolutely does. Which qualifies you, obviously qualifies you for online number 2. If you get top 2, it punches your ticket to those playoffs here for our Winter Circuit. Winter Circuit is pivotal and a part of our ALGS Championship, which was announced not long ago. So it's just the beginning of this story. The chapters will fall, the pages will go, and I cannot wait to see what that all means for both the teams that were competing their hearts out here in the Winter Circuit, but also going into that last chance qualifier. Those scary lobbies are only gonna get scarier for sure, so I'm very excited. Let me ask this last question of you, Tom, which is, we saw in that last final moment the God spot versus the low ground. If you were to gun to your head, we'll call it like deserted island, whatever that is called, you know, where you have to, which are you preferring? That God spot or down the low ground where you got some space to hide? What is your thought there?
The low ground was better because there's not an opportunity with the rat there. It really comes down to where that rat player is, because if you know that this is just a straight on 3 versus 3, you're going to be feeling good about yourself. But I'm not sure if they were aware of how many players were down below them because no Bloodhound scans were going in. And I don't think they were even getting in their crypto drone to kind of scout exactly where everybody is until the very end. So it creates a little bit of friction in terms of what your decision making is going to be. And if you're sitting on the low ground and you know the rat's directly below them, you're just going to force that fight on top of one another. Once they actually drop, that's when they're going to meet. And the rat sat directly behind where magicians were. Unfortunately, you know, for Tree, they weren't able to get into second place with the rat strats, but still were able to put a little bit of a damper in the magician's plan, and that's why it worked so well for Totem Esports.
It did indeed. It did indeed. Excellent. Well, hey, what works well for us is if you follow us on the socials. We are at, sometimes I use words correctly, there it is, twitch.tv/playapex, and we're also on YouTube, youtube.com/playapexcompete. And as Thomas said, as I have said, as everyone says, if you follow us on Twitter at PlayApex, use that hashtag ALGS, you see yourself on this very program, 1,000 Apex coins to you. But now is not the time for tweets, Tom, which is a fun thing to say 3 times fast. Tweets, Tom, tweets, Tom. It's hard to say. At any rate, we're going to go into our next game, our second to last here on World's Edge, I should say, because we're only playing World's Edge. So second to last game of our EU region. To do that, we're going to go to our cast.
Wanna fly, compadre? Let's fly.
Hey, challengers, you better watch out for me.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
This is your champion.
From the outside. Yeah, you better run. Make it interesting. Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. This is how legends are made. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
What up, Apex fam? Fallout here alongside Girls as we get ready for game number 5. It's Among Us is here, and let me tell you, girl, right now the story is it is anyone's game going into game number 5. I gotta ask your opinion though. Who in your eyes is playing the best? Who do you think is gonna take it?
Honestly, Magicians has been pretty consistent, but also T-Rex has been going through a lot in these last few games, so they've been really in a war. But I'm honestly not sure. As Tom said, he explained the end zone very well, but as Tom said, only 44 points. That's something these teams can do in 2 games. It's 2 big games. You can be on top of the whole leaderboard, so play well, play confidently, you got this.
Well, mentioned Magicians, mentioned T-Rex. T-Rex is the winner of one of our games. Let's take a look at the match schedule so you can see how the action is broken down so far in today's tournament. T-Rex dominated in a few games, actually, making it to late game. I wasn't sure if they were going to make it to late game because they're dropping with a contention at Countdown, but they did win game number 2. And it's been a different team winning every single game. Third attack with game 1, kick with game 3, and then, of course, the Italian esports org Totem with the Italian Sharp. They win game number 4. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from a variety of these teams, and I said it in the chat when I had a chance to hang out with the chat in between games, but that's what I love about European competitive Apex, girl. It is anyone's game. It is so competitive. It's not just 1 or 2 or 3 teams that continuously dominate. The skill set, the skill gap is so high and so
I absolutely agree with that. There's just so much competition in this EU region that, you know, some people might just be having a bad day, but they can pick it up near the end and take it we'll see here as the teams drop down. Refinery has hot zone. Refinery is not a spot that a lot of teams want, so the team that gets Refinery is going to be happy about that hot zone. They do also have a beacon. And here we are with Bryn JMW and Blast dropping in.
That's right, Shorts going to Endeavor. Currently in 15th place, a massive game here, 7 points for the squad that formerly used to dominate. It was Oxbow, it was Bryn, it was a few others. It's great to see Bryn back and competing as he took a little bit of a break here, but you already know we got to jump on board with T-Rex. We saw the BM last game from Zerifer. Well, guess what? Now it is an angry 2 rats, 1 controller squad. They got BM'd last game, and they said, Zerifer, we're coming for you, buddy. The Slovakian here, a good friend of mine, and someone that I've been a big fan of for quite some time. He competed in Overwatch, switched to Apex, switched to Valorant, came back to Apex because he missed it so much. Well, now he's in a 2 versus 3, and he is against an angry 2 rats, 1 controller squad that got BM'd last game, and they want revenge.
They do want revenge indeed, and that's the hard part about taking a 50-50 in a tournament, is it doesn't just go one way. Usually it goes 2 ways. All of these players are skilled. They made it here to the playoffs today. They've went through a few lobbies to get here, so you can't underestimate your opponent.
Yeah, you know, as much as I would like to see T-Rex, a team of really players that had to earn their way back to the top, I'd like to see them do well. It's hard to say that they're going to win this tournament. Why? Well, it's because they are dropping contested, off the initial. It looks like they will get a respawn on Querney, so that's a huge pick from the Crypto. Of course, the ability to hit that mobile respawn with the drone. So we'll see if they can fight back here. I'm surprised that 2 rats, 1 controller didn't take their 2 versus 1 advantage while they had it. Now it'll be a 2 versus 1 actually on Querney as he gets knocked again. So the 3v2 opportunity still remains for 2R1C as Dippities and Zerifer just have to run with their tail between their legs.
It's a tough situation, but 2 rats, 1 controller were able to get another pick on to them. But Solo Q Coats here again, always coming in, trying to catch a third party, trying to catch a real good third party, but they never do because those teams never do a full-on 3v3 fight.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. This squad would be potentially dropping contested off the initial that early, and here comes that early fight that they do find themselves in. Nice good shots can be put in from Zipith right there. That won't be enough for a knock, so they know they have that individual so incredibly hurt. They're going to fly right now, try to find that pick on Dippities. They actually dropped in the action as well, so we thought it was 2 rats, 1 controller, but it looks like the Skyhook rotation, or I'm not sure exactly where they dropped, but they dropped on the outskirts of Countdown, and they actually rotated quick, and that puts Zerifer in an even worse position alongside Dippities, and it's Solo Q Goats that are on the hunt right now.
I can hear Diff Q and Shiv FPS just saying, go, 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 go. Zipit's like, I hit him, I beamed him, he's 1 HP. And then they like to play cat and mouse, but unfortunately there's another team just beaming them from the building, and Diff Q just has to back out.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you sometimes get a little tunnel vision. You want that push, you want that fight, you want that limb. You gotta be careful, especially towards Skyhook. There are 2 or 3 teams that drop in Skyhook. It is absolutely fragmented amongst a couple of teams that drop in the same area. I know 3 Trees is one of them potentially. I'm not sure who it is that is nearby right now, but either way, they gotta be careful as Dippities did lose Zerifer, and this is looking very bleak right now for T-Rex. He did pick up the beacon of Querney, obviously does not have it for Zerifer, so I think it will be up to Dippities to try and keep T-Rex alive here. I'm not sure if he'll be able to do it.
He may be able to if the other teams take the focus off of him. Kick also shooting at Solo Q Goats. So they have taken the focus off of Dippities. He might be able to recover Zerifer's banner.
So our second place team, T-Rex, they're in a pretty rough spot. Our first place team, it's Magicians, the squad that formed right before the last chance qualifier of the Autumn Circuit, dominated at LCQ, played well in the grand finals. They are now a well-established team. It's the team from CIS, Taskmaster, Maliwan, formerly of Major Pushers, and Disbelief. They've been playing so incredibly well. They're one of the longest-standing crypto teams in this recent crypto-dominated meta. It's been fun to watch them play. They dropped Trainyard, I believe, uncontested in this lobby at least. So they're in a pretty good spot, and Trainyard being such a dominant drop spot, that's why Team Liquid has found so much success on the North American side. I got to think Magicians finds himself in a pretty good position here to try and make it to yet another late game.
They will indeed. And here we are with Mikkel, Can, and Dan. I love their new name, MCD. A lot of people think it stands for McDonald's. A lot of people are like, did McDonald's sponsor them after they got dropped by North? Maybe they will one day. You never know. But
I think it was the Dutch McDonald's Twitter that did like an esports meme a couple of months ago. So listen, you never know. Maybe we can bring it into existence here potentially. Taishin, that'd be quite the upgrade for Taishin, Mandy, and RPR would be the interesting pickup. Until then, we will watch MCD or McDeezy's here, as we'll call them for short or for longer, depending how you look at it, as they find themselves in a rotation over towards the epicenter side of the map. They usually do find themselves rotating through Epi on this early rotation. And it looks like they are in circle already, so already in the ring, already well positioned for a late game situation is MCD. I think they'll just be chilling for now.
They are chilling indeed, and Solo Q Goats still in a skirmish. They're always fighting every time. Every time I see them, they're always trying to look for that fight, trying to look for those picks, trying to look for their smart third parties. But unfortunately for them, they're just going to have to back out for now and find another opportunity.
You know, girl, I asked your prediction earlier, and you said this team. You said Magicians, and I think I have to agree with you. This is a squad that obviously is an unsigned team, but has been playing so incredibly well. And as you say, Magicians, we can also say equally it's anyone's game. You know, MCD, they're in 4th place with 32 points. Third Impact's in 3rd place with 34 points. Big shout out to Birdie, who made a prediction in the chat saying potentially Third Impact, potentially Magicians. I like both of those predictions. I want to hear your thoughts. Everyone here that's watching right now, tweet at us, at Fallout with 2 T's, at Hey Girl, and of course use the hashtag ALGS. I want to see some predictions. I'll be reading some of your tweets on stream as we have some downtime here, because truly it's anyone's game. Flavor of the Month in 5th with 32. Totem in 6th with 27. Kick in 7th with 27. It's all the way down to Luminosity in 10th with 22. Solo Q Goats in 12th, right behind Gambit in 11th with 21. Anyone's game in Game 5 and Game 6, but you have to perform in both of these last 2 games. If it's just one or the other, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do it, as truly these last 2 games will be so important.
Absolutely, and you said 27 a couple times, and like Tom said before, people can get that amount of points in one really good game. A lot of kill points, first place, you're back up there, and you are in contestant to win this game. They're all in purple armors. We always see that with this team because they're always farming those Evo shields. With triple takes, with charge rifles, you know it, they do it.
Yep. They always farm, if you're spot on that, and what they always do is also always set up on this watchtower here over towards their drop spot, and it's always Taishin, it seems to be, with that triple take. Long-range shots, he loves that weapon. One of the best long-range snipers with the triple take I've seen in European competitive Apexes. Now, T-Rex did get the revive, actually, so Dippities did the unthinkable, but it didn't matter. Immediately, he got taken out, and it was just another kill point that's able to be picked up by someone else on the lobby. It was Plushka who's able to do it, who's been relatively quiet in the grand scheme of things, is Plushka. We haven't seen them make a ton of noise. It's a Vanguard alongside Rex Forever and Diffhouse, as we are now watching as Dippity's still the last alive as Crypto is going to do the same exact thing, recover beacons with that Crypto drone, try to get the revive, and try to give T-Rex a chance here. If T-Rex does this, girl, if they make it to late game, quite literally in shambles the entire game, I will lose my mind.
Like I said earlier, T-Rex seems like every time we watch them, they're in a war. Off drop to the end zone. They're trying so hard to make it, and you can see that.
Yeah, it's insane. It's non-stop. My heart couldn't handle it, but I know Zerifer is a young gun. Big shout out to Zerifer, I believe 18 or 19 years old, from Slovakia. And I gotta say, T-Rex has quietly just worked their way up the rankings in ALGS points. What they did in the autumn circuit, just consistently making it to the finals and consistently placing around the 10th, 11th range. They're looking for the winter circuit to be the season that they bounce back and they really make their way to the top. I'm excited to see if they can do it. As we now jump on board with MCD, they're on the hunt, playing as that Bloodhound team composition. You expect them to play aggressive. You know that they normally do it with Bloodhound and Wraith on their team. We'll see if they find themselves a few eliminations.
Absolutely, and they did scan the zone, so they will be in on the second ring, and they are playing the edge zone. They found themselves a spot near the beacon house that they can play. That'll be in the next zone, so zone 3.
Board
will
with Totem.
Yeah.
Totem now in 6th place with 27 points. Just like we talked about, 27 points is feasible and has been done in one game. I think it was T-Rex that got 26 or 27 in one game, and it was Third Impact that did the same in game number 1, I believe, around that range. So just goes to show how volatile and how competitive the European Apex scene is. been fun to watch, that's for sure. And, of course, we'll have North America coming right after this broadcast. And this time around in Winter Circuit, we're not taking an hour or 2 hour break in between broadcasts. We are going to take a 30-minute halftime show where we'll have some great content. So make sure to get your popcorn and don't go anywhere during the halftime. Enjoy yourselves a halftime show. We got the big game in American football coming up next week. We got yourselves a great halftime show here in ALGS as well, as we are on board right now with Dippities.
And they're back. So Dippity's got his buddies up. They found some blue armors. They're doing better than they did when they died last. Last time they died, they all had white armor. So they've found themselves some blue armors. They're back in it. They're trying to win. Div Q taking out Ballad. So they're getting chased by the solo Q goat. Zeki almost dead here. He's got 50 health, but he does have his Q up, and yes, he uses it to try and get himself away. But you know the solo Q goes, they are chasing, and they're looking for angles. There is a team under them, so they're not going to jump off height. They're happy with the height that they have for now, and they're going to take it easy.
Yeah, it's the Shiv special. Throw smokes and get loose as we're watching now, as that squad tries to see if they can find some opportunities to hide. But I still can't believe it. T-Rex is alive, and they are well. Can we get some hashtag T-Rex for life in the chat right now? Because they seem immortal. They have gone through absolute hell in this lobby and still some way, somehow find themselves decently positioned. The ring is actually going to be a needed rotation from them, so they're going to have to go through hell once again. Can they do it? It is an insane game number 5 for T-Rex, but they're finding themselves some eliminations here, girl.
Absolutely. So take some advice from T-Rex. If you're ever going to 50-50 a drop, play Crypto, because you can just keep recovering your teammates' banners and bringing them right back into the game.
That is absolute facts. It is Crypto is the only reason that they've been able to survive here. Well said. I can't believe it. Listen, T-Rex, dinosaurs might be extinct in real life, but you can't kill them in Apex, apparently. And look at this. Kick is right below them. This might smell scary for T-Rex because they are out-shielded. Here comes the push from Kick, but he's going to miss the jump there. What a fail from Denze. Unfortunate situation. So the missed opportunity to take advantage of that EMP, and he's going to have to come late to the fight, late to the party. Here comes the push, but it's the caustic gas is going to hold it down.
Yep, Denze wasn't able to get up there with the jump, but they'll be able to do it again in a minute, perhaps. I wonder if they do know T-Rex is short on heals, short on everything pretty much. Dippities does not have an armor right now, so if they get pushed by Kick, whom have 2 gold armors, they're not going to look so good.
Yeah, Dippities has been the mayor of Shambles Town this entire game. Like, let's be honest here. The man's been literally just running around squandering, hoping for revives, hoping he can find some heals, hoping he can find some health, something. And it's not looking good for T-Rex. I think they're not going to make it past this next ring. We'll see, though. Hopefully they prove me wrong. They have so far. Meanwhile, Shiv finds himself in a pretty tough spot here. He's going to get tagged up, has to retreat. Needs to be a little bit cautious alongside his teammates. It's Div Q and Zippet. They find themselves one. They're going to get at least a crack on their opponent. And here comes the push here from Shiv, leading the charge is Bangalore. But that's the scary thing about Bangalore. You don't have a lot of retreat ability. And now it's going to be Div Q that has to clutch this up. Div Q finds himself in a caustic nightmare. This is insane. Oh my gosh. My heart sank to the floor right there.
He's probably so mad right now. Caustic gas literally just cost him this game because he couldn't move. He had to get past that barrel. The caustic was hiding behind his own barrel, and he ended up dying to gas even though he clutched the fight. Unbelievable.
Yeah, you said it best, girl. That breaks my heart, quite literally. Diff makes a huge play, connects for the shot, outplays, outskills in the 1v1, but still gets taken out. And in the end, neither team survives due to caustic gas. That is as unfortunate as it gets. But moving on now to Kick Esports on the rotation. And, of course, 789, well, they're still alive. They're in 9th place in the tournament right now. They need a pretty big performance here, and they're not in the best position here as Believe Rock has no shield. Must have just gotten recently revived. So we'll see if 789 can turn something out of nothing.
Yep, and the thing is about the last fight is at least if Q ended up getting that final shot so that they got the kill points, they got the extra placement point, but the extra placement point won't matter because they died in bottom 20, bottom 16 and 20, so unfortunately that won't get them anywhere with that.
Yeah, I'm sure they would have much preferred an opportunity to heal back up, revive their teammates, and make it to late game to try and play for more placement, more kills, but instead back to the lobby for solo queue goats. And it's rough too because it's game number 5, right? They're in 12th place. They're right on the fringe with 20 points, and they were starting to have a decent game there. So unfortunate nonetheless. Meanwhile, we'll jump on board with Kick Esports here, who is in a much more fortunate position. Full gold armor. I think they took out, they must have, T-Rex. Not sure if they did for sure, can't confirm that, but Lucite France finds himself in a pretty rough spot here. They're going to be tagged up. Joke's going to get destroyed by Caustic Gas as well. This is just a Caustic nightmare here. Time and time again. 2 strong is the Caustic Gas, and 2 dead is Larabinu in LCDF.
And there's the summary for Game 5. Caustic Gas is too strong, and it's melting everyone to pieces.
Put it in the headlines here. Absolutely, that is the story here for Game 5. Unfortunate, but you know what? Hopefully, so maybe, just maybe, we'll see some changes coming. Maybe we'll see Taishin on Bloodhound find some opportunities to get some picks. Meanwhile, we'll see Zeke in Third Impact get taken out and eliminated from this one. That will be all she wrote for them as we jump on board now with Taishin. Still of MCD in a pretty solid position. This is a great showing. 4th place in the standings right now with 32 points and in a really, really good spot here on the rotation. Need to be careful though because there's quite a few teams nearby.
Absolutely, and they will have to rotate in 2 seconds, and they've got a far way to go. The advantage of being on the very edge is that you're going to push in and you're going to be able to shoot at all the teams in front of you. Hopefully that works out for MCD, and we'll see it here as they walk up quite slowly with the zone.
On board now with Maliwan and Taskmaster. Disbelief currently knocked. This is big. Magicians, he's going to hit the stick. You got to be kidding me. Connects with the Arcstar on accident. And that is enough damage. It's going to be all up to Maliwan. The Gibraltar has some dome shield protection, but the drone's going to come through right on time. Maliwan is literally just running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Finally gets taken out. And guess what? 789 still alive. The elimination feed's getting lit up right now at the top right of your screen. It's going to be Esdesu that finds some great cracks. Good shots coming through from Esdesu. She jumps into a portal by accident and is going to be taken right into the circle. Xania clutches up with 1 HP, and just like that, 789 survives for now.
They survive for now, but maybe not for too long. He's going to be able to pull off the med kit here. Hopefully they don't get pushed. There is 2 duo squads in the top 4.
It's MCD, and it's 789. Meanwhile, Totem, your winners from last game, with another potential championship game here. This is huge because they were outside of the top 10. Now they are in the top 10 in 6th place. And they need a win badly. We're on board with Sharp, the Italian stallion, recently picked up by this Italian esports organization. Big shout out to Totem as he's playing with 2 Frenchmen. Currently watching is Xania and Esdesu are getting so focused. Sometimes you are the chosen one and there's nothing you can do about it. Look at the crack, gonna come through with the Kraber, and Sirius is gonna follow through. 3 trees looking to make some noise right now. Former Gamers Origin squad alongside Mistrals. They're going to find 1. Can they connect for the last 2? Esdesu and Xania just trying to survive, but it's not going to matter. They'll get taken out momentarily. It's going to be 3 trees and Totem in this late game, alongside 1 more squad.
Sirius will fall back. He's going to have to use that bat because he did get hit by the Arcstar. 7 seconds left. The zone is going to get even smaller, but it's not even the final zone. This is a tough zone to play. There's a lot of open space, but fortunately for them, there is some cover to play behind.
I think, if I'm correct, Xania is ratting somewhere. Managed to survive, actually, so we'll see for how long, as I know 3 trees is aware of it. And it looks like a Kraber in the hands of Sirius. 5 shots left with that Kraber. I want to stay on board with Sirius to see if he can make something happen. Xania is going to find himself taken out right after, as we now find a 3-team stand here. It's Totem, it's 3 trees, and 1 other. No, it's not just Totem and 3 trees to close this one out.
Absolutely. Mandy wasn't able to pull it off. He was the last one standing. It's very hard in this zone to be a rat, so props to Mandy and Xania for trying, but this isn't a zone for ratting.
Yeah, that's a tough situation. So now, I love these late game fights. Kraber in the hands of 3 trees, but Totem has really good armor and shield. Amaz, of course, with the gold shield will be able to heal up 2 times as fast. who will be the ones to clutch up here in this 3v3 standoff. It comes down to really just a game of execution, if you will. Who can execute the other team? Going for some cheeky Kraber shots is serious. Not going to connect. Only has one more. I want him to see him use that wisely here. No reason to waste it now because whoever he gets the crack on will be able to heal back up. Unless he gets a headshot, of course. Here comes the shot. They're just trying to bait that last Kraber shot, I think. He's waiting for it. Not going to connect. Kraber is out.
Kraber is out, and he's down to only having one weapon and his closer range weapon. So hopefully he can find a death box nearby. If not, yeah, there is a couple death boxes behind him, but he's going to go in, and he's going to go in hard here.
Yeah, decides to commit to the fight. That's a good decision because they know there's only 2 there, so they can take a 3 versus 2, but it might be ill-advised here as it's going to be Sharp connecting with some great massive shots. He's going to hit one more, not going to connect for the one that matters the most, though. It is offense again as the best defense here, all up to Jay Savage. Last alive, goes in and tries to connect for a shot with the flatline, gets one knock. And no, it's not going to be enough. 3 Trees decides to take matters into their own hands. They push the 2 sole members of Totem, and they come out on top, girl. Wow, what a finish there for 3 Trees with a huge game and a must-win game. They were in 16th place in the standings there, girl. They needed that one.
That was absolutely incredible. Sirius had 50 health, but trusted that crypto ultimate to do some work, do some damage, and he went in and actually got a knock even though he had 50 health left. That's what confidence really brings to the table in these type of games.
Yeah, confidence matters the most, and again, it's interesting. In most traditional esports, the defensive player is the one that has the advantage. In Apex, it seems to be the opposite, and I always say the analogy, but it's true. Offense in Apex really is the best defense, playing aggressive, playing with confidence, taking your fight, and that's what they did. They found success. 3 Trees, again, with a must-win game number 5. They win it. We'll see what that does for them in the standings, and to call that and all the action, let's go ahead and throw it back to T-Squared.
Challenges. I quantify skill by the evidence.
Okay, Tom, I gotta say this because 3 Trees was literally an example 2 games ago that I believe you said, and it's stuck in my brain, so I'm hoping I'm not misrepresenting this, but I'm almost certain that you literally said, hey, it's anybody's game. Look at 3 Trees. It could still be their game. And here they are. They went from 20th to 16th. Let's find out in a little bit with our game results, but is this something that surprised you at all? Talk to me about your reaction here with this 3 Trees win.
Not really, because it goes back to T-Rex winning game number 2 with 26 points after having 0 and then skyrocketing up the standings. That gives the rest of the lobby confidence. If it's a team that is winning back-to-back games, say is cooler, and they win back-to-back games and they have 40, 50 points already, it's pretty demoralizing for the rest of the lobby because you feel like you're fighting for second place. But right now, every team feels like they can win, even 3 Trees.
And I gotta say, that's gotta make this lobby even scarier, which considering it's whittled down from 280 to now 20 is already pretty darn justified. And I will also say, one of the great things I love about our casters is they do such a great job of encompassing everything. And I gotta agree with Fallout Girl here. Headline, caustic gas kills.
It really does. Nothing's more annoying than getting the win, getting the team fight in your favor, and then all of a sudden the caustic gas just ticks you away. And it's frustrating, it's heartbreaking, but at the same time, that's the thing about caustic that stinks, I guess you could say, because it's awful when you have to go and worry about the third parties. He's so good at just slowing down the game and forcing other teams to go and add pressure, and that's what you saw. But at the final moment there, I love the way that 3 Trees spread out, and you also saw Totem starting to run low on resources. The Kraber was low, you know, you're out of Kraber shots. If you're not able to connect on that, if you are, it's going to change the fight. If you aren't, it's going to change the fight even worse. But then you also saw Charge Rifle Massive, just not the ideal combination. You more or less want like an R301, R9 Massive, Wingman Massive. That's going to play much more in your favor. You saw, I think, the Devotion EVA 8 coming through on the side of 3 Trees. So they played that so well, but it was the positioning that really mattered. They all spread out, and then once they ran low on resources on the Totem side, they got it.
And one other note, thanks to our friends over at League Ops, we can tell you that there were no team comp changes here. They think we can definitely say that these teams have found their stride with these comps, but let's take a look at how it's translated with our game results. Ready to go. Find out if if Kate's gonna go crazy over a double-digit kill feed. I don't think so, but I don't remember. We'll see. We'll find out here exactly how we did. I am gonna go crazy. Okay, fair enough. 3 Trees coming in with double into that 10 overall. They had a great game, and they, you know, listen, we were hearing our casters talk about it over and over. This was a must-win game.
It really is, because they're not going to have the overall results. We're probably going to have 9-10 teams that are within striking distance. And striking distance is anywhere between 20 to 25 points. 30 is a little too optimistic going into the final game, but people are going to be playing extremely aggressive, like the solo queue goats, if they're not finding themselves in position. Well, I would say anybody actually going esports and above could pull off the dub, because we're 5 games in. That's only 45 points. We've seen that magic number of 50 hit by CLG, for example, in the NA finals very fast. I think after 2 or 3 games they ended up having that. So this has been a very even race. T-Rex unfortunately has slowed down just a little bit in that last game, but that is such a tight race.
It is absolutely. Magicians, you noticed in our last game results, you saw top 10. Magicians wasn't in that. They, I believe, got taken out. I mean, I think were they a part of that round 5 bloodbath? I don't think they were, actually. I think they might have been taken out even earlier. Yeah, 7, 8, 9 took out Magicians even earlier than that, which is crazy, but it definitely goes to show Apex Esports is 100% that kind of esport that anyone, it's the grab bag. They've already made it past the 280 teams to be part of this 20-team lobby, so they're already a scary, scary thing. Tom, one other thing I want to ask about, which it occurred to me over this time, for whatever reason, I've noticed it more now than I did before, and maybe just me, but we'll find out. I see a lot of teams now, a lot of players being taken out by the zone itself. Is that something that's, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like I'm now just seeing it again for the first time, and I feel like I'm seeing it now all the time. Is that just me?
Your champion.
It's because our observers are on top of everything.
Yes,
Kate. They're getting everybody that's fallen, whether they're getting shot, they're getting gassed, they're getting zoned out, whatever it is. But you saw a team like Solo Q Goats in the previous one over towards the trial side. It's just a bloodbath, especially around round number 4, round number 5. As a competitor, that's what makes it so difficult. Everybody's so good. Everybody has such great communication. Their shots are on point that they're forced to
This is good.
They use the zone as basically a force team. And that's why you're seeing players sometimes don't even want to go and risk it. They try to play that edge of the zone as much as possible, so other teams don't get distracted. But I'm really excited to see what happens in this final game. One team we have not mentioned that much is MCD, who's really snuck up on the standings now, sitting in 2nd place. So that's kind of been a dark horse team that's been flying under the radar, and now they're not flying under the radar.
Good indeed. Well, let's take a look at the final moment from our game number 5 going into the game number 6. Of course, always a master class in final zone etiquette, if you will, and all the things to do and not. Tom, walk us through.
2 things to remember is Sirius is completely out of ammo here. And also, there's some amazing angles being taken over towards the other side, especially from that player that's hitting him over on that east side. Now, the Q has to be popped. At this point, you're just sitting fish, and there's really nothing that you can do. But the way that he was able to just move in with the Mastiff was pretty impressive. And you, again, have to have the Mastiff in these type of fights. Otherwise, you're going to be done for. So I really like the way that they got aggressive over towards the side here, and it's just really smart team play, especially since they didn't have the advantage. And I actually thought that their positions were flipped when I watched this one. 3 trees somehow pulled that off from a worse position. There's really no excuse to lose that team unless you're missing your shots, so I'm not sure what happened from Totem's side, but you saw just constant massive after constant massive. Also, the baiting and switching is really big. What does that mean? That means that you're coming through, doing maximum damage, taking as much damage as you can without dying, back off while they're healers, armor swap, and then you get back into the fray.
Absolutely. Speaking of the fray, let's take a look at those highlights here from our game number 5. And what we can glean, I love these highlights. These are actually from games 1 through 5. This is going to be a nice primer coming into our final game, and it'll explain to us where these teams have been and where they're going. Tom, I want you to talk me through some of these brilliant master classes.
I think that we have to start with game 1 and how aggressive it was. It was pretty ridiculous to see this amount of teams die that fast, and it really started to slow down a little bit. But you have the 50-50 that's constantly going on, with T-Rex, and that's going to open up now solo queue goes with a possible third party. So that's something that, as the games unfold, teams start adapting and playing around. But this was our Lava City zone where we saw a lot of really solid plays, a lot of great caustic plays, cryptos all over the place, and you just see the amount of gas that was placed over towards that final zone made it extremely difficult for everybody to try to even see anything. It's been really nice in terms of the zones that we've had, Kate. A lot of times, like we were saying in game number 1, it goes over towards one side, maybe a lava fissure zone. It'll be another lava fissure zone. We've had a lot of different areas that have been played. I would love to see, again, something more over towards the south side, maybe something over towards the east side, like a geyser ending would be really nice. But I've been very impressed with these EU players, not just from the amount of compositions that they're running, but the way that they're so used to playing with one another. You could see that they've gone through and studied each other's teams, each other's plays, and they, are so close, unpredictable in the way that they play. It makes it so exciting.
Might be something
Absolutely
good this
does.
time.
We're seeing, I mean, like, listen, we're seeing, there's so many headlines. Caustic gas kills. Krabers save lives. I mean, we're just seeing over and over these same team comps, and it's so interesting to see where people settle in.
We are close to the ring.
Yeah, and you see 3 Trees coming through in Totem Esports, just fighting and clawing everything in these final games. And this is going to be such an explosive game number 6 because we have around 12, 13 teams, 14 teams that can still win this one with a big 25-point game. So really don't count anybody out. And then keep in mind, even these teams that are sitting between that 15th and 20th area can play spoiler because it's not just about winning the tournament. It's not just about getting top 2 so you can go in the playoffs. You want to get top 10, you want to finish in the prizing, and then you want to make sure that you save your ticket for online tournament number 2 coming up in a few weeks.
No pressure, Tom. No pressure. Let's talk about what you've been saying on Twitter. We got some tweets real quick before we chop into our final game of our EU region here in the Apex Legends Global Series Winter Circuit Online Tournament number 1. It's a mouthful, but I'm so excited to be here and to see what you all have been saying. Oh, here we go. Nice little gift. Watching the ALJs Winter Circuit through the stream. Come on, Trex. T-Rex, not Trex. Let's read that right, Kate. At any rate, well done, Ben. Fully appreciate you watching.
Very well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Trex is like some sort of bike, so
I think
it's definitely...
or a supplement of some kind. It probably keeps you regular.
Ben, thanks for the tweet, my man. You got 1,000 Apex coins.
For sure. Okay, the ALJ is the chaotic cluster, and I love it. That's a great phrase. All about positions, rotations, endgame, ring fights are so fun. I can't get enough. I love chaotic cluster. We're gonna use that. Thank you so much. You win all of the things. Well done. 1,000 Apex coins to you. And let's see our final tweet coming in hot. What did you have to say? We love unicorns and oh, see, the family that watches play Apex together is the coolest. Little gamer in training. Watch it, ALGS. Future Apex Legends Pro for sure. Yeah, she looks it, Tell you what. Color outside the lines, my friend. Give yourself 1,000 Apex coins.
And I wouldn't doubt to see some fan artwork coming from that young one very shortly. We have some talented gamers on there.
Our talented community is always up to something. We really appreciate them. And hey, to see more of what our community is doing, to see more from our players, more from everything that Apex has to offer, make sure to follow us at PlayApex on Twitter. Use that hashtag ALGS. You'll find yourself on the show. If you do, 1,000 Apex coins to you. Plus, we're also on Twitch, twitch.tv/PlayApex. Play Apex, just play Apex, use of words. And then, of course, youtube.com/PlayApexCompete. We are everywhere you want to be. We're everywhere you want to have. And I will say, if you just keep it here, wherever you are, whether that's Twitch, whether that's YouTube, keep it here all day long. Number 6, we are going to go into a halftime show. We're going to hear from some of our pro players doing their pro best to give you some pro tips. Drink it. I'll say pro again. At any rate, we've also got some interviews and just around the corner. First,
let's get it going. Game number 6, baby.
There it is. Get hyped. Now, to our panel.
Thank you guys so much. I'm excited here to bring you game number 6 with Onset. Rain Day here. Ready to cap off an incredible afternoon or evening, wherever you're watching. We're excited to be here. One of the things on set I wanted to mention that I want you to expand on as well, it's organized chaos because with the top 9 teams separated by almost 11 points.
Yeah, it's great to say that. you know, with 3 trees picked up in the last game, they've jumped up 8 places in the leaderboards now. They're just 10 points behind the team, which is Magicians. They hold on by 1 point, being on top of the previous game as well. But I mean, we kind of need to look at who's been most consistent in the lobby so far, in my opinion, as to who has the best chance, in my opinion, of taking things home in games. Can and Dan, the former North roster, they are 1 point behind in second place. They have the longest average survival time so far of everybody in the lobby. They have the most total damage of everyone in the lobby so far as well. So outside of maybe having that one win, that one pop-off game, where they probably would be dominating the lobby a little bit, they've just been consistent. They've been there or thereabouts, and that second place, or third place, excuse me, that previous game really has put them in contention. I think they are favourites at the moment, just on what they've done so far as damage and average survival is concerned. But Magicians are in first place at the moment. Every single team in this lobby is breathing down their necks.
I have to say, I can't argue with the former North squad. These gentlemen are playing out of their minds and doing it when it matters most, which is what I think is the best part about their performance today. But I really have to look at 3 trees and the way that they have, especially Totem Esports and 3 trees, clawed their way back into these final games. And to me, I look at momentum as a big part of whether you perform. And I think those teams right there specifically have a lot of momentum, especially when it counts in those final circles. And I think that's what might count today, that final circle between these teams. We can see it again. Jennifer and T-Rex, they have fought again and again and again, but this could be our 3rd place team going out right now unless Wernie and Jennifer have something to say. If Jennifer has something to say about it, they will not. T-Rex is out of the running. They will not win. And boy, oh boy, you got to say 2 rats, 1 controller. They might have gotten the better end of that trade.
6 games they have contested each other, and see what you're hearing right now. You have got to be fuming at what's occurred so far in every single game, and to lose it, that battle in that final game has got really heartbreaking for them. But what's done is done. Magicians now, they're around train at the moment, they're currently losing. Taking a look at that end circle as well, it looks like to me, Refinery is going to be where a lot of teams are trying to get to. You can see the ping on that little compound outside of it as well, but that is a fantastic circle for Mikael, Can, and Dan, who drop at Overlook on that very eastern side here of World's Edge. They have a short rotation to work with. They're going to have the charge rifle in hand as well, as they always do, usually in the hands of Mandy. He's going to be laying down damage, so not only have they got a great rotation, they've also got the ability to charge up those Evo shields, do a lot of damage on those teams rotating in, force fights away from them. They really are in a great position here with that circle.
And it's not just that, which great points you mentioned. It's not just that they can do it easily, because sniper ammo is probably the most efficient ammo with which to get damage, do damage, and charge it up. And it's really plentiful around the map when you really look at it. A lot of sniper ammo, when you're trying to pick it up, it's there. When you run away and hope it's there and you haven't picked it up, sometimes it is hard to find. But typically when you're looting, you can get enough for an entire game of sniper ammo just in your initial loot. And that's what makes the charge rifle so powerful. One shot up to 90 damage, really consistent hit scan weapon that can allow you to get these Evos up, even if you decide to get to that end zone quickly. A couple of teams here still to mention, 7-8-9, 37 points. They find themselves in the middle of the pack, about 8 points off the lead. But they are geared up, level 2 shields, running towards Harvester, making their rotation, and doing it, albeit not the fastest, but still not the slowest either in the lobby.
Yeah, they've always managed to find their way somehow into a decent position towards these end games, whether it's been initially on their rotation or some sort of miracle play that we saw in game 1 where they were down to 1 player numerous times, managed to get back up to a full complement and get some points on the board. But they always find a way to do things. And Third Impact at the moment, they are currently in our leaderboards down in 7th place, but they are 10 points behind first place. Just a reminder of how tight things are. They're set up in Refinery at the moment. They're landing some shots, and I tell you what, 10 points could be cut down at the moment if they can pick up some of these KP.
And New Esports, they're going to fall. That's just big-time stuff there. They find post-kill. And that is just Third Impact having a better position right away. Crypto Drone, 1 shot with a G7, not enough. He's going to have to hit 2 with the 45 damage that it will take to get rid of the drone, and that is just going to be a quick heal back up, especially for Balanji, who now, 1 shield cell, it will do that 50 healing, and it'll make it that much more efficient. You're seeing a evac here coming back, dropping a player in, but they just want to set up so that when that player drops, it's just more KP to their name.
Yeah, hold your breath if you're dropping in right now. The scout shots are going to be raining in. Can they get the finish? No, though. The portal was down to get him back into the building, and Jazaz has got a little bit of aggressive there, trying to finish off that kill. I don't mind that too much, as long as you can get away and keep your life in hands. Flavor of the month, though, they're in all sorts of trouble. Flavor of the month eliminated. They're down in 9th place. They will not be taking home a championship today. They will be eliminated. They've been one of the most consistent teams, again, we've had today. So big plays coming in our game number 6.
Flavor of the month, T-Rex, both out right now. These are teams within that top 10 conversation, top 9. And this is shaking up to be, if anything, an unexpected game 6. But what else could you expect watching Europe? I don't think I'm surprised one bit that these teams are in that chaotic, organized chaos that has been so indicative of the European style of play today. 18 squads left. Kick Esports trying to kick the habit of getting close but not finding the victory, and now I think this is an opportunity with a few teams in their way taken care of early.
Yeah, I just saw in the kill feed as well, there was a knock coming in from MCD. So, like I mentioned, the charge rifle doing the work for them on these teams trying to rotate in. And speaking of teams rotating in, again, 789, who we caught up with a few moments ago, making their way through Harvester, now found themselves located into the truck. And Believe Rock now is going to send that drone out to try and find their next position to try and play. Try and scope out under this tunnel, see if they can lock down the area underneath currently where Mikhail, Can, and Dan are set up just outside of Overlook. Third Impact still being aggressive, though. I like this from them. Not setting up and just laying shots down, waiting for teams to rotate in. They're trying to claim as much of the real estate inside of where they are at the moment in Refinery and try and force any team who comes towards them to take damage, to be free kill points, to make isolated fights, and to give themselves the opportunity to make up the points to be a champ.
And you're right, Jazaz maybe pushing off that 56 with a grenade on set. They're getting aggressive, but beyond what you would normally consider. Shield back going on. They hear it as well. Are they willing to push it? They are. Big damage coming through. Is he going to get it? He's going to get the damage back. Ziki, Mastiff to the face. Oh my God. Third Impact. Did they push too much? It's up to Jazaz. Can he create something out of nothing? He hits the shield. He breaks it. R301 hit fire, but he goes down. But it's Zeke is still alive, and Balanji's got the heal off. Mastiff again. Can he find Tycoon, who's running around? Oh my God. This is incredible. But Third Impact on set, still alive, still fighting.
Still fighting, but it's a 1v1 scenario, and you wonder, is there any teams in position to come in and clean things up? And look at this, big brain play coming in from the player on the opposite team, the EMP going down to try and finish him off, but it looks like he might have been taken down in all of that. So unfortunately for them, that 1v1 won't come to fruition as another player comes in to finish things off. But let's see de France. Now they're involved in a fight as well. And I tell you what, Rain Day, Europe has been crazy today. It has been not what we expect from these kind of lobbies, as Lecite de France do clutch up in this fight. Usually we see methodical, slow, calculated play from our European teams. Today, it has been unpredictable. It has been carnage, and nobody has put their fork in the sand as far as who's going to take this home.
Bit of a taste of the exotic in Europe, and I'm all for it. I bet our fans are watching at home as well. Makes things interesting on a Sunday morning in quarantine, mostly around the world. At least something's happening. Maybe digital, but hey, it feels so real for us now watching, and it's real for these guys. Prize points, money, and of course, with the mention of that ALGS championship on the horizon towards the middle part of this year, all of this has an impact that could be quite literally worth millions.
So Magicians then our first place team at the moment, 45 points on the board for them. They are holding down first place, and this is the team who are trying desperately to chase them down. Just 1 point behind, 28 total kills for Mikhail, Can, and Dan so far in the 5 games that we've had so far. And I'm pretty sure that the team underneath them is going to be 7, 8, 9 that we saw scoping out that tunnel a little bit ago when they were working their way from that truck. So they're just trying to watch that zip up, make sure that they don't give away free shots to the team who might try and be a little bit sneaky. But Third Impact, look at that. They have managed to get every player back up from that fight, and they have the KP on the board. You can see Balanji with 2 to his name.
You know, I love Third Impact and what they've done here. They not only rotated first, but anybody who's tried to come in and take any of their real estate away, they have questioned it. They have fought it. They have been willing to put their life on the line. And it's kind of interesting that we're in this world right now, because people are making big bets, and they're saying, I'm willing to die in order to win. And some teams want to win, but they're not willing to push and die. And you're seeing Third Impact saying, no, we are willing to give everything we have just to make sure we hold this zone. And I think they're starting to become my favorite here, just as the way they're playing. There's still a lot to go. There's still a lot of game, but the way that they are investing on set, I don't know about you, but I'm just starting to feel much more confident that they are doing whatever it takes to go ahead and take the win.
Hey, Ricky Bobby would be proud of him, right? If you're not first, you're last, and that's kind of the attitude they seem to be taking in this game. And you've got to think, every fight you win as well, more loot in the back pocket, more ammo, more meds, everything that you need to be successful when you get towards that end game. So I kind of like the way they're approaching it. They're fearless, and you've got to respect that. Now, Totem Esports, who are currently in 4th place, exchanging shots across the map at the moment with Mikkel, Can, and Dan, our 2nd place team. Not going to be too much damage done, but they could both disrupt each other's meds as they make their way on the rotation. Just a little bit like that. So frustrating when you get clipped by that charge rifle.
I mean, we've all been there. Throw a nice shield cell up, boom, charge rifle. Just, oh my God, just that little bit of health.
Come on, man.
Like,
just let me live.
You're gonna make me use another shield cell for, like, 5 health. That's charge rifle boys right there. I mean, that's why the weapon is so good and so hated in some ways and so loved when you're on the right side of that thing. But it is definitely a double-edged sword, depending on your perspective of the charge rifle. Mikkel, Can, and Dan on sets really touted this team as the one to look out for, and I can't disagree at this point. Decent rotation coming from Overlook, have not been tested too much. Long range, efficient damage, and running really one of the newest hop-ups here in Apex Legends, which I think in Season 7 has been severely underplayed, severely underrated. The ability for that quick draw holster to get back into that Mastiff, for that EVA 8 rather. I mean, I think it's just something that we may see come into play later on in these tight, close court encounters.
I mean, RPR's a beast with that weapon. That's all I will say, whether it's got an attachment or not. And giving him that extra little bit of oomph is certainly going to be good here for Mikkel, Can, and Dan. Speaking of which, these 3 players are currently chasing down 1st place. They're currently set in 2nd. They're set up on the map. Let's jump into the comms and see how the communication is.
I got to stop shooting, actually.
How much do
I
you
have
have?
100 bullets, never mind.
How long until red?
700.
Okay.
This
yeah,
guy's low. I think he got knocked.
Red. I can't see him. We need a scan here now, Tashin.
Mandy, this guy. Who? Oh, here? Yeah, no, I didn't see
Tashin,
him.
I need a scan for the tunnel now. I need to know what they're doing.
I'm on my way. 48 in this guy. They're keeping down.
Yeah, he's queuing down. What is he doing? He's down here, and one team is here. There's 2 teams in the chain. No, they TP'd out of it. Dude, I'm fucking shooting pixels with a wingman, bro. Give me 2 damage. One of you degenerates. So it was no one there, Tashin, below?
There's still a team there. I scared. Didn't you watch?
I wasn't watching, sorry.
I watched. I saw them.
Yeah, I think you just
They're
keep
getting pulled
scanning
up from behind. These guys, look. And I look one. Please
Nice.
first him. Look
Where?
at this guy. Give me one shot here. Got him.
Nice. Can you keep scanning this off
Look at these
cooldown,
guys.
Tashin?
Look at these guys. Tashin.
Yeah, but no one's looking right side.
Yeah, no
maybe
one's
I
gonna
see.
walk up to us right now. No one's gonna walk up to us from right side right now. And I can see right side from here. They're fighting here.
I scanned, but I couldn't see anyone.
I don't see where they went then. They could be up there then, right?
Maybe it was the team. Maybe it was the team that rotated that way. The caustic team.
They could have put it in the train yard.
They came from here.
Okay. You can go back, Tishin. Just keep in mind of that, okay? Can you?
Dude,
just...
RPR, you need to get red armor soon, or give it to me. It's literally
I'm
4 damage.
one bullet. I'm one bullet.
I know. We just gotta get that shit.
I'll get it, no problem. Just let me find a human to shoot. I'm just shooting at pixels right now, not humans. Yeah, there you go. I got it. I cracked him as well. Nice. I cracked him. With a totem, we wanna fucking finish that if we can.
Shoot him here.
Wait, I'm reloading. Shoot that.
Look at this guy. He's going
I need
down.
to reload now. I shot 3 times on him.
Yeah.
There, they're doing down there. They're fighting here. We want totem dead, bro.
Yeah, they're playing down there. I'm coming down to you guys. Be careful we don't get pushed from behind.
Are
Look
you
behind
sure?
us, look behind us.
Totem just Savage just died. I think Totem has
Shoot the
one
Wraith.
person alive.
Shoot the Wraith, dead.
Dead, nice, we got it, nice. Okay, now we need Magician dead. That's disbelief in them.
Give me comms quick.
And that seems like Totem maybe have just bit the dust as well. Mikkel, Can, and Dan with the charged rifles from just downtown. Maybe making their case, as Onset had said, to be the eventual winners here of this European Winter Circuit OT2. And boy, oh boy, they have set themselves up to look pretty. But Magician still alive and well, Onset. They are in this battle just as much.
Yeah, and the two teams who are furthest away from each other at the moment on the map are Magicians and Mikkel, Can, and Dan, our first and second place team. We've just got a perfect view of how much damage that Mikkel, Can, and Dan have been doing with those charge rifles. They've been picking up kills with them, picking up knocks, but also influencing so many different fights across the map, as we see Magicians now getting involved as well, as teams are going to be pushing into their location. That's going to be a knock onto Gambit Esports' Leogri as well. So Magicians with a few kills to their name as well, and you can see that pull now in towards Refinery, in towards where that little settlement is as well. Both our first place team and our second place team are going to be at opposite ends of things.
Damage coming in from Magicians. It's almost too much to count here, but it's not enough to get anything as far as a full knock on the team. Artico does fall from Gambit, and that's who's below, but it seems like that's just one. And they need more than that if they're going to eliminate everyone else in the lobby. It's win or go home. It's not second place. Consolation prizes aren't enough for these guys, and we all know why they came here. 5 games in a row of hard effort, chaotic, trying to balance through just the unexpected, coming out every single game from the routes, from the plays, from the pushes. And now they have gotten all the way to a chance to win this. And they do not want to let it go.
This is going to be MCD, I believe, shooting down onto Magicians, who are trying to make that rotation in. So damage that could be done here could be absolutely huge for them, influencing a fight on the map to potentially take out the team who is in first place. We'll jump on board with Third Impact, though, who are currently sat down in 7th place, as they're going to be facing up against North as well. But one worrying thing, I think, at this moment here for North is the fact that you saw what weaponry they had. They had 2 charge rifles, I still believe, in their hands, which means when we get to those closer range battles, they might be a little bit at a disadvantage to the likes of Magicians, who have a Peacekeeper, who have a Massive in their lineup.
You're looking at what matters here is 3 trees, Third Impact, 2 Rats, 1 Controller, not a chance, even though they've definitely done their work in getting T-Rex, the 3rd place team at the start of this lobby, out and open the door for Magicians and Mikkel, Can, and Dan. Those are really the 4 that you're looking at, the 5 that really can make a difference here in this finals. There's 7 squads left. Cooler surviving in the middle as well. How will they play out? We know these teams sometimes on the outskirts of the game can change things in an instant by who they decide to target. Magicians, they do not want to leave anything up for chance. They do not want magic to be the result of their win. They want hard work. They want correct decision making, and ultimately they want to click heads.
I feel like Third Impact are going to have a huge say on this lobby as well on the final results, because they are the team who have angles at the moment onto Magicians and really could put the pain onto them if they make one misstep here. And it's Balonji now who's moving in, and look at that battle. I've called it, and that is what's happening right now. Disbelief has been taken down by Cooler Esports, who are firing down, but Balonji is the player who is doing the damage at the moment, and I believe that one player might have been eliminated here from Magicians, and now you're going to see the portal in from Third Impact. They smell blood in the water.
And they know they can get back to high ground with this portal, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Take it back. They controlled this area all game long. They have refined their technique and their play to be able to masterfully take advantage of anybody who has trespassed. And so far, Magicians realize just how much of a battle this is going to be. Malawan with the Gibraltar Shield decides to heal back up and play patiently. Now that Disbelief is gone, they've got the banner, but no mobile respawns from what I've seen, and not even a chance to do so, as they're taking damage from all angles. Everyone involved in the skirmish, really except Third Impact, who is still on that high ground uncontested, considering the fact that they are in the best position right now to win this game.
This is going to be a huge portal play here coming in from Taskmaster here for Magicians. He needs to find somehow a safe place for them to play. And he's only got a few seconds to do it as well. He needs to get them into a place where they can survive and hope that Mikkel, Can, and Dan get taken down while this rotation occurs. Third impact, they're trying to put some bullets down as well, and you can see Magicians right now, it's a hope and a prayer. The bubble goes down. Can they get in? They do for now, but will they be safe? Will they be able to live once this bubble does dissipate? A huge moment in our final game here.
And you can see Third Impact, they're basically targeting them. They know Magicians are first in the lobby, and if they go down, Third Impact finally has a chance. It looks like it's going to be Third Impact. Oh my god, they finished the first place team in the lobby. The second place team in the lobby is still alive, I believe, with Mikkel, Can, and Dan. They are over in the corner. And Third Impact knows that is really the team that has to go next, but they are in a perfect spot to survive one more round. They've got the Wraith Portal. They've got their Evo shields charged up. And Third Impact still has work to do. Mikkel, Can, and Dan 9 points ahead of them at 44, with Third Impact's 35 going into this lobby. Have they done enough on set to try to turn the tables that far here in the final game?
They found somewhere safe to play, and one thing that's huge here for MCD is the fact that they've picked up kill points in working their way to this position. They're not hoping that other teams aren't going to pick up points around them. They've done it themselves, and with the help of Third Impact, who have been firing down on every single team who is trying to rotate into this zone, they are in a great position now, and for me, still favourites, not only from positioning, but from points accumulated already in this game number 6.
There are 2 rats here, potentially having a bit of a storyline, continuing in the real battle in between. What you could see is really a 2-man show here for the victory in Europe. It's Magicians, it's Mikkel, Can, and Dan in Third Impact. These 2 teams top and then controlled over there at just the inside of that huge high salvo near the backside. It's just one of those things where you don't know how it's going to slice. 3 kills by Third Impact onto MCD. Could be enough on set to turn this around and give them the win, but will they get them?
Yeah, this is the play. If they take out MCD here, then Third Impact could numerically and mathematically win this tournament, but this fight is absolutely massive for them. Yuki's going to pick up one of the rats down. We're down to our final 3. They get the bubble down here.
Oh, they're going.
Impact are going to push. MP comes down. The shots come in for the vault as well. MCD have been wiped off the face of the planet. Oh! And Third Impact, from the position they were, might be able to steal this away now.
Oh, it's just Cooler. They're trying to find it, but they can stay Cooler themselves. Will they go ahead and turn this lobby upside down? Ziki looking for the armor swap. No, Cooler! They take the victory, but have they done enough? Third Impact takes down Mikkel, Can, and Dan, second place. They were 9 points behind, but that's 3 points in kill points that might have just been enough to turn the tables and give them the win. This is going to come down to points. It is going to come down to the wire. Cooler, congratulations. Albeit it is a bit of a consolation as they aren't really in contention to win. It is really going to come down to how these scores tabulate, and did Third Impact make enough of an impact with that KP at the end to go ahead and secure the victory.
What an insane game number 6 to see the teams just falling one by one who could potentially take home this tournament, and then to see Third Impact, who had influenced the lobby so much, not only with the kills that they were picking up, but the kills they were denying and the teams they were denying in on rotation as well, to take that 3v3 fight against MCD, recognizing who that team was that they had to take down to stop them getting points on the board. Massive plays from them. They did everything they could in that game, maybe bar somehow miraculously winning that fight and not getting the armor swaps down just in time to fight Cooler in a fair battle. But I mean, Cooler Esports take your final game, but that's not the story here. The story here is Magicians, Mikkel, Can, and Dan, and Third Impact. What team has done enough to be your champion?
I'm getting chills. I'm getting chills thinking about this, because if that play was the difference, oh my God, what a moment we just witnessed for Third Impact. And honestly, I don't have much more to say except congratulations to these teams, whoever came out on top, whether it ends up being Mikkel, Can, or Dan, or Third Impact, or maybe some of the other teams we might have missed out who might have had some high KP there who were above those teams to start. It has been a wonderful day in Europe, and boy, oh boy, it seems like Apex Competitive in 2021 is just getting started. With that, let's go ahead and send it back to our analysts to give us the results. It's going to be Kate and Tom giving us the ultimate say over who took this tournament.
Thank you, Rain Dan on set. And oh my gosh, I will say this. This, if you were to write a story, I feel like it would be such a complete one. Third Impact, they came out swinging from the get-go. They have been earning these points from the beginning. You have Cooler Esports, this beautiful Cinderella story that we first saw on Twitter and now has translated into this game number 6. And then, of course, you can't say enough good things about Magicians, their consistency, MCD, their consistency, and all of this all in just one single game that could mean the difference between going to playoffs and not, between getting those pro points, getting that money and not. Tom, just take it from here. I think I'm done.
That was a great game and a great call there by Onset and from Rain Day. It was a lot of fun to watch. What a fun day overall. But you have to feel for Magicians. Yeah. They were there the entire time, and then all of a sudden they get taken out. Third Impact gets a refinery zone finally. They've always landed over towards that side of the map, so they knew exactly what they needed to do. They picked up a lot of kills along the way. We saw an intense fight over towards the office that got them some kills a little bit later on. And then we saw MCD with the listening. We had the charge rifles over towards the side. And then we saw the epic fight coming over from the donut area and Third Impact dropping on over towards MCD. But here's the thing. Well, they did pick up 3 points right there. They left 6 other points on the board by not finishing their fight against Cooler. They got 9 points overall for getting second, and they lost out on the 12 there, so that's 3, and then also the 3 extra KP. So we'll see what happens when we go to the leaderboard and find out exactly who won this thing.
Well, let's not keep you in suspense any longer. To the leaderboard we shall go here for our ALGS Winter Circuit Online Tournament number 1 for our EU region. Let's find our Game 6 results, which of course will find their way to our overall results. Cooler Esports. Well done, GG. That is a double-digit kill count. Woohoo! What is up?
Nicely done by Cooler, finally getting their dub, and it's unfortunate that they just didn't have a strong enough first 5 games to be able to compete. That may be enough to get them into the top 10, though, which is going to qualify for them for online tournament number 2, as we take a look at the overall results and find out exactly who is taking online tournament number 1. It's going to be close, but when you look at this, I really feel like possibly it was MCD. I'm not quite sure. Magician's not that far off, but it was Third Impact. Unfortunately, they miss out on those 3 kill points. They miss out on those 3 extra points there by not winning the final fight. MCD takes first place. Third Impact takes second. These will be your 2 teams moving on to the playoffs. And again, you gotta feel for Magicians. Just fell short barely in that last zone there, placing 5th or 6th place. That was just 2 points that they needed to get into those playoffs.
Absolutely, and hey, not to be outdone, I love me a good storyline. 3 trees coming in from last place to finish 7th. Cooler Esports with that dominance in game number 6. They are going home with a hefty chunk of change at number 6. T-Rex is doing, listen, T-Rex did great, and they're still going home at number 5. Totem, number 4. My goodness, Tom, I mean, this is what you love to see. This is what you love to play for. And it's just an incredible moment here to start us off in our EU region for just online tournament number 1. Woo!
And poor T-Rex getting 50-50 and losing their 50-50 over towards the side. You never know what would happen if they win that. That's 3 extra points. They're going to continue to snowball. That always happens in game number 6 when teams know the map that they need to go and do. But when you look at that right-hand side, how stacked that is, it just goes to show you how competitive this really is. Solo Q Goats, I think we saw Flavor of the Month. A handful of these teams have to know, Gambit, have to go and requalify. Keep in mind, Alliance didn't make it into this either. So it's so competitive. It's so difficult just to get to this point. All these teams have to be proud with their performance.
Absolutely. And hey, a good well done to Magicians. They were the most consistent, and they were holding that top spot despite not having won any of the games. That's what consistency can get you here. That's what this is about. So I will say, though, let's take a look at that final moment because, you know, I want to give Cooler their time in the sun here because they deserve it. I believe, Tom, if I'm not mistaken, all 3 players were there for our final moment. Tell me if I'm wrong.
They really were. Cooler comes around with a very nice flank, but the thing is, throughout all of this, is MCD gets dropped on. So the drone comes through, the EMP hits. Cooler understands the situation there. Also, we need to point out that this is the first time we saw Watson. This is going to be EP switching over to Watson, and they win with this team composition instead of playing Caustic. And the reason that they do this is because Watson generators are going to counter all that. But the problem here is that Third Impact decides that they're not going to go and heal, and you see how clean those shots are coming in from Nasty with the Eve 8, just completely ripping them apart. way to finish that team fight for Cooler. Unfortunate for Third Impact that if they win that fight, they win the entire tournament.
Absolutely. Well, I will say this. You made a good point earlier. They went from a Caustic over to a Watson in this last game. That is a gamble. Let's capital G, gamble. And that definitely paid off for Cooler. They're going home at, I believe I say number 6. I'm sorry, I can't remember. I got so excited. So I believe it's number 6. They're going home with that great placement, top 10. They're going home with some great prizing. And, of course, they're going home some very happy people, I suspect, today for sure. Let's talk about the kill leaderboard, specifically from our different players, because obviously there is no I in team, but there is an ME, and that is what we're about to see. I made it rhyme. I'm a poet, and I didn't even know it. Let's take a look. Oh, what is up, Alan G? Bringing it in number 1 with 13 kills.
Very nicely done, but look at this. 3 players, all 3 players from MCD sitting over towards the top 6. Fantastic job for them picking up a handful of kill points, and we needed those kill points on their side because they only won by 2 points overall, taking down Third Impact. Balon G, great job. Definitely a team effort on the Third Impact side, but what a fun day of Apex, and we're just getting started. We still have NA coming up shortly after this.
We do indeed, and of course, as we mentioned, we have NA. This is just EU, and I shouldn't say just EU. My goodness, way to kick off the day of Apex with a bang. And that is definitely something to get excited about. So we've got EU, and we've just concluded that. And then we're going to go to our halftime show, which is going to give you, our community, our viewers, a chance to take a look at some of these pro tips from the pros themselves. You'll see some interviews. You'll hear from Girl. She's going to break down some gameplay, break down some of her pro tips. And, of course, we're going to take a look at some of Season 8 that is coming just around the corner. Halftime is where you're going to want to be. In fact, just keep it here. Wherever you are, just keep it right here because we're going to have that halftime show. We're going to head off then to NA, and we're going to give you a whole day of Apex glory here at the Apex Legends Global Series Winter Circuit Online Tournament numero uno. Woohoo!
I hope everybody enjoyed because this is the first tournament that we've had for the winner for 2021, and all of the players that just got to watch from the North America side are probably taking a little bit of notes of what's working, what compositions we're going through. I don't think we were expecting to see a Rampart. We know Shiv's going to stay on Bangalore, but that Watson at the end for Cooler can end up coming to play for the rest of these games that we see going over towards the North America side. But you got to give credit to Cooler for winning that last game, Kate. They were in 17th place overall, and then they bumped themselves up 11 spots to get to where they are, and we know how important it is for them to go and qualify for this next one. So again, congratulations to all the teams that made it. Congratulations to Third Impact replacing second, of course to MCD for taking the big dub, and then to our top 10 teams who are moving on to online tournament number 2 February 21st.
Absolutely. But before, let's go ahead. We've actually got a tweet, nice little munch from our community. That's you guys. Thanks so much for watching again. We want to see what you've been saying online on the Twitter sphere. We got a lot of you talking, and now we got to get to hear from some of you. Here we go. ALGS, let's go! Where have you been, my love? I have missed you so much. You know what? We missed you too, boo. We missed you too. We're so happy.
Thanks for taking some time from watching, taking a break from AOT to watch the ALGS over here. Appreciate that. Love the gaming lights too. That's some true gamer vibes over there.
Absolutely. That is brilliant. Yes, well done. And, of course, 1,000 Apex coins to you. Thank you so much for being a part of our broadcast here, the ALGS. And, of course, if you want to get in on this action, and who wouldn't, let's go and make sure you are following at Play Apex on the Twitters. At Play Apex. And then use that hashtag ALGS as you saw, and we will, of course, see you potentially on this show, and if we do 1,000 Apex coins to you. And, hey, if you want to keep it here, wherever here is, let me tell you where here could be, and that would be twitch.tv/playapex. Give us a free follow. We'll love you. It'd be great. We love you already, so here we are. At any rate, we've also got a YouTube channel, youtube.com/playapexcompete, and a free sub for you if you'd like. Those are the places to see all the fun, all the gameplay, all the action that we can very clearly see Apex is about. But guess what, Tom? We get to hear from one of the players themselves, and use of words. Sorry about that, Tom. I got so excited because I just realized that we are actually going to be hearing from Mandy from MCD. And for that, I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Onset.
Preparing to... What does that mean? Oh, sorry.
Mandy, don't worry, buddy. I've got you. Welcome. We have Mandy here with us from the champions of today, MCD. First of all, quite simply, congratulations, man. You must be feeling amazing.
Yeah, dude, you know what? It's nice. It's nice. It makes me happy, dude. You know what? Not being signed and then being in this position and then winning the tournament, you know, that feels good. Getting a nice spot in the big tournament also. It's good, dude. It's nice.
It's got to feel pretty good.
Feels good, man.
So, talk us through that last game, because it was a bit of a crazy tournament for me. It seemed like nobody wanted to win the tournament almost. It was kind of like one team didn't have a big game, and then another team a choke. It was a bit of a crazy one. So, when we got to that game 6, talk me through what you guys talked about before the game, and then kind of how things panned out for you.
I think it was more like me and our brother Tashin. I stood up and walked around a little bit because I don't want to build up blood clots or anything, so I die. So I want to make sure that I had like all the energy and like all the juice possible. And you know, we got the double charge rifle. We farmed people across the map. We got the red armors. People say we're cringe because we play charge rifle, but you know what? Going into the into the end with like red armors, that's real nice, dude.
Yeah, I can imagine it feels pretty good.
Yeah.
The next one is chemistry, right? Because I know you guys have been together a long time. Probably one of the most, longest standing rosters of 3 players that we have in all of Apex Legends competitive. How important is it to you guys to have that chemistry out of game as well as in game in these big moments in tournaments?
To be honest, I feel like our chemistry is really good, but it's also important to have good chemistry in real life. Like in game, like we're good friends. Like they're like brothers to me. I had the option to stay on North and build a new roster, but I took the route of not going with them so I could stay with my homies, dude. And you know what? That shit means so much to me compared to just like doing anything else. I just want to stay together and build something together. And at the start of everything, and we started playing together, we didn't do good, but now we're doing good, and now people are acknowledging the fact that we're staying together as a team. And I think we have some of the best chemistry, and we have some of the best like humor, and we're one of the most loved EU teams just because we vibe with each other so much, and that's like, you know, that's just important for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean that's an amazing story. I'm sure that not many people actually knew that you sacrificed a sponsor to stay with the 2 players that you play with, and you are right. You guys are hilarious to watch when you're streaming, and it's great to see you win tournaments. I give you the floor a little bit here, just at the end of this interview, to give some thanks to obviously your teammates and the fans and supporters. So anyone out there, your dad, I'm sure is yes. waiting to jump in and celebrate with you as well.
My dad really wanted to get on, but I told him I had an interview. I can bring him on if you want.
I think we'll hold off. I'll let you do that on your stream for now.
Right,
I'm sure that
he's just standing here. But yeah, I wanna huge shout out to our brother Tashin, of course, but also to my parents for being so supported always, and to my beautiful girlfriend at home that kept on writing to me after every single game and said, "You guys got this. It was nice, good point. You guys are consistent. Keep pushing and everything." And it just means so much to me that I have all these people watching and cheering at home, and also all my viewers and fans and Tashin's and RPR's fans also, just like coming together as a unit and just celebrating together. It's so fucking good. I love it.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. Your dad managed to get in the shot anyway. Yeah. I love that. Good to see you. Congratulations once more. And from me to anyone out there, orgs who are looking to pick a team up, if you don't pick these 3 up, I don't know what to say. But once again, Mandy, a huge congratulations to you and your team. 2 teammates. MCD, take it home. But for now, we're going to go back to Kate and Tom to take us home.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Tom, come on. You see his dad's right there. He's so excited for his son. And I love what Mandy talked about. I had no idea. I was with Onset here as well. I didn't have any idea that he was offered, North said, "Hey, listen, let's go create a new team." And he's like, "No, I'm going to stay with the guys that I have this chemistry with." Tom, is that a unique thing? It seems like a really big gamble.
Bros before orgs. You know the motto, Kate.
Get it on a t-shirt.
No, I love it. He's so funny. He's just a great character. I love that his dad's involved. It's just great to see them come through and perform at such a high level. Again, flying under the radar the entire day, really starting to blow up after the first 3 games. Game number 4, 5, and 6, they put a lot of points on the board, but they did it with kill points too. Aggression, methodical play. Great day for them.
Absolutely great day, and a great day for us. And of course, it's just getting started, because in mere moments, we've got our halftime show that's going to help break down some excellent gameplay, some pro tips from the pros themselves, and of course, give us a nice little look at Season 8 that is coming just around the corner. But first, we will go ahead and say a thank you to our crew, thank you to our cast, a thank you to our players and our teams. Tom, anybody you'd like to thank before we head off to that halftime show in between here at NA and EU into our NA region?
Shout out to UK. Also, shout out to you watching at home or wherever you are.
Nicely done. Exactly. Well, hey, listen, go ahead and enjoy this halftime show. Enjoy the content, and we will be right back with NA on the other side. So until next time, we'll see you in a bit.
Think you have what it takes to play against the pros? Squad up with your teammates and head on over to battlefy.com/ALGS. Sign up for the LCQ and take your shot at earning a spot in the Winter Circuit Super Regional Playoffs. Up next, we'll be talking to some talented community members who organized a different kind of Apex tournament, the Trident Cup.
Hi, my name is Matthew. I'm also known as Spear.
My name is Carl. I also go by Sparks Online.
The Trident Cup is just a racing minigame within Apex Legends.
We took the Olympus preview LTM where there was no damage. We kind of simulated something you'd see like with a normal race within the Apex environment. We made racetracks complete with referees and rules of engagement, and then our goal was, okay, where can we take this from here?
It was truly amazing to just be part of a coordination that just flew naturally.
I'm an aspiring game designer, and when we were designing these races, I looked at them as if they were a full game or kind of game mode within something else.
Sparks took the back end of the project, of the coordination of the rules, racetrack design, organizing, because he has more experience on that, and I took the front end of the project, basically doing all the branding, the marketing. It was just great to see the developers being hyped about it. Their creation was being put to the limit. They designed this map with amazing landscapes that actually nurture the very nature of the Trident. It's a big success for the community itself because they have been given a chance to play Apex Legends in a whole new perspective.
We were constantly looking to the people in the community that we were playing them with and saying, how can we make this better for you guys?
Seeing the community react so well to this, it just put
You and I will survive together.
Time to dig up some gold.
It's a fine line. Avoid death as closely as possible.
Introducing your champion.
Landing in this area yields a high probability for success.
Yes.
Prepare for sudden death.
First blood.
Ah, first blood.
Enemy over
So it
there.
begins.
Don't let them see you.
Marking our surroundings.
Beginning ring countdown.
Next ring is not close. Recharging my shields.
Enemy eliminated.
Reloading. Down a hostile at Scotty.
Reloading.
Enemy down.
Reloading. Whole squad wiped. One less variable to consider.
Reloading.
Don't drive set.
Recharging my shields.
Setting up shop.
Healing my wounds.
Attention. There is a new kill leader. Mama's got a brand new bag. Remember who hooked you up? I've got your back.
Recharging my shields.
Enemy spotted. Volt SMG here.
Marking our surroundings.
1 minute until the ring closes. Still got time to loot. "45 seconds until the ring closes. We've got a hike, and I'm in pumps, so let's go."
Recharging shields. One half of the squads remain.
Energy ammo here.
Ring closing. Use the method. I need optics for an assault rifle. Phoenix kit here.
New kill leader appointed.
Oh, we have
Helmet
a new
here.
kill leader.
Level 2.
I can't. Aren't you sweet? Thank you.
Attention, delivering care package.
The rewards in that care package can be a deciding variable.
Scanning for the next ring.
Let's
Use
go
your
here.
map to guide you.
Activating jump drive.
Hostile over there. Never mind. Hostile spotted. Might be something good this way. Helmets here.
That's mine.
Marking our surroundings. I shot a cargo bot.
Thanks.
Open supply. Mastiff here.
Jump drive.
One moment. I must use a Phoenix kit. I have fallen.
Oh no!
On. Let's go this way. First blood. Beginning ring countdown. Reloading. Party inside.
Battling the enemy. There's another squad. They are attacking.
Void running. Grenade.
Enemy taken down.
Attention.
Scanning the area. I'm taking fire, friends. Reloading. We just eliminated the whole squad. Exciting. I am taking fire, friends. I have been down. I have fallen. I'm going to a party after this. You're not invited, but I still like you. Trust your senses, and victory will follow.
I've seen it all.
I am
Nothing surprises me. This is your champion.
See that blur right before you bite it? That's me. Wherever we go, I'm ready. I'll try and keep us under the radar. Blast shots fired. I see one of them. Be prepared. I see one of them. Kakaita. Marking our surroundings. Getting shot at.
Grenade. Kill leader.
Frag grenade set. Frag grenade set.
This timer's down.
You're still in this. That's our banner. Don't let them have it. Yeah, 2 squads nearby.
Target over there. There may be a shooter nearby. Half the squads remain. They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
Signaling my drone back. Spitfire here. Extended light mag here. Number 2. Number 1. Scanning the area.
R301 here.
Reloading.
Heads up.
I do not care who makes the kill.
When they fall,
as long as I
rise.
can observe it die.
Everyone forgets to look up. You lot are so terrestrial.
Introducing your champion.
Jump Master. As above, so below.
My hypothesis is correct. I am unstoppable.
Here's a good spot to touch
Congratulations
down.
on an optimal conclusion. Yes.
Okay.
We do this for science. Fancy a stroll this way?
What's the checkout over there?
here.
Attention, there is a new kill leader.
Death is not mercurial. It's patient. Unlike life.
When you're a master of black holes, relativity becomes, well, relative.
Faith will be on our side, Fly Fighter.
Introducing your champion.
We're Jump Master Muty, just like old times.
Try not to blink. You may miss me.
Here's a good spot to touch down.
Excellent. Could not have asked. Understood.
Okay.
Success.
Try not to blink.
Take
You
your
may miss me.
pride and cherish it.
My hypothesis is correct. I am on the top.
Shall we head this way, darlings?
And life.
Another soft landing.
Placing gas trap. Placing gas trap.
First blood.
Spitfire here.
Give me sight.
Someone is firing at us. Reloading. Beware.
Straight down.
My vision is clear. Subject down. Reloading. Killed one myself.
Bless me with sight.
Administering medical aid.
Attention, the champion has been eliminated.
Champion's no longer part of the data pool, darlings. Need a wee bit of health, darlings.
All Father, give me sight. Syringe here.
Grenade out.
I'm taking fire.
Reloading. And that was the last one.
Remarkably taking fire. Subject spotted. Gas trap deployed.
Just a tick.
My vision is clear. Placing an independent variable. My vision is clear.
Dinner fast yourself. Here's a pick-me-up.
1 minute until the nearby ring closes. Closing in time. Squads.
Shooting at me. They were
Getting shot at.
reloading.
That was the last one.
fire.
Recharging my shields.
Reloading. Taking fire.
Just a
I'm trained in Big Blue. Passing a new variable. Frag grenade set. We are close to the recruiting and getting behind.
unleashing my singularity. Thermite out. Not to be pernickety dears, but the ring's on the move and we're not inside her yet.
Gas cloud deployed.
Being shot at. Firing. Been downed. Rolling out top of us.
Heading another gas trap. Recharging shields. I have fallen. Deploying a variable. Throwing thermite. I still see everything. Subject down. Shields are recharging.
Come on, compadre, get up. Come on, come on, come on.
Strong work. Hepvin. My thesis. The willing will survive.
Science time. Ooh, yaldy.
This is your champion.
Hold on to your kilts, darlings. Bouncing over this way.
I'm with you. Gas trap deployed.
Taking a wee bit of damage.
Independent variable. Multiple squads attack. First, taking fire.
I think we could all use a pick-me-up.
Delivering frag. Down.
Beginning countdown.
And we're shooting. Another squad's popping their heads.
Target spotted. Spotted one.
On your feet, darling. Plenty of fight left in you. Rejuvenate.
Introducing a new variable. area. Administering medical aid. Trap set and waiting.
Attention, there is a new kill leader.
Fancy a stroll this way? Watch my back, pals. There's a new kill leader out there.
Another variable for the lab rats.
Evo shield here. Level 1.
Trap set and waiting.
Dinner bash yourself. Here's a pick-me-up. The ring's close, and we've got a whole minute to dawdle.
Trap set.
Ring's near, darlings, and we've got a whole farm. Medkit here.
Healing my
Shield
wounds.
here.
Level 2.
One half of the squads remain. We're close to the ring. 10 seconds. I need energy ammo. We find ourselves energy ammo here.
Oh, energy. Extended energy mag here. Level 2. Could use an extended heavy mag.
Administering medical aid. Thank you. Introducing a new variable.
Healing up.
Another variable for the lab rats. Let's go this way.
And up. Spotted a bomb ball over there.
Very well.
Oh my, an enemy. Fill in the trigger.
Calling upon nature's spells. Marking our surroundings.
Reloading. Bomb balls are shooting at me.
I have fallen. Noxious gas deployed.
They're shooting at me.
Placing gas trap. Nitrogen detector.
Heal it up.
Gas trap deployed. You are fortunate we are on the same team. Firing on subject. Recharging my shields. Taking fire. Reloading. Throwing thermite grenade. Recharging shields. taking a moment to heal. Gas trap deployed. Marking our surroundings. Throwing thermite grenade.
Tossing a thermite. Here's the tech. Healing up.
Getting shot at. Throwing thermite. Tossing thermite. Throwing arc star.
Dinner fashion there.
I'm taking fire. Down the hostile on Scotty.
Evo shield here. Level 3.
The pull toward disorder is relentless. I embrace it.
Trust nature, then trust yourself.
I think we're going to do great, friend.
This is your champion.
The battle begins. May the gods bless you.
My hypothesis is correct. I am unstoppable.
Here we go. It's a long drop. Fun.
Independent variable added.
Shot a cargo bot.
Trap set. Just waiting.
Your journey ends
Extended energy
today.
mag here. Level 3. Using my Phoenix kit.
Marking our surroundings. Contact with hostile.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Reloading. I am taking fire, friends.
Bless me with sight.
The enemies are shooting at me. Reloading. Opening fire on captain. Reloading. I am down.
Adding another gas trap.
It's only over when it's over.
You and I will survive together.
All that matters is being the last one alive. This is your champion.
This is good. This is good. Let's fight.
I will guide us to victory
This is where
below.
it ends. There's a thin line between life and death. You'll find me there.
This might be a good place to land.
Copy that. Be honest. You knew this would end here. This was the outcome this time. It's just the way it is.
Better lies below.
I've got everything you need.
Strong work, headwind.
Enough flirting. Save it for when we win.
Introducing your champion.
I will choose our location for battle.
Try not to blink. You may miss me. Try not to blink. You may miss me.
I say we land here. Prepare for battle.
Heard that.
First blood.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Good, we're inside.
Reloading. Down but alive.
Downed another. Recharging my shields. They spotted me.
They say there's honor in death. God's will it, we win.
We have no choice but to win.
This is going to be fun, brother. Hey, now, I didn't ask to be the best. I worked for it.
This is your champion.
Jump master. As above, so below. Here's a good spot to touch down.
Okay.
Fancy a wee stroll this way?
Let's do something good this way.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown. Attention. First blood.
Oh, first blood. Well, you can't solve the eternal mysteries of the universe without breaking a few in.
Dibs.
Backpack here. Level 3.
Need a wee pick-me-up. Spotted a bampaw over there. R301 here.
Dibs.
Numpty in our orbit.
One minute remains. The ring is close.
Ring's near, darlings, and we've got a whole 45 seconds of free time. Just need a wee pick-me-up. Spotted a wee hooligan. Eye sharp, the ring's near, and closing in 30. Numpty in our orbit. Reloading.
Marking our surroundings. Almost there. We are close to the ring. Shots fired at me.
Not me. Reloading. That'll be for Nicky. I'm not inside her yet. Got him. Reloading.
Getting shot at. Only you and me left. shield.
Rejuvenating.
Heads up. Heads up. The package coming in.
Unleashing the singularity.
Another squad attack.
Shields recharging. And so ends the champion's reign.
Patching myself up. Reloading.
All those hooligans are down for the count.
Good job. Patching myself up.
Shields recharging. Elevator restricted. Right here.
This didn't have to be your end. You chose this fate. I'm not afraid. I'll never be.
We'll win this thing together. Semper
I
Fi or
am
die.
Hunder. You can call me Bloodhound.
This is your champion.
I will choose our location for battle.
Let's make a
land
choice.
here.
Never mind. Heard that. Heard that.
Battle lies below. Let's go this way.
Roger.
I have fallen.
Point jumping.
Blood.
First blood. FNGs always go first. Getting shot at. Opening fire. Reloading. I've been downed.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Which means that you have to prioritize finding the circle, and teams that do that really well, and a team that was #1 at that in the autumn circuit was Flashpoint. They averaged a placing of 5th overall. So I'm watching out for teams like that. I'm also watching out for another team with a similar play style, which is CLG.
Absolutely. And hey, we're watching out to hear from you. So we are on the Twitters. Who knew? We did. At any rate, at PlayApex, use the hashtag ALGS. Answer this question for us. We got a new circuit, which is a fresh start. Who are you at this moment going to put onto the Twitter sphere? Who are you predicting? What team are you predicting will come out into the playoffs at the end of our circuit here? We want you to know we want to know exactly who you think, and then listen, you put it on paper. We'd love to follow up at the end to see who was right, who was wrong, and who just didn't know. So go ahead, follow us at PlayApex. Use that hashtag ALGS. Answer that prompt. Tell us what you think, and, let's do this. So, Tom, we don't have any more time. We're jumping into gameplay. I thank you for your analysis going into this, but we are going to jump right in right now. But first, we got a nice little Lenovo partner. Take a look. Look at this product because it is quite fancy and, quite frankly, something I like to see. So check this out, and then we'll get out to game number 1.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you absolutely know that when we kick it off with a Lenovo beat like that, it's about to be one heck of a tournament. And, I'm glad to be kicking this one off. Last time, over in the course of Europe, Onset and I were able to cast on the second game. But this time, we get to start it off Onset, and what a region to start it off as well, North America. The play just as great, but will it follow that same pattern of almost rebellion to the norm that we saw in Europe today? That's the real big question, and I'm curious your thoughts heading into this one with a lot of big names, big guns, teams to look out for, and what are the expectations really jumping into the first game of the day?
Conclusion.
I mean, the only thing I can tell you and promise you with any sort of league is that we'll have a different tournament than we did for the last one of the playoffs. So thanks to you for not making it, unfortunately, through to the finals today, but it does mean, obviously, that opens it up. And at the start of the new season, the winter circuit, it's always great, right, to see a new team on top, to see that team put their flag in the sand, so to speak, and say, hey, we're the best team in North America, right? There's a lot of teams gunning for that spot. The obvious names, CLG, TSM, they're in there as well. But there's a few teams, like, that are coming through a little bit, and like, Tom was talking about a few teams. Hill's a player that I'm going to be watching a lot as well, because I think that his team are very, very good at rotating, like you mentioned, and excited to see how they progress, because they seem like one of those teams that have just been getting better and better and better as time has gone on. So glad to see what those guys do today, but super excited to be alongside you as always, Rainy.
Great afternoon to all 12,000 plus you watching on Twitch and many thousands of you watching on welcome. American kicking off in style. We take a look at TSM first off. Prime examples of just competitors at the highest level at all times. These guys will not be giving up anything easily. In fact, now with complexity out, definitely one of the favorites in the tournament they've been in. You were able to catch a couple of their scrims the other day. They're not scrims, qualifying. Play in that final circle with them where they kept tight and were really able to do what they needed. They're going to be somebody we keep an eye out on for sure. Right now, though, MSP also in Fragment, and 6, Metro Goat, and Tempest kind of holding down with their wingmans at the bottom corner of that building.
Yeah, a few shots can be exchanged through windows, crevices of these buildings, but it'd be good to get a look at where that first circle is going to be going when we do get that opportunity to do so. But I think this game 1 is going to be very interesting for me. I think that it's a real opportunity for some of the teams who kind of progressed throughout the season, last season, the autumn circuit to the winter circuit. Now, can they make that jump, though, into that top 5 teams who we're going to be consistently speaking about as these tournaments roll on? That's the question for me. Is anyone going to make that jump from that top 10, top 15 into that top 5 and really push some of those big names?
Is the question. These teams all set out with a ton of ambition, but not everybody's able to, I think, secure it. And that is where we start to see the differences. You have a lot of focus on MST early on. They are going to skirmish. They do have and in the meta that sniper is pretty much amazing the last couple of months. Obviously,
placing gas trap.
Change all of that. But 30 meter live coming at you in just 2 days. February 2nd, that season will be out. Kings Canyon and the mayhem of Fuse will be unleashed. Land.
Heavily as well, so you're going to see a lot of teams maybe try and get control of those smaller buildings just to the north side of the factory, maybe a little bit of late roof play as well as teams do move in. Speaking of moving in, DSM on their way in, Sentinels who do of course drop around to the factory. It's going to be a great first serve for them, a good way to feel their way into the game here as Snipe Down. You can see suggested a few locations, pinging down where he wants to move, as we also saw in the kill feed as well, Sentinels getting involved with the charge rifle in their hand, getting it down.
And you can see there's a little bit of a lead opportunity here for DS. They realize there's fighting happening. He's going to use that gold shield to build up 2 shield cells and get him back into the fight. Maybe a little faster than most assume, even though they know after shooting him what color shield he has, one of the greatest power build in Apex Legends. I do like to see the way they have again, what we saw it. What to focus on here. The tone, definitely a little bit more European. The skirmishes, but not the full commits. Not the teams actually going down. We've only played a few minutes, but that is more than we saw in Europe before teams started. Especially in game 1, which had us about this period of time with 14 squads remaining. And so I think right now, if anything, I'm noticing North America understands where this final circuit is going to be.
Yeah, I think that first game from Europe surprised everyone earlier on. The fact that we had 13 teams before that first had closed left in the lobby was a shock to everyone. There was a bit of contention going on, but obviously also people being willing to take those isolated 3v3 fights instead of prioritizing that rotation. Whereas here, very different. You have a look at the map overhead there, and you can see that 80% around that, I'd say, of teams are already inside that second circle or found somewhere to play inside Sorting Factory. That means we're going to have a little bit slower of a start to the game here, as Solar Fide are looking to maybe buck that trend a little bit and take a fight, as unfortunately that frag grenade is going to bounce off of the front door. However, those shots are going to absolutely melt. Wicked there, and some more from Gentrifying. It's going to cause all sorts of problems.
And you know the Mastiff is going to continue not only to cause problems, but as I like to say, solve them. Because when someone's in your face and the Mastiff shows up, puts an end to that conversation very, very quickly. Sola Fide looking sharp out the gates, and just the laser beam coming through. These guys definitely in form today with 19 squads. That's the first one to go down. Looking at Sync's items right there and taking his pick.
Yeah, that was some crazy stuff. I mean, Gentrifying pretty much almost 1v3'd that. He got the initial knock, he got some big massive damage as well, and moved in to help his teammate finish off that final kill as well. Speaking of moving in, here's Counter Logic Gaming, and it looks like they're going to be making a portal play here under one of those outside buildings that I was talking about, trying to see if that's safe, but it looks like there is a little bit too much pressure for them to take that early. It's around a minute or so until that zone does close here, zone number 1, but this is one of those games which is going to be a little bit of a slow burner. There's a lot of real estate to play inside a Sorting Factory for these teams. So now that they're set up and a lot of teams have already found somewhere to play, you're not going to see a lot of movement from them. There's going to be a little bit of poke damage, trying to level up some Evo shields. But when it starts to get to that third, that fourth ring, we are going to see carnage here on World's Edge.
And it's a nice big space too. And it seems to have been a decent rotation for a lot of these teams. Not too much contest on the route there, which has helped to keep, I think, tensions a little lower than maybe what we saw across the pond. G7 Scouts had a ton of play so far today as well. A little bit out of range with the 2-4, even though that's pretty much a fantastic scope for the weapon, just maybe reaching there. But again, when you're looking at just 30, 40, 25, whatever you're trying to hit just to get that Evo shield back up, you could see Oi Senpai in desperate need, only on white right now, so doing everything he can. And if you want to look at what the opposite of that is, Onset, let's take a look at Liquid, because they're all three on gold.
This is the most bling Apex Legends team I've ever seen in my life. Gold armor, gold plate, and these guys are balling. The only problem is they're a long way outside of zone here, so they've got to make their way around, but they're going to be able to go through zone, take a little bit of damage here, because they do have those gold armors, so it's only going to be a few syringes to get them back up to full HP, and I kind of like this rotation as well, making their way down to the southern side of the map and kind of taking a little bit of an unorthodox approach, and they'll maybe be able to catch a team off guard who's kind of lacking, not checking their backs.
Well, what's great is that you pretty much taking that little bit of damage early on, which is not a big trade-off. No, you're going to be eliminating an entire side of where most teams can come from. Pretty much any team, realistically, will not be coming from behind them once they rotate. So they'll have everything in front of them to play for. That means it's hard if they get basically caught up in a choke. But, hey, the Bling team right there, I mean, the only thing they're missing is gold teeth at this point. I feel very confident in their ability to manage this somehow. They've managed their finances well enough, and I think right now the price of gold stock-wise is definitely going up. Albert Lilly and the rest of them using those syringes and, you know, just getting more and more value for those gold shields right away. And look at this. They run across an unsuspecting team in the zone. This could be madness for them.
Oh, and you're going to see they're playing Horizon as well. It's going to be Albert Lilly on the Wraith, Nocturnal on Horizon as well. So a little bit more of a composition change up from what we see in Europe and other Legends being played and that diversity coming through, and it's going to be easy kills for them to pick off as well. The 3-2-1 initially wasn't too effective as far as taking that player down, but they do get the first complete squad wipe, I believe, here. And that's going to be points on the board here for Team Liquid. And with full gold armor as well, they're not pressured into zone here.
No,
they can take their time and heal up. They're not going to be forced into making any kind of moves they don't want to.
They're going wider, too, which is... It's starting to get to that point where you have to make a decision, because running in zone right now, if you try to take zone 2, could be a little perilous if you get caught in a fight. But luckily, even though they go around, they may not have that much to travel before they do get into safety. Really, that outside orange ring coming into the gray when this round closes in 30 seconds, not too far to travel. So they do have that going for them as well. And just shout-outs to Nocturnal playing Horizon. You know, and Onset, I kind of want to take this second, since we still have 19 seconds, to talk a little bit about Horizon, because we're looking out for it. We saw some Rampart in EU, but Horizon to me is the Legend that is in that top 5 conversation without being in the top 5 quite yet. It's that next Legend that I feel like, given enough time with these players having the ability to practice the value of her movement, which is really invaluable and almost incalculable, the amount of things you can do with her ability. I really feel like she's got some potential in the right hands to kind of usurp a couple of these team compositions and really take a main spot that is here to stay in Apex for a while.
I completely agree with you, and I think Nocturnal is one of those players who has recognized that as well. And if you get Horizon to endgame as well, not only obviously her ultimate ability of being able to suck everyone into one place and then throw those nades down, the wombo combo, whatever you want to call it, is extremely effective, but having that Q while all of the fighting is going down below you to lift yourself up into the air and give you that extra little bit of breathing space is absolutely huge. And even in these positions, look, you can fire shots down as well from teams who might have been trying to get angles on you. Team Liquid and Horizon's abilities being shown for everyone to see.
I mean, how hard is that vertically to, in the middle of a fight when someone's pushing you horizontally, look up and just basically hit a shot? It's so hard. Albert Lilly just got out of the fight, came down, hit 70 for a massive, and essentially won. And again, we mentioned these gold shields coming into play. It's part of their strategy, which sometimes you see the shielding impact how players play less obviously. This is so obvious. They're willing to go into the zone. They know a shield cell will get them farther than anyone else they're fighting, and it's just a matter of cleaning this last player up. They know it's almost done and dusted. Don't want to risk Albert Lilly, but again, a shield cell pops him back into full, and that is going to be it. Girth TV slimming down there as far as falling out of the picture, but still plenty of time in this game in order to increase the length that he is staying alive.
So Liquid showing a very interesting strategy in our game number 1 here. And most importantly, interesting strategy 1, but being effective with it, it becomes a viable strategy as well for them. You can see there's a team of 2 down in front of them as well in that truck that's been pinged that they might be aware of as well. So Team Liquid here in a pretty good position. Don't have too far to move as well here towards that next circle. CLG on the blue crate inside of Sorting Factory as well. And they're trying to put a little bit of pressure onto this team inside though, and Madness maybe getting a little bit too hungry there. as he did do some damage. His two teammates now flying through to maybe get that res portaling back, so Madness will be in position to get res. Lou's going to be holding the line while they do try and get Madness back up, but I kind of like that, to be honest with you, from CLG. Yeah. It didn't work, but as we say, it's better to be proactive than reactive in these lobbies. If you have an opportunity, it's better to try and create that than be the team that's being aggressed onto.
Yeah, it's better to punch first, especially in these moments where third parties don't feel like they're quite yet close enough to each other to be able to really capitalize off a skirmish like that, especially with Sorting Factory, where you have these three main levels that you're fighting on. That lower level, this kind of mid-level where a lot of teams take the cubbies on either side, north, south, east, or west, and kind of hide down between the stairs, and then the upper level, which consists of half a level above that itself on top of the roof. So you have so many different layers. Sorting Factory is a little bit more precarious to push, and as you can see here, Liquid Flanker in a precarious situation himself. He goes down. Nocturnal's the only one alive. It's the Horizon. Can he somehow make this happen? There's madness around him. He's lost his two teammates on set. This is not looking good.
One player alive inside of that truck as well, and I believe that was a team of two inside as well, so a little bit of a shaky moment here for Team Liquid, to be honest with you. It looked like they had everything going their way. They got the Horizon Ultimate inside. They got some nades inside. You would expect to see big numbers popping off if you do get those two combined. However, it just didn't fall their way in that particular circumstance, and now it's up for Nocturnal to recover those banners, to push in, and you can still see here he's a little bit wary. He's thinking that, did we finish that team off? Did that team get finished, or do I have to be careful tiptoeing up here to make sure I'm not caught off guard?
Yeah, he's there, right there. Boom, big shot, though. It's only blue. He knows he's got the lead here, especially as far as the shield. He's got to get banners. That's key. Can't get third-partied here. G7 Scouts raining, and he's got all the banners. He's got a shield swap if he needs it, but this is not where he wants to be. He just gets the other shield from his teammate. They're not going to be using it quite right now, and he's got to find an answer. No mobile respawn beacons, it looks like. He could try to make a play outside of that camping RV and just basically say, can we just get it without being pushed? But right now, the action is with CLG, who, again, taking high ground, looking to get aggressive. Vaxilon, Madness, and Lou back to full. And the Bloodhound Ultimate still ready and available if they want to use it. And that's a kill. Bronzy, he's going to go down. Beautiful timed EVA 8 shot to get the finish for Madness.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing here from Counterlogic Gaming early on in this first game of the day. Now we're going to have a look at where that zone is pulling as well. And it looks like it is going to be pulling towards the toilet just outside of Sorting Factory, where Solar Fide are currently residing. So Solar Fide in a very good position. Counterlogic Gaming in a pretty good spot as well around those blue bins, although they are going to have to move up a little bit to their west to make sure that they're inside of that next zone. But if you can see so many teams outside right now of where that next circle is going to be pulling, this is the interesting moment for me, right, as we see the team tracker who's been eliminated already in this game. This is where we see big decisions being made. This is where you see fights being forced by teams as they have to make their way in.
And it's actually, going back to the story of Liquid, who are playing Horizon, who had all those gold shields, it's actually great that some of these other big teams are still alive. You're talking about Solar Fide. You're talking about NRG. We followed MST, who had a nice, decent start. We'll see if they can finish that off. We're talking about TSM. We're talking about a lot of these teams that are going to, especially Sentinels, take the attention away from solo players, at least until we get into that top 8. And I think that's something that hopefully Nocturnal will be able to play off, especially since he can kind of circumvent these hard choke points that this area Sorting Factory has. Trying to get over the high ground really forces you to take a rope or to take a long way around half the time on set. And the fact that he's Horizon using that gravitational lift to just get up and kind of get into play without actually having to run across too many teams in a direct path could be an advantage here to keep Liquid's hopes alive. And he's already gotten there. Look, he's...
How has he got here?
And how do they not know he's right there? He's right next to Solar Fide. And oh my goodness,
can he reach? Wow.
God.
Okay, well, if you wanted to see the value of Horizon in one game of Apex Legends, you are seeing it right now. Now, the thing is here for Nocturnal as well, he can grief fights as well with his ultimate ability as well. If he can throw that down in the middle of a fight, then he could pick up 2-3 KP, as well as making that fight incredibly difficult for the two teams who are involved. So he's only going to have something to say here, as we're going to see an interesting late rotation, coming in from Counterlogic Gaming through the ring down to the low ground. And to be honest with you, I kind of like this. It's going to avoid a lot of fights that are going down above them as teams are rotating in from the north side of the map to the south.
Yeah, Madness gets in trouble. He realizes he has to Q. He didn't want to use it, but he has to do it now. There's too much damage coming in. And they are going to get aggressed on. This could have been a little bit of a misplay there in terms of the amount of damage, but 12 seconds, and that's going to be perfectly timed for the defensive bombardment. They may have just a half a second or so where that's still landing in their shield drops, but it's going to be enough to heal up in case, unless someone pushes. And just as you mentioned, Onset, look at this. Nocturnal out of control, out of line of sight thanks to Horizon, and looking to maybe throw that ultimate and grief somebody who's unsuspecting. Rogue, boy oh boy, I'd be unsuspecting with that R301 hitting that hard. Congratulations, he is the R301 master, and he's showing it right there on display.
So 16 squads now remaining in our first game of the day, as Madness will be eliminated there by 0+. Nocturnal still alive on top of that toilet as well, and when you can see that ring as well, you can see that the top of that toilet is going to be inside of the next zone as well. So teams are going to be forced to fight. Nocturnal can kind of just watch it all happen. So for Team Liquid, a perilous situation has kind of turned into a pretty healthy one, to be honest with you. Yes, they're only down to one player, but Horizon already proving her worth, as we previously said. NRG now, this new look lineup with Sweet, Rocker, and Nathan trying to creep their way in, but they're on the quick side of the circle, and they've got the furthest to travel, so this is going to be pretty difficult for them to try and work their way in. However, nice shots there with the Hemlock are going to make it a little bit easier, and it's going to level up that Evo shield from a blue to a purple.
You got to push on this. We saw Rogue get damage with the R301, but now we're going to have to see NRG, who's actually playing here, representing NRG as a full team, make some moves. Kubsky goes down, and that's a big one, because if you can get Kubsky down, the talent in the lobby just shrunk quite a bit. That player, that man right there, he knows what to do with a weapon in his hand, but so does Solafide, and they're going to take down Sentinel's Crust up on top. I thought TSM was in a good spot, but Kiun will find reps, and that will put Snipe down and Imperial Howl in a precarious situation, but they've gotten out of worse on set, and I feel like this is a moment where things could change. The lobby could tilt and shift on its axis right here, especially if TSM, Howl, and Snipe down cannot get out of this.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to make a desperate rotation as well. You can see the ultimate been popped here by the Bloodhound player, and that's going to be Snipe down. Howl goes down, so it's all up to Snipe down now for TSM fans to stay alive in this situation, wait for the carnage around him to do the damage. And by staying alive for these few seconds, for playing this knockdown shield, he's managed to gain 3 placements in those first few moments. So that is the value of staying alive in this carnage. As Solafide now overlook the scenery of death that is going down in front of them, and they're just going to be able to shoot everybody rotating in.
Finding tech as well. Solafide have been in the prime position on this rotation, but let's not forget about Liquid. We have to remember that NRG pushed, but they weren't completely out. Nathan and Rocker got killed, but Sweet was able to stay alive. And is Nocturnal still up there? That's the question I want to ask answered, but we will find that in just a moment. If he is, he's staying quiet, which he definitely should be. And I don't see how anyone might have focused him that high in a rotation this horizontal.
He's still up there.
He is. He's still up there.
82 meters above
what did
everything that's going down below him.
Oh my God! And it's 8th place. It's under 8th place. I mean, this is exactly what we were saying with the power of Horizon, to really use also just that fact that he's a solo, not create too much conversation around him. There's all these other great teams still in the lobby, and Team Cruelty with the inside here. They've got Solafide above them on set, but I kind of like their spot right now, especially with the final circle.
I kind of want to watch Nocturnal in this moment.
His ult's coming out.
Yeah, he's got to throw the ult. He could throw his Q down as well. He could get a crazy jump on some of these teams and essentially jump himself over using that gravitational lifter to avoid all of the carnage that's going on. So this is a big moment here for Team Liquid in this game, number 1, but it's also as big a moment for every single team that is involved here. 6 squads now remaining. Rogue, and you can see, dropped and 0+, in my opinion, probably in one of the strongest positions. But look, Tech's team have just moved in below them. They're going to be forcing them now. This is going to be pressure coming in.
And I like Tech's spot right here as well. I think they're going to get a little bit of focus, but I love their spot. They're actually calling a mobile respawn beacon down just to create cover, which is a brilliant use of that item. And oh, there's the ultimate. The Black sucks them all in. Nocturnal says go to sleep. Oh my God, he's causing havoc, and he jumps right back up. He's above, floating like an angel over the battlefield. The newest legend in Apex Legends, making a statement here in NA Game 1, and now 6 squads still remaining on set.
Everybody isn't looking at Nocturnal, and now all of a sudden he's using his Q once more. He's flying like a butterfly. Can he sting like a bee, though? Now he's up on top of the lamppost. 5 squads remaining, and Nocturnal has had box office seats for all of the carnage that's going down as he eliminates a team by himself and is still causing carnage in the lobby.
They don't know. They don't know he's up there. Are you kidding me? There's no way they don't know he's going to get another kill. Oh, Nocturnal with a 4th place finish, a 3rd place finish potentially. And yeah, Solafide win the game, but boy, oh boy, was that one heck of a play from Nocturnal, showing us the power of Horizon and the power of Liquid in this lobby. This is a North American tournament that has had all of its teams get ready to show up and play. And boy, oh boy, they have.
We had a bit of a strange game 1 in Europe earlier, I'll have to say, but that was amazing. Game number 1 in North America does not disappoint. Horizon showing her worth. As I said, you cannot ask for a better example of why Horizon is such a great character, especially if you're one of the only players in the lobby who is using her in the game. I mean, an amazing game number 1, but, you know, what a play it was. Team Liquid actually coming in 3rd place in overall at the end of that game, but Solafide is the story that we should be talking about here. The Controller gang turning up in game number 1, taking home the win, and when Solafide win, they usually put up some kills to go alongside.
Yeah, Solafide looking like a top-tier contender, not just in the way that they position, but in the way that they executed, and they got that final circle, which was chaos. It really was chaos, and that's a lot thanks to Liquid Nocturnal. So many great storylines there. I think we set the stage for North America today to be a very exciting match for the rest of the 5 that we've got coming to you for your viewing pleasure, for those watching us at home. And I'm curious to see what the analyst desk thought about this crazy, chaotic rumble. Let's sit back to Kate and Tom to give us a
Oh, thank you, Rainday.
Need something? I'm sure we can
You
come
know
to
what?
an agreement.
Listen, if you follow Rainday on YouTube, you know that guy loves and wants to gets excited about Horizon. You know that he thinks there's some great stuff ahead. Well, to their point and to yours, I'm sure. We just saw evidence of it. I know Solafide, absolutely GG, well done to them, coming in hot, bringing in the aggression, bringing in that win for game 1. But Tom, I gotta say, it seems like the headline for me is Horizon is here.
It has to be, because that was so fun to watch. We were talking about before this even started that it's going to be Liquid on the Horizon Wombo combo with Caustic, but Nocturnal plays it so well. It's so fun to watch someone that talented mechanically, in terms of his decision making, his shot, everything that he needs to do. That was just a perfect execution all the way through as the last player alive. You know what that does? That gives the rest of his teammates so much confidence going into this next game. They go from possibly getting outside of the top 15, getting no placement points, to getting 7 placement points, plus the amount of kills that he's able to get. He already had 2 when his teammates went down, so that was great. Going back to Solafide getting the win, great position from them. They rotate from the thermal station, they take over the middle of the donut, and their team fighting is extremely strong. Walter the Rock and Caustic, so when it comes to that competition, they have probably the strongest team composition for a fight, because Crypto tends to fall off especially as a recon character. He's more used for hitting the scans, he's more used for the EMPs, possibly throwing banners if you go down. And now we have, you know, some really interesting things going on in the North American scene.
We absolutely do. 100%. I love that we're talking team comps here, and this is one of the things our league ops, thank you, Mark, that brought to us, which is that this last game we saw 2 Watsons. Remember, we only saw 1, and only in game number 6 in our first EU regionals we had 2 Horizons. Of course, we saw Team Liquid, and of course, you see Nocturnal. That is definitely cool. We also have 1 Pathfinder. I don't remember which team it is, but interesting compositions are certainly afoot here in NA, and I love to see the pro players take, and maybe Tom, this is a question for you. It feels like a gamble to go in with these newer team comps, with these newer legends, and especially when Guts Glory and of course Prize Pool is on the line. Is this something that is usual for these players? Is this like, talk to me about sort of that team composition and gambling on a new legend?
Whatever team composition that you're going to come in with is something that you're really comfortable with and you feel is very powerful, not only powerful in the game, but for your play style. And that's what you're seeing with Team Liquid and Nocturnal Rock in the Horizon. But then you look at a team like Tech, Pickett, and Crummy, where they're going through and Pickett's playing Watson. Tech's really great at placing his team in a very smart position. You see the Watson pays huge dividends in that type of situation. So it really depends on what your vibe is, what your style is. And I think Solafide has hit the nail right on the head with what they're looking for. They don't need a recon character. They picked one of the best spot that game, even without one. So their zone knowledge is phenomenal. Not only that, again, they have one of the strongest team compositions, if not the strongest team composition next to Team Liquid's in terms of what to do in a fight or just a fight in general. So team compositions play a huge deal, but it's more about what your strengths are and how you utilize them.
Absolutely, and we saw some incredible strengths here in just game one. I gotta tell you, like, well done, Solofide, but Nocturnal with Horizon, I can't even. Let's take a look. In fact, I won't even. So let's take a look at that final moment and see exactly how this unfolded for Solofide's benefit. I'll see it again and again. Put that thing on repeat.
I can't wait to meet them.
And what I loved about this was that Nocturnal stayed up top the entire time, and then you also had Team Cruelty, who was playing Pathfinder, who elected not to go over towards the top. And you see a couple of them getting eliminated by the defensive bombardment. Designful takes out Scissors over there, but it was just a phenomenal play by Nocturnal that really started to throw the rest of this lobby for a loop. Zero Plus also rocking that same composition. Wasn't even able to last nearly as long as you see if you like that. They're just being flustered and frustrated by Nocturnal that's sitting on top of that light. So Solofide finally recognizes where that's at, finally take him down, and they finish this off with a really nice massive shot coming in. I think it was the last player alive on You Like That Maze. So Solofide probably picked up a decent amount of kills along the way. Again, we know just like Rain Day was saying that when they do pop off, it's a big game for them, and they're a very momentum-based team. So to see them pick it up this early is a great sign for them.
Absolutely. We got the leaderboard ready to go. We'll take a look at our game run results real quick here and find out exactly how many kills Solofide came away with, because you're absolutely right, it could be pretty good here. What is up? I love double digits. Solofide, aim assist, of course. 11 kills. Tom nailed it.
Pretty solid game overall. A lot of those came towards the end when you pick a spot in the middle of the zone, especially over towards Sorting Factory. You're not going to be able to get a lot of picks. We know that they like to wreck the Scout. We know that they like to rock Mastiff. They love going with automatic weapons. But again, you got to give them credit for picking the zone without a recon character. That's not easy to do. You look at a team, for example, like Sentinels. That's their spot. Sentinels should be able to pick the priority spot. They weren't able to do so. Instead, a team rotates all the way from thermal station and gets that priority position, gets that god spot. Not only that, executes it at a really high level. You saw when Solofide won that game, all three players were extremely healthy.
They were, exactly. So let's take a look at what the overall results look like. Of course, it's not going to change too much. Obviously, this being game 1 of 6 that we have in our NA region here. Nice little Solofide bringing it in for number 1, of course. Pay attention to that top 10 here, gang, because of course that's going to be the number that people are going to want to reach. Obviously, the top 3, they're going to get their way into the playoffs. The top 10 get themselves some cash monies for bringing it in for the real thing today.
I love the way that Ranked is Harder and NRG were playing that zone. Unfortunately for them, they weren't able to utilize the very end. Again, Nocturnal put a huge damper on all of these teams, and so many black holes, so many different grab lifts being placed all over it. You didn't really know exactly how this was going to pan out, but Solofide knew exactly what was going on. They came through, again, extremely healthy, 0 mistakes, a lot of patience. If they continue to steamroll, this is going to look ugly for the rest of these teams. So what you're hoping for right now is a different zone. You're hoping that this pulls all the way over towards Skyhook, towards Trials, somewhere where it's not even close to Thermal Station. Because if we have a Thermal Station zone, a tree zone, anything around that area, Solofide is going to set up and they're going to do the same exact thing they did last game.
For sure, and I will say it's always interesting when a new and different comp is showcased here in the lobby. I will be curious to see if any teams change around their tactics when it comes to Legends, but we can only guess coming into our second game here, because I mean, it was very interesting. I will say our EU region, everybody chose Wraith. They were like, you know, almost 100% Wraith on every team. This time we actually had a couple teams that didn't, of course. So only 18 of our 20 teams fielding that Wraith character. So that's something that a Legend can do, and I'm very excited to see what's coming up in our lobby. Tom, is there anything left to go before we hit it over to our game number 2?
Let's get a zone pull somewhere else. I don't want something sort of north. I want something over towards the north, just like we had before. Zones popping all over the place. These rotations are brutal for a lot of these teams. We saw, Kate, I believe it was going into zone number 4. We still had around 16, 17, 18 teams left, Nocturnal being one of those teams as the solo. So that was insane. 7 squads as that final game was closing. That's what you love to see.
And you know what? Let's see gameplay right around the corner. But first, let's take a look at what Lenovo
I am trained using a Phoenix kit.
Lenovo Legion, gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
From the outside.
Wow, look who it is. It's you. Oh, can anyone summon the courage to face
Unleash it with a machine as savage as you are. Lenovo Legion. Stylish outside, savage inside.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Marking our surroundings. We are not all in the ring. The course of wind will lead us to victory.
Deploying. Gas trap.
Grenade.
Honestly, I thought it was incredible to see them play that. They pretty much perfect. I would say perfectly to the very end to do it, to use that break to give him some time to get his light back up, and then his plan was to play it until it's been pretty impressive.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was going to go the entire thing. So Girl could hear me, y'all couldn't hear me in the stream. What I was saying was, Girl's the greatest, and she can carry the stream. That's what I was saying. Hello everybody, Fallout here alongside Girl. We're talking about game 1, what we saw right here out of Nocturnal on the Horizon was absolutely insane. I don't know if we'll be able to top it in game number 2, but either way, I'm excited to see if we can. Something tells me with North America, it just gets better and better each and every broadcast. I'm excited to see what we'll have coming into game 2. But just to set the stage a little bit, you saw the standing. Sola Fide on top, first place, 23 points, a statement type of game for Sola Fide, the Controller God Squad. You like that mate in second, Team Liquid in third. My big question mark, Girl, it's TSM, CLG, and Sentinels in 11th through 13th. I'm excited to see what they can do, but it looks like we're going to have a bit of a fight here. Ranked is harder. The squad of Rogue themselves, the story of this tournament qualifiers, they find themselves in an early engagement.
Yep, and they found themselves in an early gold armor as well, but unfortunately for Drop, he does have no armor, but he does have his gun shield, so he'll be, that is very nice sprays by Drop there, and that is why he is one of the best players in this game.
Very impressive former member of Rogue alongside
very far.
Snipe down
45 seconds remain.
day. Looks like a solid start for them. And speaking of Rogue, he also has Rogue on his team. That's NRG's Rogue as they start strong. And of course, the gold shield's going to go in the favor of Rogue. And as a result, they're in a good spot here. Drops Rogue and 0+ starting strong over in Epicenters. They're hunting that last player. You see 58 players alive. That means one more alive on this squad, and actually Zero decides to spare him, lets him survive and run away with the tail between his legs. So just like that, 2 kill points picked up off the rip for Ranked is Harder, this God squad that has dominated the qualifiers so far.
Absolutely, and I don't think anyone would want to chase with a Mozambique RE45 with no armor because that could go very wrong. So they're gonna opt to loot up, and Team Liquid here doing trials. Now trials is very important, especially for aggressive teams, because you can get that gold backpack, you can get all those gold items. I feel like this is a spot where one of the stronger teams of the lobby claim that like to fight. If you don't like to fight, this is probably not the place where you want to go.
Yeah, what's interesting is everyone's actually soloing trials as his teammates are going to drop split over in Skyhook. So, interestingly enough, we do have Team Liquid loves that split drop. They used to drop in Train Yard. They used to always do that split in that village right outside of Train Yard that is now Countdown. They're going to do the same thing here. Albreally soloing trials. Liquid's going to drop Skyhook. We're going to jump on board with You Like That made our second place team here as they're making a rotation through over as well from Countdown. We just mentioned it. Quick loot through Countdown, and that's a quick rotation. I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. Textbook Apex Legends as we jump aboard Team Loyalty over at, I believe, Sorting Factory.
They're in Refinery here. And
oh, Refinery, good looks. I always confuse the two because they look the exact same.
Yeah, no, it's kind of hard when you're just looking solely at the map because the players are looking at the ground.
Exactly.
But yeah.
Replicator being delivered.
Replicator on high. Let's go this way.
Very well. Deploying a variable.
I bathe in the blood. Bless me with sight. All Father, give me sight. Hostile over there. Arcstar sent.
Take a deep breath.
Tossing thermite.
Enemy spotted.
Taking a moment to heal.
Looting there. Never mind. I have eyes on the enemy.
Adding another gas trap.
Scanning the area.
Getting shot at. My vision is clear.
Watch out, enemy there. Another squad attacking.
Charging shields.
Shooting. Recharging my shields.
Introducing a new variable.
Scanning.
Those care packages likely shift the delta in our favor.
Taking a...
Waiting. Gas trap deployed.
There's a void in your heart. And I put it there.
Let's see what we have over here.
Beginning countdown.
And I think that's one team in particular, as we were just watching TSM, that has all the trust in the world for each other. Sniped Down, of course, trusting the 5-time champion TSM squad, 6 times including Sniped Down on that roster. Meanwhile, speaking of that TSM squad, well, it was Albert Lely on that TSM roster that went back to back 5 times in a row to kick off Apex Legends Esports, the preseason invitational, X Games gold medalist. Very, very impressive what Albert Lely was able to do on that team, but just needed a change and actually decided to no longer compete in Apex. That lasted a whole week before just getting picked up by the Team Liquid squad for Casper. Big shot to Casper. We're doing well as we are now watching as Team Liquid makes the rotation of the trial. They could find themselves in engagement, but I love how they're playing this. They're trying to play it a little bit wide, trying to be a little bit cautious here on this rotation, girl.
Absolutely. They're trying to play edge, but they're trying to find... They don't want to play but I believe if they keep going north, they're able to find slots. And that's
We've got 10 seconds. I hate to say it, but looting time's over.
Strong work.
Looks like they're going to find themselves a pretty central spot here, so we'll see how they play this. I think they'll post up. But let's actually just jump into the comms of this team and see how they decide to play this. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Taking a moment to heal. The ring is moving for light fighters.
I already saw the portal move.
We'd be ready for the portal.
Portal's in the open, it's bad. It's really bad. Take it back. Take it back and chill. We have to chill. Like, it's a really bad port. It's way too far. We have to just chill here until next portal, I think.
He's looking to push on us.
High team?
Yeah, south.
You guys are calling if we do that.
I hear him. Watch your maze.
Yeah, the southwest. Keep me over.
Pretty sure someone's got a shot on me.
You want this? Yeah. Let's do it.
We going top or bottom?
Tops. Just commit. Nobody's here. Nobody's here. We're good. Oh no, there's a team there. I'm lifting. Just play high. Play high. Play high. Play high on me. Play high on me.
Yep, I'm on you.
Getting charge rifled. I'm safe on me. Safe on me. For the
I'm chilling there.
Yep. We need a gas here.
Yo, on me is actually like a really good spot.
Yep.
I have no red heals.
I only have a med kit. Here, dropping it. Might fall off.
Well, you need it too.
I don't have syringes.
There.
Doesn't matter. It's fine.
Just take it. I have a Phoenix.
Okay.
Fucking barrels.
Yeah, we need to play silent. We need to be careful of this team too. Also, worst case, we just land them low. Like there's no reason this team should peek over us. Absolutely no reason. Maybe hugging Tom's side safer. I think hugging Tom's side is safer.
I don't know. I think maybe being.
Well, there you have it from Team Liquid. That's a beautiful listen in, right in time to call that rotation, girl. One quick thing I want to point out is I also want to get your thoughts. Is just the simple call out on me. Basically just says take a look at where you see me in your HUD or your UI. Get straight to me. I'm in a safe spot, and that's exactly what you heard him use a couple times there, girl. Anything else to got you?
Yeah, what got to me was them deciding not to take the portal and then actually deciding to take the portal. I think it was important that they took a few seconds of a break so that teams would stop focusing on the portal, so I think that was a good decision. And then the fact that it's like risk versus reward. Should we stay here in not the best spot and potentially get pushed in this train cart, or should we risk taking the portal, running up, and finding a better spot, and which they did, and it worked out for them.
Yeah, and the decision to early rotate versus late rotate. Late rotates mean you're probably going to be in a lot more traffic, like Grand Central Station, as you try to make that rotation. Instead, they go early. And notice the horizon. You know, two things, actually. One, they take the portal, they say we have to commit. As soon as you hear your IGL say commit, there's no other decision to be made there. And then third, the horizon and the verticality that's able to be achieved. I completely agree with Rain Day, Kate, some of the sentiment from our other casters and analysts. I think horizon is here to stay. NA changing the meta, much like NA did with Bloodhound last season, much like EU did with Gibraltar the season before. I'm excited about Horizon meta, and if it is here to stay, I think it is certainly, girl.
Yeah, Horizon brings so much to the table compared to Pathfinder because she can lift her whole team up and without like a zip line. So if the whole team takes a zip line, they can get beamed on that zip line. But if they take her Horizon Q, no one's really looking, and it's very fast and more or less like less risk.
One last thing that stood out in that Team Liquid listening is it looks like Blur Favor's getting tagged up a bit here, but Albert Lely taking up the role of IGL of this squad. I think he has IGL in his nature, of course. We know what he's capable of from that perspective. Meanwhile, on TSM, it was kind of split IGL responsibilities between Hal and Albert Lely, and Reps would obviously chime in with some perspective as well. So I think Albert Lely fits this Team Liquid squad very, very well as we take a look here at the minimap on screen. Circles closing in. And Rare Excellence finds themselves in a really bad spot right now, rotating through Fragment. They're taking the old-fashioned long route. I'm excited what this Rare Excellence kind of underdog squad can do, and if they can try to make some noise here in this tournament.
And just one thing that I want to note on you saying that Albert Lily was IGLing, it also has a little bit of something to do with playing Wraith. I think it's a lot easier to IGL as Wraith, and since he is able to play Wraith on Team Liquid, it's working out for them.
Yeah, it's a great point. Obviously, you get all the intel. You're the tip of the spear. You're the one that's able to make those calls because you're the one that's in the fight. So, meanwhile, Hal obviously was the undisputed Wraith on that squad, but it's good to note that Albert Lely's so talented, he can play any legend. You know, of course, he played Pathfinder on that original squad, that Watson, reps on Watson, and co. But meanwhile, fight's going to ensue. Rare Excellence finds himself in a bad spot here. Blur Favors trying to do what he can with Caustic and trying to just survive with two. Get tagged up and knocked here. Now it's all up to his Watson. Well, not looking too good for the Wraith playing, known as his Watson, as he's going to get tagged up. Trying to get that last KP, not even going to get it. Nothing going here for Rare Excellence.
Yeah, it was hard to get it there. I believe he had to reload his massive, and it's really hard to thirst with Scout while he only had 1 second left there. But MST in a pickle. Tempest and 6 going down to 1 HP. Tempest able to clean it up, luckily for that squad, but Metro did get thirsted.
Yeah, MST, important to note, one of our 2 teams not running Wraith. We rarely will see that in competitive Apex, but no Wraith for MST and no Wraith for Ranked is Harder, that new squad, led by, of course, Rogue, and, of course, dropped from that original Rogue roster. So keep an eye on these team compositions. They've been quite unique here in North America, as we are now on board with Solafide, your leaderboard leader overall. First place right now in the standings, Resulta, and Gentrifying, last 2 alive. And important to note about Gentrifying, well, Gentrifying was hands down one of the top performers from the autumn circuit. Incredible damage put out, incredible amount of kills per game, averaged 1.83 kills per match, and just a significant contributor. His 29 total kills in the finals. I've been incredibly impressed by Gentrifying. We'll see what he can do now as we jump on board with NRG.
Absolutely, and if they can just keep up the points, they've already got a lead. If they could just stay consistent, keep up with the lobby, game after game, they'll have a potential to get a great game again. So whether they're a team of 2 now or they're able to get their teammate back later, it shouldn't be too much stress for them.
Meanwhile, NRG currently in the top 10 in standings. They find themselves in a pretty solid spot here as they have a chance to gatekeep. A couple of these teams coming through late, and we know Team Liquid is one of them. They were just over in that area towards Refinery, so keep a close eye. We might have an NRG versus Team Liquid clashing of the Titans here. We'll see if that ensues as we jump on board of the Rocker.
Yeah, and it looks like NRG are the only ones playing in that angle, so they're one of the few teams, maybe one of the 4 or 5 teams that actually have to make it into that zone now, and everywhere in those buildings are occupied, so it's going to be hard for them to find a spot, but there are a few spots in the open that they might be able to find.
On board now is Sweet, former member of Rogue, got picked up by NRG for his IGL skills and capabilities. Of course, Frex is also in this lobby, who got dropped from NRG, currently playing on mouse and keyboard. Haven't seen a whole lot of that, but it's our other Horizon team. 0 Plus playing as Horizon from Ranked is Harder, and I know you guys, we have maybe 1 or 2 fans of Ranked is Harder in the chat. Blow it up right now for Rogue, or dropped from that old Rogue roster, of course, alongside 0 Plus. They played so well in the qualifiers, outplayed TSM at least once, I believe it was in the quarterfinals, or maybe the round before, and then continue to play consistent in the semis. I've been very impressed by this new squad, and this is just the beginning, girl. This is their first time playing together.
It is, and Ranked is Harder ended up getting 4th place last game, and they do have a Horizon, so I'm going to wonder to see if they're going to try and take the very, very high ground of that circle in the end if possible, because I don't think they opted to last game.
Yeah, and look at the map here at the top left of your screen. There's going to be a lot of verticality here, a lot of options, much like we saw last game in Sorting Factory. We're going to get the similar POI and Refinery, which obviously has a lot of similar assets, same buildings, same type of approach. There's going to be a lot of verticality in this late game. Get ready for that as we do get some perspective courtesy of this mini-map here that shows where the last ring will be. And it's going to be an interesting one. We got 6 players already, make it 5 players already kind of posted up there. I believe that's the same exact place that Team Liquid is. So Team Liquid is just content holding that high ground, and that should be able to help secure them a good position. Meanwhile, NRG finds himself in the fight.
Absolutely, and they're doing massive damage. Rocker did do massive damage, but he also took in a lot of damage, so they traded a little bit. But they are going to have to move. The zone is closing in, and they've not got too many places to go.
Looking scary for them in the rotation, but they should be okay for now. A team that finds himself in a pretty bad spot is Solafide. Gentrifying gets knocked, result of the last alive, so he'll try and find a rat spot if he can. We'll try and survive till late game, but needs to be so cautious because there's a few teams nearby. Resulta just going to let it rip. Defensive bombardment's coming, but he finds himself in position for now before getting scammed by Bloodhound.
And if you see right under the mini-map, there is a bar that says round closing. Once that green diamond is above the white line at the end, he's in the zone. So he is currently in the zone and he is chilling.
It's been crazy, girl, how late game heavy this North American broadcast has been. And the difference of when complexity is in the lobby and when complexity is not in the lobby is astounding. As you know, if complexity was here, Monsoon and co would be just flying at their opponents. We know what Reptar does on Bloodhound, so aggressive, but now looks like Team Liquid, a team that is kind of the opposite of complexity, likes to play for late game, likes to play for positioning. They find themselves down a member. They lost the Horizon. That's crucial because they won't have verticality in the late game here. Meanwhile, Ranked is harder, still finds himself in the same position up top Refinery, the same spot they've been in for the entirety of this game. That goes to show the importance of patience and of early rotations, early setups.
Yep, and they do have a little corner left on the building that is in, I believe, if my eyes aren't deceiving me. But I wonder if they're going... See, they're picking inside of the circle, and I'm wondering why they're not going to the very, very top.
Yeah, we'll see how they decide to play it. They do have a Horizon, so they can play for verticality. You are right. Our last Horizon alive in this one, as we see at the right side of our screen. Sentinel's still alive alongside Team Liquid. Ranked is harder, and CLG, some of the top brands here. But then we also have the likes of You Like That Mate, currently in second place, and a team that has been quietly performing so well. Don't necessarily get the hype and recognition that they deserve. An unsigned team that I'm hoping that changes here soon. You Like That Mate's been performing well as we jump on board with Rogue.
Rogue did decide to take inside, and they do have a caustic, so it does make sense for them to play inside, but there's going to be a lot of fighting here soon.
Is the importance of early rotations here. Now you can gatekeep, and now you can just put in absolute damage. Is Rogue's going to do exactly that? Does he get a knock? No. Yes, he does actually on Joey Blackout. It's a good start, and he's going to be able to hopefully do the same to some more enemies here. Is he just going to play some canisters and keep himself alive just in case of pursuit? He's going to pop it, and that's going to buy him some time to try and continue to gatekeep. Meanwhile, CLG finds himself in a fight in a skirmish. It's going to be a couple kills picked up for them as Lou takes out Bowser with the defensive bombardment.
Absolutely, and CLG holding their place well. There's no one left around them, so they've cleared it out. Only 6 squads remaining. Ranked is harder, Team Cruelty, CLG, Sentinels, You Like That Mate, and Mouse and Keyboard. All full squads, as you can see on the team tracker on the screen.
Lou, one of the best individual performers last season as part of Rogue. After Rogue got top 2 in the first 2 online tournaments of the autumn circuit. Well, now he's playing alongside a new squad, and boy, are they looking great. CLG, what a pickup in Lou. One of the best individual players in North America. Now we jump on board with Sentinels. 3 great fraggers in their own right. Retzi, of course, rejoining this team alongside the relative newcomer, Crust and Senox. I'm excited to see what Sentinels can do. They've been playing really, really well as of late, and they're going to get some good tags here into someone that's on high ground. Not sure who that was as I try and take a look here.
Yeah, Sentinels has one of the harder rotations. It looks like the whole lobby is focused on them, so they're going to have to try and get a portal in soon, and unfortunately their bubble is gone, so they won't be able to portal and then bubble. So this is going to be a really, really hard rotation for them.
Meanwhile, we do have Bloodhound on Vaxlon, so Bloodhound scans will come through. Here comes the push. Vax. Arcstar out. He's going to bait actually inside the dome, leveraging the fact that there's no friendly fire. That's going to be a good amount of damage here. Well placed from Vaxlon. That's going to break ice for them and open a wide open opportunity. The patience to wait for the strafe into his shot. Here comes the push just like that. Nice shot from Vaxlon, but the ultimate did come through, and it's causing quite a bit of havoc here.
It brought the focus off Sentinels for a moment, but Sentinels is under a lot of damage over here. The ring has taken out quite a lot of our players over here. Team Cruelty ended up taking the high ground with the only Pathfinder in the game.
Oh my goodness. Pathfinder still alive and well, and just like that, because of Path, they will have verticality with the placed zip line. That is huge, but CLG is going to be heal back up. Team Cruelty above them, and then I think the third team alive is a rat somewhere. Not sure who it is, girl, but I believe it is a rat. As actually, no, I take that back. It's going to be Zenile, Frexes, and Co. It's Mouse and Keyboard on low ground. We have a 3 versus 3 versus 3, I believe, to close this one out, girl.
And it looks like they're pinging the lamppost. Will the lamppost work again for our contestants today?
No way.
We will find out very, very shortly as the zone moves in. So very slowly.
Yeah, defensive bombardment is out. It all comes down to this last fight. Ring is slowly closing. This new feature that was certainly welcomed to Apex, and especially competitive Apex. And here we go as we take a look at the overhead camera. The fight's about to ensue. Here comes the push. It is madness on the low ground, but it's Yubin on the top, holding it down right now like a man on top of the Acropolis, watching the peasants fight. It is Yubin doing such a good job laying in the fire. It is almost like remnants of last game. Finally, he's going to drop, and just like that, Team Cruelty will take their high ground verticality into a victory in game number 2. What a game that was, girl.
The lamppost made it happen again. The high ground, the lamppost, they're really, really bringing it in for these teams.
Episode 2, Lamppost Strikes Back, perhaps, girl? I mean, are we going to make a meme out of this, please? Apex community, this is wild.
This is pretty wild. Like, the fact that they've been able to get high ground in both the first game and the second game with either Pathfinder or Horizon, we don't see that too much in EU. There's a lot of Crypto, there's a lot of Caustic, there's a lot of Gibraltar, not a lot of Horizon and Pathfinder. So it's nice to see the diversity of the meta.